Good morning.
Hello. Yes. So Guerrero is in restricted housing, and they wanted to know if you would have done him last, because that's what they had expected.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. If you could just send like the next guys in.
Why is he in restricted housing?
Sir, what?
Do you know why he's in restricted housing?
No, I wouldn't have that information. I just
Okay,
communicated that to me.
Okay, perfect. If you can just send the next ones in, that'd be great.
Okay. So you're okay with Guerrero being last, correct? That's what they want.
I mean, if he's in restricted housing, then there's not much we can do, and we'll get him. And as soon as he's able to come up, just let us know.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you. And then when they finish, you can just send the next ones right in, please.
Understood. Thanks.
Thank you.
Morning.
Can I have your name, please?
Chauncey Sturdivant.
Good morning. My name is Officer Williams. Today is Tuesday, March 25th, 2025. This is the hearing of Connecticut Board of Parties and Parole. The following board members are present this morning, and by saying their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Good morning, Mike Paul.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning.
Morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Chauncey Sturdivant, number 311444.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Chauncey Sturdivant, 311444. He is serving a sentence of 12 years execution suspended at 4 years, 6 months, with 3 years of probation for possession with intent to sell. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of May 26, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There's an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. Tier 2, and the offender is currently working. Utilizing a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores the offender's overall score for considering false and inferiority high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
All right, thank you. Good morning. My name is Chauncey Sturdivant, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm here to request parole. I want to begin my expressing my sincere remorse for my actions that led to my incarceration. I take full responsibility for my past decisions and understand the profound impact they have made on myself, my loved ones, and my community. During my time in prison, I worked diligently to rehabilitate myself. I successfully completed the Tier 2 program, which has helped me to identify my triggers for relapse and develop effective prevention strategies. I now understand how my substance abuse has affected my mind, body, social life, and my company. Additionally, I have actively participated in counseling sessions that have addressed the underlying issues contributing to my behavior, providing me with the valuable life skills and a deeper understanding of the consequences of my actions. Upon my release, I will engage in outpatient programs to help keep my sobriety under control. I am also enrolled in the 24/7 DAB program currently. This initiative has compelled me to reflect deeply on my past and understand its effort on my parenting. I have young children who look up to me, and I can no longer afford to be absent from their lives. I want to be an example for them, also for myself. For this program has taught me essential parenting skills, empowered me as a father, and highlighted the importance of my role in my children's life. In the beginning of my incarceration, I struggled, I felt trapped and uncomfortable, and was angry with myself for my actions. This mindset led me into situations that could have been avoided had I been thinking responsibly. However, I am proud to say that for the past year, I have maintained a record of good behavior. My time incarcerated has made me realize that I am too old to continue to keep putting myself in situations that do not benefit me, myself, or my future. I have embraced every opportunity for self-improvement, and I believe these experiences have equipped me with the necessary tools to reintegrate successfully into society. A strong support system is waiting for me upon my release. My family has been unwavering in their support, and they are committed to helping me transition back into everyday life. I have also connected with local community organizations ready to provide resources, mentorship, and job placement assistance. Looking ahead, I have a clear and attainable plan. I will begin my schooling to obtain my CDL license and intend to secure employment where I can contribute positively to society and support myself. Additionally, I plan to resume my active role at my church as a drummer and a youth mentor, using the skills I have learned from my programs to help both myself and others involved. I am determined to live a life of accountability, integrity, and stay committed to being a productive member of my community. I respectfully ask for your consideration and granting me this parole. I understand that this is a significant decision, and I assure you that I will not take this opportunity for granted. I have learned from my past, and I'm eager to demonstrate that I can lead a positive life moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sturdivant, so we thank you for taking the time to write that opening statement. We are going to take turns to ask you questions today, and once we're done, we will deliberate on the record and give you our response. Our colleague, Mr. Pohl, will begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Sturdivant. You said that you've taken tier 2. When did you take that?
A couple months ago. I actually just finished it around December 26th or something like that.
And, you know, I asked that I want to talk about it because you have 2 tickets for Pruno.
Yes.
Which kind of concerns me because, you know, you were either one, making it for yourself, or 2, you were forming a line like you did outside that Jeep when you were selling drugs. And I was very concerned about behavior outside to put you in. It's maybe continuing inside.
I understand, but when I first came in, I was like a little discouraged. I was upset with myself that I returned back into there. So I did kind of make a couple bad choices as far as attempting to drink or whatever, which is one of the reasons why I did enroll myself into the tier 2 program, just so I could continue to practice on my sobriety and stuff.
So what else have you done? You said tier 2 and you said counseling. I'm not going into what you talked about in counseling, but you also talked about triggers.
Yes.
So are there things in your past that are triggering you to use alcohol and marijuana and ecstasy?
Can you repeat that again?
Are there things in your past that are triggering you to use alcohol marijuana and ecstasy. That's the three drugs that we've had in your past.
Yeah. Which is more, I have like some like life trauma and stuff like that that kind of brought me in.
Okay, so I don't want to go in deep because we're broadcasting, okay?
Yeah.
But was that what you were dealing with in individual therapy?
When I first was incarcerated?
No, you said that you were in individual counseling sessions.
Oh yeah, no, I did that since I've been here. When I was in the streets, I was doing the Catholic Charity Program. That's what I was talking about as far as the individual counseling.
Okay, so what have you done? What have you done there, Carl Robinson?
Well, since I've been here since October. I've done the Tier 2 program. Right now, I'm currently in 24/7 DAD program. I've been on the waiting list for the Voices program. I got the request to show that I have been writing since I've been here, but that they originally had me down for doing the Good Intentions, Bad Choices program until they switched the criteria to a new program, whatever. So right. I have been writing since I've been here to be enrolled in that, but I have the request if we need them. So.
How are you spending your time there?
Right now, as I'm here, I'm currently in the choir. I do the 24/7 DAD. I'm a chairman where I work in my block, and then I pretty much work out, read books and stuff, and just try to make a plan to get myself together before I get home.
What kind of books?
I read a book called Stop Overthinking So Much. I read another book called I Hate Something. It's a daughter-dad book that I actually just started reading or whatever, but I kind of want to send it to my daughters or whatever, so that we go all read it together or whatever.
Okay. So it seems to me like you're trying to deal with substance use issues.
Yes.
So the other bigger question here is, it's like your occupation out there was drug dealer.
Mm-hmm.
So what is it that you've done? I know that in your remarks, you talked about job placement, getting connected, right?
Yes.
You talked about wanting to try to get your CDL license.
Yes.
But what's the plan like in terms of employment? So that you're not back out on the street corner, putting poison into your community.
Well, one of my main plans is to put myself in a different environment. This is why I'm applying for like parole or whatever, or halfway houses and stuff out of the city that I'm from. So I don't have to be in the same neighborhoods and be around the same situations. I plan on enrolling myself in school. I have my daughters or whatever, they're getting older. And it's like, I just want to be by their side. I already missed like hard parts of their life. Like my oldest daughter, she's 18, she's graduated. And I got twin daughters that's 16, they're in high school. I don't want to keep missing those big parts of their life, especially at the time like when they need me and stuff.
Okay. I understand that, but in terms of employment right away.
Yeah, I was planning on going to do my CDLs. I have a couple of people that's willing to get me into working. I want to look into doing counseling and stuff like that for like the youth, so I could kind of like try to, I guess, stop the cycle.
Right, but in terms of employment for you for right now. Employment for you, when you get out there, right? It's like going to school is a goal.
Yeah.
But if I don't have money coming in, we're going to be back out on the street corner again.
Yeah, I get you.
So what is it that you're going to do? What's the plan in terms of getting that job?
I want to reobtain my OSHA 30 card, which I already had a few years ago. It expired. And I was going to try to get back into construction, but I really wanted to do the CDL thing.
So construction, is an opportunity.
Yes.
I'm gonna see if other board members have questions. So, Madam Chair, I'm gonna just pass it on.
So, Mr. Sturdivant, you've been on parole before, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
And
ma'am.
you violated parole,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And then your parole ended in 2017.
Yes.
You've also completed treatment program. Why didn't it work then?
So when I violated the parole in 2017, that's why the treatment was discontinued in 2019, because I did have to come in and do a year incarceration because I went to the gun range with my boss at my job that I was working at from 2015 all the way until 2017, not knowingly, and then I ended up getting charged, and I went through the motions in court, and I ended up having to do a year in jail because of that. So that's why the treatment from 2019 discontinued.
But you've had weapon charges going back to 2005. So none of that is new. You had it in 2005, you had it in 2009. And don't you still have to register with the Deadly Weapon Offender Registry?
Yeah, I was registered when I was home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the problem is you had that OSHA 30 certification and you were not working. You chose to sell drugs. Okay. You weren't working, you were selling drugs. And here you are trying to tell us how you have all these plans to go out and get involved in all these different programs that you've had at least 5 other opportunities.
Yes.
You've had 5 previous failed community releases. So I don't know what's different about what you're saying today, Mr. Sturdivant. And I think because you've been selling drugs for so long, you really don't know the impact of what your selling drugs is doing to your community and the public at large. So I really think that you need to take voices. And that's all I have. Mrs.
Thank you. So, Mr. Sturdivant, I just have 1 or 2 follow-up questions. You mentioned in your opening statement that you've developed tools to reintegrate and that you've identified community organizations. So what community organizations have you identified that you think will be able to assist you when you're released?
I got a couple of leads as far as like getting where people who can help me as far as like CT Works or whatever. I got a couple trucking leads as far as like my brother, whatever he does trucking or whatever. So I was kind of going to take a lead with that because I need help through them. I don't know nothing really about the CDL thing, but I do want to put myself into it because like I just want to change my outcome. I want to change my situation. I don't want this to keep being my outcome.
Okay. We often hear the individuals who are interested in getting their CDL. It's certainly not easy to accomplish, but we see people getting through the program all the time and also working while they're going through the program. And Mr. Pohl asked you very specifically what you would do for employment while you were in the community. And you mentioned maybe construction.
Yes.
I saw that you have some work at Subway, that you worked in a lumber yard for a little while. Have you been able to reconnect with any of those prior employments?
Not since I've been here, but I could once I get out and I can contact them.
Okay. And my last question is, you're in your opening statement, you mentioned developing viable life skills, and those were the words you used. What does that mean?
Like just being a better organizer, like putting my situation or putting certain things in order better, being a better decision maker, not thinking irrationally or not thinking out of impulse, and not being put in a situation where I feel like that my back is against the wall and then I make the wrong decision. Just practicing on just trying to make better decisions, not only for me, but for other ones around me.
Okay, well, at 38, and with all the programming that you've had, the goal is that you will make better decisions,
That's me.
right? That you will look to see what you're going to do
That's
in
me.
order to support yourself and your girls that you spoke of earlier. Because you have, as the chair pointed out, been on parole a few times.
Mhm.
And whether and you have not done well, and then you were on a conditional discharge when you were released. Now, I don't know what the benefit is to being on a conditional discharge, but my comment to you about being on parole or probation is you should look at that as a resource.
Yes.
They have a lot of programs that they associate with and can help you get the services that will allow you to live successfully in the community.
That's how I understand.
Yeah, because you really have struggled with that. Okay, and your release plan was to go with your girlfriend, but it looks like that's not going to work out. So you would go to a halfway house.
Yes.
Okay.
Just so I kind of wanted to go to halfway house just so I have a better avenue to those resources, or have a better chance, whether I could go to my counselor, whether I could go to someone who's working at the halfway house, just to have a better avenue of resources to help me as I go slowly back into being back into the streets.
Okay, I mean, it certainly all makes sense. I mean, whether you are totally invested in it or not, if you listen to what you say, it all makes sense if you follow the plan.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sturdivant. Nothing further.
Okay, we have no further questions, so we're going to deliberate on the record, and you need to just listen and not say anything.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Sturdivant sounds like he's trying to go in the right direction. I'm concerned about work history, and occupation seems to be selling drugs. And in the past, he's had possession of guns. No charges that relate to violence, but possession of guns, which is indicative of a drug dealer. I want to hear what my fellow board members are thinking in this case.
so for me, Mr. Sturdivant, and just looking at his history, has had opportunities on parole where they had good guidance for him, and he violated that. He violated parole. He was in treatment, but was still selling drugs. So he's here asking for parole when he has not demonstrated that he can go out there and keep a job. When he said he worked at Subway, that was for 10 months. He had his OSHA certification that would have given him employment in the construction business. So if that's not something that he liked, then, he could have moved into an area while he kept one of those jobs. He chose to stop. He talked about his children needing him, but they've been there. I think his twin daughters are 15 years old? I'm not sure about the number of children. It said 3, but I have 18 to 15 and 1 3-year-old. So anyway, so he always knows that his children always been there depending on him, and he has not demonstrated that. I can hear him saying that he now knows that he really has to be a good father by wanting to do that 24 dad. But I think Mr. Sturdivant has to take that Voices program in order to know the negative impact his drug selling has on his community and the public at large. And that having a gun, even though it has been fired, is also dangerous because you just never know in light of what's going on in the public today. So for me, I had Mr. Sturdivant denied.
So I agree with everything that's been said. I do see that Mr. Sturdivant, I'm looking at his criminal history. He's had a number of opportunities on probation and parole. He had a conditional release most recently. He has had some work in the community. We don't have, there's an indication he worked in a lumber yard for a number of years. And as the chair pointed out recently at a Subway. His last disciplinary report was a little over a year ago, so I do see some change in that respect. I do see the opportunity of going to a halfway house and working with those resources in the community. Keeping in mind that Mr. Sturdivant does score very high for risk to recidivate. However, I am looking at that he's 38 years old. Well, I don't want to say he has support in the community. He has his children, which Ms. Chance pointed out have always been there. I do think that he could benefit from the Voices program, but I also think that he has, unless we did a rehear to bring him back to do the Voices program, which, I guess is an option. I think that Mr. Sturdivant has done what would benefit him in terms of reacclimating back into the community successfully. So other than a rehear, I would be in favor of granting him parole today. And if we did a rehear, bring him back in 6 months, do the Voices program, continue to work. And no more disciplinary reports. It's been over a year, but it would show a commitment.
And come up with a job plan.
And come up with a job plan. That's not a bad idea, Mr. Cole.
And a really realistic release plan, because right now he doesn't have one.
Yeah.
I did look at the 2017 technical violation.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what it was. It was, he went to the gun range with his boss, and then
yeah, we can see, I guess, that, but it's also Mr. Sturdivant is an adult.
Yep.
He understands what his restrictions are.
And right after that, in October of 2018, he had a pistol without a permit. So that's even after that charge.
that was the charge. That was the conviction.
For going to the gun range.
Yeah, that was the conviction for going to the gun range.
His other one was in 2009.
Yeah.
And before that one, it was 2005.
Yeah.
I would support Voices. I think the other one that they offer up there is New Thinking, right?
New Thoughts?
New Thoughts.
New Thoughts.
Is that available at Carl Robinson, Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. All right, we'll see if Mr. Sturdivant can put his thoughts to action.
What were you thinking? How long did you say?
6 months.
6 months, so like September.
November.
September.
So I'm not in favor, so I'm gonna,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So you want to give him till September?
Yes.
And the recommendation to complete voices and which one?
And new thoughts.
No disciplinary reports and a release plan that includes employment.
And if
Okay.
he's serious about getting a CDL, he can certainly begin that process
Begin the process.
and explore what it will take for him to get involved in that.
Okay, in the case of Chauncey Sturdivant, inmate number 311444. And so we're gonna do inadequate release plan and inadequate institution program because we're asking him
Yes.
to do. Okay. We are denying requests for discretionary parole today for these reasons: inadequate institution program participation and inadequate release plan with a rehear date of September 2025 with recommendation to complete Voices program, new thoughts, no disciplinary reports, and a release plan to include job opportunities. Do I have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. So, Mr. Sturdivant, my colleagues are giving you an opportunity to complete those programs, no DRs, and we will see you in September.
All right, thank you.
Okay, good luck.
Have a good day. All right.
This includes the hearing for Chauncey Sturdivant 311. Good morning.
Good morning to you guys as well.
May I please have your name?
Nick Ortiz.
Thank you.
Dick. All right.
Good morning. My name is Officer Williams. Today is Tuesday, March 25th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information and information of this hearing.
Good morning, George Chance.
Good morning, Mike Paul.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Nick Ortiz. Inmate number is 243077.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Nick Ortiz, 243077. He is serving a sentence of 10 years execution suspended after 5 years or 4 years of probation for 2 counts of possession with intent to sell. As of today, records reflect the fraud date of January 8th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed to show the offender has completed the following program. Good intention, bad choices, tier 2, and is currently working. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender's overall score for the consideration falls in a very high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Go ahead, Mr. Ortiz.
All right, what was that question? I didn't hear.
This is your opportunity to express to the board why you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay, because I'm a changed man. I take full responsibility for my actions. I learned a lot in Tier 2 program and Good Intention Bad Choices program. I had jobs waiting for me for when I be released. When I get that established, I'm going to focus on getting a better job so that I can have a better opportunity. And most importantly, I'm going to reach out and help the community and change lives in a positive way by teaching the community my life experience, what I've learned and what I've been through. I'm going to do amazing things.
Mr. Ortiz,
Can you slow down?
slow down just a little bit. We want to make sure that we're getting all you've written down there.
I apologize. Should I start all over?
Please, for me anyways.
Yeah.
Because I'm a changed man. I take full responsibility for my actions. I learned a lot in Tier 2 program and Good Intention and Bad Choices program. I have 2 jobs waiting for me for when I be released. When I get that established, I'm going to get a better job so that I can have a better opportunity. But most importantly, I'm going to reach out to the community and change lives in a positive way by teaching the community my life experience, what I've learned and what I've been through. I'm going to do amazing things. When it comes to me doing the right thing, reaching out, helping the community, sky's the limit. I'm going above and beyond my potential. I'm going to reach the stars. I'm going to be so effective and successful because when somebody feels what you're saying on top of understanding what you're saying, they are going to be so motivated that they're going to be uplifted and change their life in a positive way and share that with people they know.
Okay, Mr. Ortiz. Thank you for that speed reading of what you have accomplished so far.
Oh,
Okay.
I have accomplished a lot. I accomplished, this is from Tier 2, my certificate, and this is for Good Intention and Bad Choices. One of the things that I learned is important. I was in denial all my life until I got locked up in this bed and I went to a program. These programs told me that it's okay for you to reach out for help. It's not good to be embarrassed because it's gonna hold back from you making progress. But I learned how to not be embarrassed and reach out for help. And one thing I learned is so important that you can learn from other people's experience to the point where you can take heed and apply that to you and help out someone else that's in the wrong path. To me, I'm gonna do great. Doing good is not good enough. Doing good is good when you go out there and you're working, you're not breaking the law. But to me, that's selfish because if you're not giving back to the community, then it's bad. It's not good. It's not good. So I'm focused on not doing good, doing great. I'm going to pour out my heart, mind, and soul into it. We all can accomplish the impossible. How do we do that? We just got to be focused and put our heart and mind and soul into it. And when we approach things with that, sky's the limit.
Okay, so you have been selling drugs for quite some time. But I also read that you've had previous employment history. You worked at Little Caesar. You were there full-time for at least a year. But you also worked as a construction worker.
Correct.
Right. So what happened with those jobs?
Little Caesar closed because of the COVID. And the construction business slowed down so the COVID. So I got so depressed and I just was careless and made that decision. I'm embarrassed to admit that I do that. Look at my age. I'm 47. I was supposed to finish school, owning a house. So, what went wrong is just that I was so depressed that I lost hope. Like at the time, I lost hope. I didn't know who to reach out for help because a lot of programs was closed during the COVID. But I'm glad that this happened because it gave me the strength to change. This saved my life. This made me wake up to see reality. You know what I mean? I lost 2 friends, and one of the reasons why I changed my life because I lost 2 friends while I was in Walker Correctional Institution to drugs and a relative. So when you lose somebody close to you, you know, because of that, you start looking at things differently. You know what I mean? You get disgusted. Like, I'm still in shock, but that gave me more than enough motivation and the strength to just overcome to the point that I say to myself, I'm done. I'm 47 years old. Tomorrow's not promised to no one. I don't want to do that no more. That desire, that fire is dead, and I'm glad that I landed in jail. It saved my life. I could have been one of the ones that caught COVID and died or got shot and killed. But thanks God, he spared my life and put me in this position where I could talk and change my life. But like I said, my main focus is not just doing good, doing great. I have to give out to the community. I broke the law, so it's only right that I give back and change lives and save lives.
You know, you've been at this for quite some time. You have a really extensive criminal history. And I know you've been at it for quite some time. Do you know of anyone that you sold the heroin or crack to that didn't make it?
Thank God that never happened in my case. You know what I mean? Thank God that never happened in my case. You know, but people around me passing away, and it's like I still can't believe it. Like, this never happened in the streets before. People dying off of drugs. And then the friend that I lost, I'm gonna bring this up. The friend that I lost, he lost his life smoking marijuana because it had fentanyl. I still can't believe it. Like I said, you know, I'm gonna fight for people, not just for myself. And I'm gonna do that with pouring my heart, mind, and soul, and what I've learned.
Well, have you ever been in, or when was the last time that you participated in a treatment program in the community?
The last 2 times I was in a halfway house, which I completed successfully without getting into trouble. The first time I was
what
released,
happened?
I just lost hope. During when COVID hit, I lost hope. I didn't know who to talk to. I was depressed. Nobody didn't really want to reach out to nobody because they didn't want to catch COVID. This happened during the COVID. And I mean, I don't know. It is what it is, though, man. You know, like I said, I thank God that I came here. Because I could have been one of those that didn't make it.
Yeah,
and
you're very, very fortunate, Mr. Ortiz. And I know in reading your case, you don't seem to have many people in the community that are a support for you. You only mentioned your aunt. Who else do you have?
Well, that's basically about it. My grandmother was my strongest support, but she died in 1996 to, you know, stomach cancer. So my life really, you know, changed for kind of the worse since she passed away. You know, there's so many things that I want to say, you know what I mean? And one of the things that I'm saying that I didn't say then was what I'm telling you now about my grandmother. You know, I didn't really have too much of a strong supporting cast, but I don't blame nobody. At the end of the day, I made that choice and I'm embarrassed because of it. You know, I'm not even supposed to be here. Like I said a few minutes ago, I'm supposed to be having a career, owning a house, doing good, having a family, and being a great, because I'm an animal lover. I love being.
But how do you get there? How do you get there? How do you get to owning that house?
By being determined, committed, and dedicated.
What vocational program were you trying to get into at the facility?
What program did I get into in this facility?
Well, which vocational program were you trying to get into?
I didn't look into that because what I want to do is probably available in the streets, and like I just want to work with people. Exactly what it is, I don't know, but I just want to work with people because I've always been gifted like that, you know, at helping people, doing the better. You know what I mean? It's always been in me, but I was just ignoring that because of the struggles that I was going through.
So then what kind of a job would you look for in the community?
Well, the job that I have waiting for me is a warehouse. What's the name of it? Brazzutos. That's one of them, but that's not all I want to do. I want to reach out to the PAL Foundation. I want to reach out to the Powell Foundation and the Wilmore Foundation and volunteer. I just want to volunteer. Once I get enough experience, I'll get a certificate and pretty much take it from there. But I do want to work with people. That's not what I just want to do, working at a warehouse. I want to do more than that. And that's how I'm reaching out, helping people.
Yeah. But, you know, Mr. Ortiz, I also hear you saying that you need to talk with someone. What does your release plan look like for when you go back in the community?
But if I be released and go back to community, whenever that is, like I said, I'm gonna focus on helping people. Like I don't desire nothing else but that. That's all I want to do for the rest of my life is help people out.
Yeah, but you know, here's how it works, Mr. Ortiz. You have to help yourself first before you can help other people. So you have a substance abuse problem, possible mental health, and you need job training. So you have to address those three things before you can say you're helping someone. Does that make sense?
Okay, I co-sign for what you're saying. You're 100% right. Thomas and Avenue have a lot of job training in Waterbury. So that's, you know, one of the things that I'm, you know, because I can, you know, go to class and get enough experience and just go on there. I know I'm going to do what's necessary.
Okay. So you want to connect with the Waterbury what?
Yes. Yes.
What's the name of the place?
I think it's called Job Training in Thomas Avenue. I don't have full information on it, but I have it back at the dorms and my personal property, all that information.
What kinds of drugs were you using?
I was using marijuana. But one thing I learned, just because I'm not using marijuana, all drugs are the same. Anything that we do in life that we don't need to do, it's all the same. It'll destroy your life. At the end of the day, an addiction is an addiction. And once we can master that, we can do anything we want to do and be successful at it.
Have you thought about getting your GED?
Yes, I have thought about it. Excuse me?
What?
But
why haven't you followed through?
Because I'm focused on my addiction, helping people out. I was more focused on that.
Yeah. So, Mr. Ortiz, like I said, you have to work on yourself.
Right.
Because if you don't, you're just going to keep coming back in here. You have a very high risk to recidivate and come back in, very high. So if you don't focus on taking care of you, whenever you go out here, all you're going to do is come right back in. So you're going to have to figure out how to make a commitment to take care of yourself first. Okay?
Okay.
All right. I'm all set.
Thank you. So, Mr. Ortiz, all I want to follow up on is a little bit, you know, people with lived experience like yourself are excellent with helping other people who are struggling in the community. But you cannot help anybody unless you've got yourself all together. So that's what the chair was trying to get to, is that, you know, you need to maybe work on your GED while you're doing other things in the community.
I agree. I'm not gonna lie. I agree.
Yeah. Because you scored. Go ahead.
You can't save the world if you're not right yourself.
Right, and that's what the chair was just trying to get you to look at that big picture. Because I see that you want to work at the soup kitchen. The soup kitchens, the food pantries, they always need extra hands, right? And that is a way to give back. And in the meantime, you can also work a job yourself, go to school if that's what's needed, you know, for job training. The Waterbury Reentry Center is full of opportunities. right? So you score, as the chair said, very high for risk to recidivate, and only you have control over that. So they look at your criminal history, which you can do nothing about, but you can change the future. Your education, your employment status, social support, and attitude in the community. So those are all the things that this assessment has identified that you need to be thinking about, right? So improving your education, improving your social supports in the community, being employed, those are all areas that you have control over that will help you stay out of jail and help you from making bad decisions.
I agree.
Okay. It could be as simple as that.
I'm definitely gonna work on that. I got that in mind. I just got to do it, and I'm gonna do it because, like I said, it might not be a next time. I could be the next one to pass away. So that right there was enough to motivate me to say, "F that. I want to do the right thing."
And marijuana just makes you tired, allows you to make bad decisions, right? So it's a drug that affects how you think.
I agree. You're 100% right.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Ortiz, thank you.
Okay, so we have no further questions, Mr. Ortiz, so we're going to deliberate. You just have to listen and not say anything, and then we'll give you our decision.
Okay.
So, Mr. Ortiz, he completed good intention, bad choices, and tier 2, and has a janitor job. And he seems to have done well in his janitor job. He expressed to us how much the good intentions and the tier 2 program has really opened his eyes. He's learned a lot. He's been in denial all his life. It has helped him to identify areas that he needs to work on. So he's rated high, but I would be willing to give him an opportunity to go out and, do what he says he's going to do. He's gonna go to the Waterbury Reentry Center for a job, possibility of a job at Bazoodas. He does have his aunt as support. He knows that he cannot go back and reconnect with old friends because he said he knew that doing that was wrong. So that's where I am. Ms. Smith from Mayor.
I agree with you, Madam Chair. I do have Mr. Ortiz granted. I liked what I heard this morning. If he follows through with his plan, I think Mr. Ortiz has the opportunity to be very successful in the community. He's 46. It is, he's been on supervision altogether 4 times. So not a tremendous amount, but he should take advantage of what parole and probation will offer him from this sentence and look at it as an opportunity.
And he hasn't gotten any DRs.
And he has no DRs. And he has thoughts for employment. We do know that Bazoodos is a reasonable employment opportunity. Yes. So I do have.
I just have halfway house.
Yeah, I had mental health evaluation treatment as being necessary.
Okay, and I had halfway house also.
Yeah, okay. So in the case of Nick Ortiz, inmate number 243077, I make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after March 25th, 2025, with the following conditions. Mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, and released to a halfway house. Do I have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Mr. Ortiz, we wish you the best of luck. And please follow through with what you've shared with us today.
I want to say thank you for allowing me to have the opportunity to speak. That means a lot. Like I said, the most important things in life is the small things. If we can appreciate the small things in life, we'll appreciate the quality of life a lot better that way.
Okay, good luck.
Good
This
luck.
concludes the hearing for Nick Ortiz 28077.
I'm all set, right?
Thank you.
Can I please have your name?
Hi,
May I please have your name?
Jeremy Haynes, Haynes.
Morning, my name is Paroles Williams. Today is Tuesday, March 25th, 2025, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Parties and Paroles. The following board members are present this time, and by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, George
Good
Chance.
morning, Mike Paul.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Good morning, Jeremy Haynes, 141004.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Jeremy Haynes, 141004. He is serving a sentence of 16 years, execution suspended after 5 years with 5 years of probation for 3 counts of sales of narcotics, illegal possession of a weapon in a motor vehicle. As of today, records reflect a proligibility date of May 20th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There's a federal accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed, and the offender has not completed any programs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender's overall score for recidivism falls in the very high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you should be granted parole. Thank you again.
Why I should be granted parole?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing through the speaker. Well, I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. First of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity to have this hearing. I accept full responsibility for what I did and the way I was living. I'm sorry. I'm embarrassed, ashamed. My mom's really mad at me about it, and it's just I was caught up in a lifestyle that I struggled getting out of. I know what it's like to be clean. I've had clean time before, and I missed it. Luckily, I was stopped when I got arrested. I could have ended up dead, or even worse, somebody else could have lost their lives because of what I was doing and the way I was living. So in that aspect, I'm very lucky that myself and nobody else was killed, basically, because it's that real. Since I got arrested and being incarcerated, I've gotten requests. You know, it's not for lack of trying, but there's waiting lists. I tried getting into, I'm currently in Tier 4. I'm in the Tier 4 program. It's going well. I'm attending NA, AA meetings, averaging 5 days out of the week, sometimes 6 if I can, but you know, I'm doing about five meetings a day, participating in group. I have applied for Tier 2 and Voices, VOCAD, the Second Chance program, and I got requests saying that I've been put on a waiting list, so I'm sorry I wasn't able to have those completed for today, but that's the way it goes. I do have support out there. My mom still supports me, and my girlfriend and a few other people that are rooting for me, including myself. You know, once the fog lifted and I kind of snapped out of that haze that I was in for, you know, a few years, I love being clean. I love being sober. I enjoy going to the meetings and affiliating myself with positive people. I have employment. I can get a job. My girlfriend, she does hiring for Ocean State job lot. So if worse comes to worse, I can go there to work. But I do. I install garage doors. I've been doing that for 30 years. I can pretty much go to any garage door company and get a job right then and there. My mom is gonna help me. She wants me to reopen a jewelry business. I make jewelry. And she's pushing me towards doing that because I was really good at it, actually. Honestly, I was really good at it. Proud to say. And it was good. It kept me busy. I'd like to, my goal is to build and sell mini homes. Ultimately, that's not going to happen as soon as I get out, obviously, but that's my long-term goal. Attend NA and AA meetings. I've thrown in the towel and called it quits. I can't live like that anymore. I know that. I've accepted that. Not only that, I'm at peace with that. I feel good about that. I've enjoyed the growth that I have made, and I can't remember what I wanted to say.
Okay, Mr. Hayes, so we appreciate your opening comments. It might be just better if we ask questions.
That'd be a lot easier for me. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to ask Mr. Poe to begin the question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Haynes.
Hi, good morning.
So I just want to take care of a couple of things real quick. So
okay,
we're here for selling narcotics.
Yep.
And were you working at Overhead Door at the same time?
Well, I was working at Overhead Door, and I started messing up, slipping back into the lifestyle. So I lost my job, and I got caught for selling drugs. I was selling drugs to support a habit that I had. At the time, I was unemployable.
Yep. I get that whole piece.
Okay.
And possession of a weapon or motor vehicle, that was a knife.
Yeah, I don't.
Why the knife?
I don't even remember, honestly. I mean,
what was the use of a knife?
It was really no use. I don't even know. I can't honestly answer that question. I didn't have any intention to use it. I'm not a violent person at all. I have no, violent crimes on my history. I'm not like that. It might not have even been mine. I don't remember, to be honest with you. Like I said, I'm sorry to say that those days are kind of blurry.
Okay. I mean, that's okay. That's fine.
I mean, I accept responsibility. Was my truck.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah,
thank you.
all right.
And there were several people or not several, 3 people in the vehicle at the same time on May 14th when you were arrested for sale of narcotics, and that's at the same time that you had the knife conviction. And then and then we're at May of 2020. January 2020, just what was up with the sales? What were you selling?
I was selling fentanyl and cocaine.
And what were you using?
Fentanyl and cocaine.
Okay, so, have you had any success with, recovery in the community in the past?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so what were you doing in the community when you were in recovery?
When I was in recovery, I was working, first and foremost, very important. Going to meetings.
What kind of meetings?
NA, AA, either or. To me, it's a drug. It's
What
a
else
drug.
besides meetings?
Actually, believe it or not, my girlfriend and I, we were in yoga. We got into yoga, and that was a huge
Yeah,
help.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
What else
huge help.
beyond yoga?
Just meditation. Kept busy. You know, at work, I was. My girlfriend and I, we'd go out to dinner. We'd go out and have fun, like normal
Good.
people. Yeah.
How many people in recovery did you have in your life?
Oh, several. That was everybody that was in the meetings, basically. We were all like a family, and it,
So you did stuff outside of the meetings?
with those people.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Coffee shops and, you know, bowling.
Okay, so, and then what happened that you relapsed?
I stopped going to meetings.
Of course,
Stopped going,
that's,
yeah, number one.
and stop doing all of the rest of the stuff, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you know how to get it going again.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sorry to
So
say.
your first step is that you're in tier 4. And,
Yes.
you've been in there for now 6 months, or you just started it?
Well, they just, I started about a little over a month ago.
Okay, so-
I guess there was a waiting list and the timing was just, you know, it is what it is.
Okay.
I finally got in and.
So I really think that, you have the ability to head in the right direction.
Absolutely.
However, this completing tier 4 is incredibly important. And just, I'm speaking out of turn, it's not usually like this, but I can't support your parole today. But I do want to bring you back in 6 months when you're done with the tier 4 program. Because, you know, then we can talk about offender change, and we can talk about the plans that you have to do, you know, to get back on and to do the right thing, right? Tier 4 is the best program that you can be in, you know, to deal with you, right? And I know not everybody's in that program to do what you know how to do in the community, but you can not only just take care of yourself, you might be a powerful example to some other people. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I understand. I've been through many programs before, and it's, you know, it's not the program, it's the individual and what they do within the program. I get that.
And that's really important.
Yeah.
So, Madam Chair, I don't have any further questions.
I just have one or two things to add. If I'm in favor of bringing back Mr. Hayes, it would have to be for at least a year. Mr. Hayes was selling crack cocaine and heroin to the community, and I consider them very, very serious drugs. So not only does he need to complete tier 4, but he needs to take the voice. So that's the most I would do, and I'm all set.
Yeah, I think we're all on the same page. It's for Mr. Haynes and for, you know, risk to the community, offender change, all the things that we need to consider. He needs to finish the tier 4 program. Of course, you know, we know that aftercare is a bonus and not everybody is accepted, but it would certainly be worth his efforts to see what it would take to be accepted into that as well. You know, he has 2 disciplinary reports, both very serious. They are back in 2023, so we do see that there's been some change since then as well. So that's a positive as well. But I agree with Ms. Chance that if it would be a year, because it looks like he's just kind of begun the Tier 4 program.
Yeah, maybe.
Do the voice program, maybe have even a job at the facility,
Mhm.
continue with AA and really set up a good release plan for himself.
That's what I
We
have.
know that where he wants to release to, that CCAR is very active down there.
Yep.
So there's a lot that can be done to support his success in the community
Absolutely.
before he comes back. All right, so we're all on the same page, I think. Mr. Polt?
Yeah, so would you be willing to do a year?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I
So,
just, the tier 4 program is 6 months, so that's why I was talking about 6 months, but you're right on voices and some other things that can happen. You
CCAR,
know,
absolutely,
Recovery Coach Academy.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Or something.
so in the case of Jeremy Hayes, inmate number 141004, there is a motion to deny discretionary parole today due to inadequate institutional program participation, no evidence of offender change, and inadequate release plan. We would like to give a rehear date of March 2026 with the recommendation to complete Tier 4, the Voices program, develop a relapse prevention plan, which would include connecting with CCAR. Anything else?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. So, Mr. Hayes, we will rehear you in a year, and you know what you have to do. Complete Voices, Tier 4, develop a relapse plan to include connecting with CCAR.
Okay,
Good luck.
thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Jeremy Haynes on. Good morning.
Morning.
Morning, my name is Officer Williams. Today is Tuesday, March 25th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Good morning, Mike Paul.
Deborah Smith Palmieri?
Morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Sergio Martinez, 261-366.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Sergio Martinez, 261-366. He is serving a sentence of 3 years flat for possession with intent. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of November 20th, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and showed the offender has completed the following programs: Voices and Tier 2. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender's overall score for recidivism falls in the high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you should be granted parole. May begin.
I have a letter, if you don't mind if I read it.
Go ahead.
First of all, I want to say thank you for this opportunity. I want to do something different today and just speak to you from the heart. I could have had a long letter prepared, saying everything you heard a million times.
but I want to be as real and vulnerable as I possibly can. First off, I'm exhausted by the patterns and actions of my past. I have fully embraced a new mindset, focused on making better choices. My readiness to move forward in my previous ways and behaving is genuine. Also, the support system I have now is reliable and committed to helping me stay on the right path and achieve my goals. Their encouragement and guidance play a crucial role in my journey towards a new productive lifestyle. If granted parole, I have a confirmed job waiting for me upon my release, which I have a letter here stating that I do, and which will provide me with financial stability and also the chance to make a positive impact so I can live up to the potential that my support system sees in me. I'm ready and committed to advance on this new path and demonstrate my new character. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for taking the time to write that statement, Mr. Martinez. We're going to take turn to ask you questions, and I'm going to ask Mrs. Smith-Palmieri to begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Martinez, I was listening to your open statement, and you said, you're speaking from the heart, you're exhausted. Why now? I mean, I'm looking at your criminal history. It's very long.
It is.
It includes multiple failures at community supervision. Yet, and it's the same pattern. It's possession of narcotics. You have an assault second in there. I'll give you that it was 20 years ago, though. But another possession intent. Although I look, and there are pockets of a couple of years where you do well in the community, at least in looking at your criminal history. So what makes now different?
Well, right now I look around where I'm at, and at my age, I see myself and these 20-year-olds and looking, what a waste of time. Everything that I've done for no reason. All I did was waste time, hurt my family, and thinking, every time I get out, and let me try a different way. And then, automatically go back to what I know, thinking for different results and get the same thing over and over and over again. I mean, I got people calling me OG right now, which is kind of crazy, everybody's 20 years old. I feel embarrassed. I mean, and now I realize what I put my family through. I mean, I look at them and I see my mother sometimes and I see her getting older. My father's, my father's dementia increased. He doesn't even know who I am. In the past year, they call me my brother's name. That hurts. I mean, just the time that I've lost. I mean, time that I can never get back. I mean, I realize that time is, now I understand what my parents talk about when they say life is short, you know what I mean? And just, you got to make the best of it. And I've wasted a lot of time, making the same mistakes over and over and over and over and over. And, mostly being hard on myself. I'm my worst enemy, and I'll get a job for a little while and I'll do good for a few years. And all of a sudden bills start piling up and I let the pressure just crush me. And this time around, it doesn't matter what the hell's going on. You know what I mean? It's not worth coming back to this place at all because either I'm going to be here just like, I see people here 60, 70, 80 years old, and I don't want to be like that. And I want to spend my last days with my father. It's a big difference, man. I'm just embarrassed. I'm just definitely embarrassed. Well,
yeah, I'm listening. And we hear it all the time. You're not that old. You're only 46, right? But you're old for being in prison. You're old. You're in the community. You're young. You're middle aged. You had lots of opportunities.
I was when I was in walk-in assessment. They showed me a picture when I first came in, and the picture now, and tears came down my eyes. I'm like, I just wasted so much time. You know what I mean? That was like it was an eye opener. I felt crazy. It was a crazy experience seeing my picture when I first came in, and just started calculating the years and the birthday parties and the weddings and people who died, and I feel this big. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, we certainly hear that quite often, and we also hear quite often that I'm changed and this is going to be different. And 6 months down the road, after we've granted parole, we're hearing a revocation for somebody that struggled when they got out in the community and resorted back to what they know best, right?
Well,
so when you say that the bills piled up and I resorted back. How is that going to be different this time?
Because
Other
this
than
time I'm
that
not,
you're older and you've changed.
this time I'm not going back to my old ways. If I gotta get a second job, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter what's going on out there, what the pressure is, whatever. Like, there's always an answer doing the right thing. You know what I mean? Because detouring from doing the right thing, you're definitely gonna come back, no matter how much bills you got, how much pressure it is, whatever. I mean, I never took that opportunity to go and say, you know, let me go get a second job. Let me reach out or whatever. Now I got a support system that is actually like believes in me. Is there, like, you know, this is my last chance. Like, so there's no room or time for failure. Like, no matter what the pressure is, no matter what bills are, if I gotta get a second job, a third job, whatever I gotta do, I'm gonna be out. I've seen people in here leave, come back 2 months later, 3 months later, 6 months later, you know?
Yeah, we see it too.
Yeah, I know you see it a lot. And
Yeah.
that's not me. I don't want to be that anymore. I don't want to be part of that category. I don't want to be part of that group at all.
Well, we would like that for you also. We would like you to go out in the community and really be successful, right? And what would be successful? Working, paying your bills, working on the books, because I'm looking at your work history and, you know, you have some work history, but you're not even working, you know, legally. Looks like you get paid in cash. Most of it's under the table.
Yeah, it's a family business. It's a car business or whatever. I've been there. That's, you know, that's what I usually do. But this time everything's going to be on the books. Everything's going to be legit. You know, I got to think about my future, Social Security, retirement. I don't have none of that. You know what I mean? And I feel that's another thing I'm worried about is my future.
So you took the Tier 2 program and you took the Voices program. Tell me what, and I'm sure you've taken them before. So what was your new takeaway from these programs?
Being into Voices, first of all, I mean, no matter what the crime that you commit, everybody's a victim in the crime, no matter what it is. I mean, it could be selling drugs, it could be, you know, verbal abuse, it could be whatever, but it affects everybody down the line. Friends, family. I mean, I never knew the effect that it took on people. You know, from selling drugs. But I knew that, you know, you're hurting the person that you sell it to or the person you give it to, but I didn't know that it affects also the mother or father or the spouse or whoever's involved with that person. It's deeper than what it is, you know? Yeah. It's not just.
Well, I think that the Voices, you know, it is to show you what that ripple effect of selling drugs is. Because all those guys that are in there with you that are drug users, where do you think their money comes from? They've either robbed, stolen, or, you know, sold themselves for it.
And the age group is becoming younger too. Like the people that are coming in that are, you know, addicts or on drugs are, you know, 19, 20 years old. And I heard some stories, you know.
And the Tier 2 program, what drugs were you using?
I started using cocaine and a little bit of heroin, and that's when everything started detouring. I got caught up with the, you know, I was going through a lot with my father's dementia and everything, and just made some bad choices. But what I learned from Tier 2, because it's crazy, I'm in a Tier 2 group, and I seen 3 people that I took Tier 2 with in 2002. And that was like, wow, you know, I'm just, like I said, it's an eye opener, you know what I mean? And it's like you said, if I do the same thing, I'm gonna get the same results. It's called insanity, doing the same thing, bumping your head on the wall over and over and over and over and over. Like you said, if I go, you know, somebody leaves and say, oh yeah, I'm gonna do good and come back in 6 months, that's being insane. That's just, you know what I mean? It's just.
Okay, so what's your relapse plan? To not use marijuana, to not use heroin, to not use cocaine? What is your relapse?
I'm not gonna relapse. I'm not. You mean back then or now? I'm not gonna.
I'm gonna stop you because you got to know that that's not a good answer, right?
No.
You
I'm just saying.
need to have a plan.
No, my plan is to continue with programs, whatever I got to do. You know, if I feel that urge, if I have to get a sponsor, I'll get it. I mean, whatever I have to do.
Mr. Martinez, what do you want to do? What do you think you need to do? It's not whatever you have to do. It's what do you need to do for you?
I got to stay focused. I have to stay working, stay in a positive environment. The sponsor where I'm going to is my aunt. She's a pastor, so I'm gonna be continuing going to church like I've been doing in there, and just stay around positive people and stay away from that old crowd. Stay away from that old crowd, because I know if I even just look that way, you know, I might stray, and I don't have no time for that at all. I need to focus on myself. I gotta think about my future, my family. You know, like I said, time is short, time is valuable. It's something I can never get back. It's time wasted.
Okay, because you've been on probation and parole before and you haven't done well. So probation and parole telling you this is what you have to do. This is it. Unless you know, take responsibility for yourself, and they can guide you, but unless you see the benefit of it, unless you appreciate the benefit of it, you know, it won't happen. The parole officer asked you about what would be a high risk situation. Well, from your last explanation of what you need to do, I hear lots of high risk possibilities. People going places you shouldn't be going, you know, bills.
Anything could be a trigger, you know, anything could be a trigger. But, you know, it really depends on the people that you surround yourself with. Like I said, I really have to, for me, I mean, I think now about the people that I hung with, the people that I surrounded myself with, and it was all BS, you know what I mean? It was all definitely BS, like no good. And like I see my little brother, my little brother been working his whole life. And my mother told me this the other day. She's like, look at your brother. He works, has a house, goes on vacations, has a pool. She was like, there was a point in time that you made more money than NASA and don't got shit to show for it. You know what I mean? Like, do you want to be like that? You know, and it opened my mind of like, I've been surrounding myself with some scumbags, with some losers. You know what I mean? So this time around, my whole way of doing things is different. Like I said, I got a plan. My plan is to stay focused, work, do what I got to do, stay with positive people, continue going to church. That's it. Right. One day at a time.
The plan sounds reasonable, sounds doable, you know, and should work. But ultimately, that you'll be the deciding factor in that. Because, you know, you're before us today for possession with intent. You were in a stolen car and with somebody that had a gun. The car wasn't stolen?
No, ma'am. The car had no insurance on it. The car registered in my mom's name.
All right. Right. Maybe I misunderstood what I read. But the co-defendant had a firearm, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Guy in the car? Okay. Now you put down that you want to live with your aunt, and I heard you say that she's a pastor.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? You feel that is something that you need, that it will be supportive for you in the community?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this job that you said you have verification of, tell me about it.
Well, it's a year-round job, either snow plowing, maintenance work, cleaning. It's got it right here. It's a little bit of landscaping, maintenance, property management, whatever they have available for me. I know that as soon as I get out, since it's springtime, you know, it's going to be landscaping. It's going to be whatever they got. Whatever job they got, I'm going to take. It doesn't matter what it is.
All right. Is it legitimate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And you have a lot of things, you know, you have your GED.
Yes, ma'am.
You look, you know, you appear to be physically able to work. You speak well. There is just no reason why you couldn't do well in the community.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Martinez, I have no other questions.
No questions, madam.
So, Mr. Martinez, I just want to quickly follow up with you. So you talk about going to church with your aunt, but your aunt has been a pastor for how long?
43 years.
So that's something that I'm sure she's been saying to you over and over and over and over again.
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of your mother, she's been saying the same thing. Look at your brother, he's working.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's the same story. One of the things that I read was that you have had employment at Hilltop Auto Electronics or Electric Parts on and off since 2006.
Yes, ma'am.
What's going on with that?
Well, when they're busy throughout the year, that's when I help them. I go to auctions with them, I detail cars, body work, you know, it's like an on and off job. So sometimes I'm there for 6 months, a year, and then, you know, I'm maybe off for the season or whatever. But
You know,
it wasn't.
Yeah, Mr. Martinez, you have your GED and you're 46 years old. I don't know if what you're saying, if it's going to be the truth this time, because you've been in the community before, you've been referred to treatment programs, you never completed them because you never followed through. And so I don't know what difference it's going to make this time. You talk about programs that you've taken before. So what I read was that, you know, you were using drugs and you were also selling. So, you know, I want to hear something about how you're going to stay sober, what your relapse prevention plan is, you know, what you're going to do when you get this urge to use. I didn't hear any of that, so that was concerning for me. So I'm all set.
All right.
So we have no further questions, so we're going to deliberate on the record. You can listen but not say anything.
All right. So, Madam Chair, so Mr. Martinez, he is 46 years old. He does have a very extensive record. As I stated earlier, there are some small pockets where Mr. Martinez seems to be doing well in the community, but then he does seem to fall back into a pattern of illegal activity, primarily selling drugs. He is a drug user. He scores a 3. He's done the Tier 2 program to address that risk factor. I would agree with you that we did not hear what we might want to hear in terms of a relapse plan, but I did hear him at least identify some triggers and some things that he needs to do to avoid those triggers in the community. I think the fact that he has a job waiting for him, and there was a letter in the file to that effect, and that he has a support system in the community. His mother, he mentioned his father who's ill, but he also mentioned an aunt which has agreed to allow him to live with her. So that is a positive. He has no disciplinary reports. And he does, it's a 3-year sentence with no supervision to follow. He was on probation that was terminated at the time of sentencing. Parole today would give him about a 1-year early release to the community, and I would be willing to give Mr. Martinez the opportunity on parole today.
agree.
Okay, I'll go on the minority.
Okay.
In the case of Sergio Martinez, inmate number 261366, there is a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after March 25, 2025, with the following conditions. No contact with co-defendant Jason Gibbs. And he's going to sponsor to his aunt's house. Do you have anything else?
I have nothing else, no.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Aye. Motion carries.
All right.
So, Mr. Martinez, you've been granted discretionary parole on or after today's date. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
This concludes the hearing for Sergio Martinez 261366. Good morning, ma'am. Please have your name. Good morning, ma'am. Please have your name.
Hello, my name is Vaughn, Brett Vaughn.
Thank you.
So
Good morning. My name is Officer Williams. Today is Tuesday, March 25th, 2025, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certified they reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
good morning, George Chance.
Morning, Mike Paul.
Deborah Smith Palmieri,
Please state your name and any number for the record.
Brett Vaughn, 310048.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Brett Vaughn, 310048. He is serving a sentence of 11 years and 9 years of special parole for robbery first with a firearm and burglary first. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of July 21st, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. There's no programs that have been completed state. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the overall score for recidivism falls in the low range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. Maybe then.
Thank you. I want to thank you for the opportunity. I know this is a privilege and not guaranteed.
Excuse me, before we begin. Theo Williams,
Yes.
I have him rated on the moderate threat.
Brett Vaughn. I'll check that. Give me a second.
What did you have? Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Vaughn.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you again for the opportunity. I feel like this has been a difficult journey. I take full responsibility for what happened the day of this situation. Over this last decade, I have time to evaluate with the programs that I've done. I've realized the ramifications that I caused to my community and my family, and I just want to have the opportunity to go home and turn things around the best I can.
Okay, that's it. And did you say he didn't complete any programs?
Yes, ma'am. Are you speaking to me? I'm sorry.
I was speaking to the parole officer.
I apologize.
So just give me a second.
So I have him completing too.
yeah, and I also have completed two, but those were two programs that are not on this OAP.
Right.
Okay,
So the ones that are listed are the ones that are listed that are on his OAP.
Okay, so none of what's on his OAP.
Right, right.
Right. Okay.
And I do, just for clarification, I have his scores up here.
Mhm.
His overall score is listed in the low domain.
he's moderate on the
That's what I'm
TPAI,
saying. That's,
but he's
It must hold.
lower scores.
Okay, so the scores on the face sheet says low. And then when you open up the scores, it says double moderate. So I don't know if that's like it's no glitch or, but on the face sheet, it does say low. And then once you actually open up scores, it says moderate.
yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Vaughn, there are several programs on your OAP that has not been addressed, but did you participate in Voices and Good Intentions, Bad Choices?
Yes, ma'am. I actually did Voices twice. I just completed it again at Osborne in 2024 while I was in the aftercare program. Good intentions, bad choices. I also did that with Counselor Van and McDougal. This is before COVID. I have at one point there was nothing on my OAP, so I was trying to occupy my time the best I could, but I'm not sure why it's not reflecting. And so now it seems like things are coming up on OAP and I try to knock them out. However, during the last 3 years, I was in Osborne and I was working. I was employed in the veteran dog program before I was at a clothing factory.
In the clothing factory?
Yes, ma'am.
How long?
I was from 23 to October of last year.
So about a year?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are you doing now?
I just recently come to this facility the 23rd of December. With all the moving pieces, I haven't been able to participate in anything. I'm in 9 building where it's all level 1s and 2s. So I'm in something called, I voluntarily put myself in Freedom Readers program. That's the only thing that they have available for me. I tried to sign up for tier 2, which I previously took, and I also took aftercare because I like the structure of that program. But I haven't heard anything yet from anyone. But I didn't want to make too much movement until I had an opportunity to speak to you all and see where my trajectory was.
Yeah. So the issue is, Mr. Vaughn, that we look at programs completed and we look at the disciplinary reports. And, you know, less than a year ago, you received your last ticket for threats. So what was going on there?
Okay, yeah, I did receive a ticket for threat. So this is the fine line because I'm not making excuses. I'm trying to give you a reasoning. That's actually what you're looking for, obviously. So it's like no gray area. I had an issue with an inmate over a basketball game and it transpired into the dorm, and I ended up with a threatening ticket. In hindsight, I probably could have used better words, but it.
Will you use threatening words?
Yes, I believe so. I use threatening words. And yes, ma'am, I can't take anything from that. I use threatening words. And it made me, again, lose everything. And this is a example of everything that's happening, including my situation, where I didn't use sound reasoning. I didn't take myself out of the situation to see how it affect everyone else. Because like I said, I was in the dog program when this happened. I've already completed it. I have my certificate of Department of Labor, and I'm there, and I lost everything behind just a basketball game. So hopefully that is another example where I can use that to say I have to use sound reasoning with every situation.
I also noticed that you had an intox ticket in November of 23.
Yes, ma'am. I had an intoxication ticket in 23. No excuses, but I did. I used the loss of my father as an excuse to act out, and that was the way I acted out by getting intoxicated. However, after that program, I did go into aftercare and completed that, and I felt like that was the best thing for me to.
Where did you complete aftercare?
In J Basement in Osborne.
When? Do you remember the date?
Yes, ma'am. No, I don't know the exact date. November 22, before I went into the clothing factory.
But that was.
That was right after my intoxication.
You did aftercare and then you got the ticket.
No, ma'am. I got the ticket and then I went into the aftercare program.
Well, if you were in aftercare in 11/22, that is what you said, isn't it?
11/22?
Yeah.
Yes.
And you got the ticket November 23.
Intoxication ticket 23?
That's what the record indicated. And as a matter of fact, you said you didn't do it.
I'm sorry. I said I didn't
And
do it.
then you had a contraband ticket 2 days later.
That was all one situation, because I was in SAG, RHU, and then I had contraband in my property. No, but the ticket of intoxication corresponded with me going to aftercare. That's the reason I went to aftercare.
Yeah, so there's one in February 2020, and then there's a second one, November 1st, 2023.
Yeah,
So
that's what
one before, one after.
that's what
That's
I
what-
just
Yeah,
did.
23
I'm
is when
just
I was in
clarifying.
the Osborne. Yes, ma'am.
So you did get the intox ticket after,
Mhm.
Yes.
right? So that's what I'm saying, you know, it's concerning. You have a very lengthy sentence, and I don't understand why you would not realize the significance of, you know, you being there and not having any tickets, and those tickets preventing you from getting into programs. And these are very, very serious charges, Mr. Vaughn. Very serious. And so it is concerning for me. You haven't done well on your previous community releases. And my feeling is that you indicated that you were also previously employed as a truck driver for 4 years, but were you working when you committed those offenses?
Yes, I was working.
Well, if you were working, why would you commit these crimes?
That was me juggling 2 lifestyles. I mean, I was in my 30s, an adult, but not taking full responsibility for what I needed to. So yeah, I feel like it was also poor time management on my part. Outside of work, I wanted to go and do what I should have been doing, where I should have been home or doing something productive. So that I don't want that to ever be an issue again. That's why I understand what you're saying with the tickets. However, I feel like it's all about the pivot, and I did pivot from that ticket by going into the tier 4. I don't know why those dates are misconstrued.
You went into the tier 4?
Excuse me, aftercare, which is pretty much the same thing, correct?
You have to complete the tier 4 program and then do aftercare. And the tier 4 program lasts 6 months.
I did that in my previous incarceration, so they said I could just do aftercare this time around. That's what I did here.
Your previous incarceration?
Yes.
How long ago?
That was I was released in 2011, and I did 3 years.
But you completed that time in October of 2011.
Yes.
Yeah. So for me, today, Mr. Vaughn, I really do think that based on your disciplinary reports, that I do think you need to do some programs. And I would like to, you're not working now, are you?
No, I'm not currently working.
So you need to get a job assignment. You say you have an associate degree, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't understand why you're here. You did indicate that for the intox ticket, it was due to the loss of your father. But I think you need to really figure out what road you want to take for your life and prepare yourself appropriately. This incarceration, you've acquired 11 disciplinary reports. I only touched on the most recent ones that are less than 2 years. And so I think you need to do a little bit more work Mr. Vaughn. Okay? So
Okay.
I'll see if there are any questions my colleagues have.
Thank you,
Ms.
Madam Chair.
Palmieri.
So, Mr. Vaughn, did you know the victims in this case?
No, I did not. I was familiar with the household, but I did not know the victim.
You know, you said you were the getaway because it's a robbery one, a burglary one, and there's firearm involved. I read that there was a gun placed to the victim's head, and you seem to be the person that was identified inside the house, yet you say you were the getaway driver. Are they one and the same?
Yes, they were one and the same that day. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
All right. All right. And you were under the influence? That you report?
Yes.
So you were working as a truck driver at the time. Why did you get involved in this?
Living two lifestyles. I not that I feel like these came easy to me, but I just felt like I could work and play around in the streets, and obviously it's not a good option.
All right, Mr. Vaughn, thank you. Nothing further, Madam Chair.
No question, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we have no further questions for you, Mr. Vaughn. We're going to deliberate on the record.
All right. Thank you.
So for me, these are very serious charges, and as of now, Mr. Vaughn has, he does not have a good track record of leading community releases. He has acquired 11 disciplinary reports, and since coming to Carl Robinson, I believe it's due to the DRs that he's not been able to participate in programs that I think he really needs to take. He has, he's not working. He said he completed the Voices program, but in his DRs, he has an intox ticket, which he said he had completed the Tier 4 prior to that. So I think Mr. Vaughn has some more work to do in terms of completing positive programs, getting a job assignment, and come up with a relapse prevention program on what he's going to do when he goes back in the community, how he's going to prevent himself from getting into these criminal charges. His history as previous robbery third, robbery first, and conspiracy to commit robbery. So he needs to figure out a better way to live.
I agree with all that you said. His criminal history is concerning in lieu of what the current charges are, the robbery one, the burglar one, that involved firearm and a very young victim. I do think that Mr. Vaughn, although not on his OAP, has taken a number of good programs. Problem, I think, is that he's taken these programs to address offender change and criminal thinking, yet he has all these disciplinary reports during the time that he says he was taking the programs and after the programs. So I agree with you, Madam Chair. It's concerning in terms of his poor decision-making, that he has poor decision-making after having taken the programs, which should provide him with better opportunities for making good decisions. So that's a concern in the community. He's got 1 year to his end sentence. He's got 9 years of special parole to follow.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, I don't.
What Mr. Paul says.
Yeah, I don't have a vote.
And DOC has other plans for. So
Right,
I would also be opposed to parole.
you would be opposed to, so it's a straight deny. So I have no contact with victim KI, no contact with co-defendant JJ, no consumption of alcohol. And I don't know about this sponsor.
Well, I
So-
think his sponsor was confirmed that he could go to his wife's. So he does not need a halfway house.
Okay, So is there anything else you want to put for his condition special parole? Okay. So I have him for criminal history, for institutional adjustment. And
Nature of circumstance.
Yes,
yeah,
I think that's.
yeah. So in the case of Brett Vaughn, inmate number 310048, there is a motion to deny discretionary parole for these reasons. Nature and circumstances of the current offense, criminal history, and poor institutional adjustment. And because Mr. Vaughn has 9-year special parole, the motion includes special parole conditions of no contact with victim KI, no consumption of alcohol, and no contact with co-defendant James Jarman.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Mr. Vaughn, we wish you the best of luck.
All right, thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Brett on 1204. Morning, can I have your name, please?
Good morning. My name is Len Byrd.
Good morning, my name is Officer Williams. Today is Tuesday, March 25th, 2025, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning, and by stating the names on the record, certified they reviewed all statutory documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
By chance.
Mike Bull.
Deborah Smith, Mary.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Len Byrd, 313652.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a application for Len Byrd, 313652. He is serving a sentence of 6 years execution suspended up to 30 months with 3 years of probation for a violation of probation, sales of narcotics, possession with intent in an attempt assault 3rd degree. As of today, records reflect a eligibility date of May 20th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. Voices. Utilizing a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, SCOREGO. Offender's overall score for recidivism falls at a high range. This offender also has a static 99 score of a 2, which is in the low to moderate range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be getting parole. You may begin.
Yes, I'm at a point where that if I do not just accept the truth, and when I say truth, basically I'm in the spiritual sense where the duty of a man is to just fear God and keep the commandments, and I feel like anything other than that, I'm just not gonna win. It's just the reality that I'm not gonna win. So since I've been in here, I've just been concentrating on just reading the scriptures and just getting in tune with literally just following the law, following the law, which coincides with the law of earth, but just following the law and basically hearkening to the commandments, so curses don't come upon me. And that's just my whole life. I just been had a trouble spirit and not accepting how serious that is, just to have a spirituality, just accepting the seriousness of that. And honestly, I feel like that this time, basically, I feel like that is set in stone with me as far as literally just that's the spirit of truth, this truth and reality of this follow the commandments, man. That's just the reality of it and the seriousness of it. Not to take you to anything.
So, Mr.
That's
Byrd,
it.
why do you think he should be granted parole?
I should be granted parole because I accept what I did, and came to the conclusion that this is not this is not it's not life. This is not life. This is not life. And it's tiresome. It's weary and tiresome. That's just it's weary and tiresome. I'm ready just to go back out and continue to do the positivity that I was doing before I came. You know, like I said, I got certain certificates. I got, my CDLs. I had my job, still got my job. And before I came in, I was on an upward trajectory. But I know I had to come in. I know I had to face the music. But I'm just ready to get back out there just to can't do what I was doing before I came in. And that's to stay on that upward trajectory.
Okay, so we're gonna ask you questions, Mr. Byrd. We'll each take
Yes, ma'am.
turns and then we'll deliberate on the record and give your answer. Mr. Pohl will begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Byrd.
Good morning.
So just a couple of things up front. One is that you applied for community release and were denied, right?
Yes, well, they denied me a TS. I never got the halfway house denial, but they denied, they sent me back a paper that said TS, transitional supervision denial. And I went over to the council. He don't understand why I got that specific paper back and not the community release halfway house paper back. So I don't know what's going on with that. But as far as getting denied, I did receive a transitional supervision denial.
So that I have just community release system, which is just the whole halfway house. So you've been out on supervision 8 times and probation. And 7 of those times it just violations, right? So you haven't been able to do well out there on probation. You back 15 years ago, you did a parole supervision that was basically 11 months that you were able to successfully complete. But as of lately, it's, you get out and you do things or you don't do things and you wind up with a denial or not a denial, a violation, which is, it's tough for us to look at, right? Because what we're supposed to be here for is suitability for parole. And what that means is that, in our opinion, based upon our experience, are you somebody who's likely to go out and stay free of criminal activity, right? And
Yes.
there's a lot of violations here, to your credit, yet you don't have, disciplinary reports while you're in there. However, you took voices, which is a good program to take relative to what you had going on here. But there wasn't an addiction services program. And part of this happened in a bar, right?
Correct.
And we have, sure it's legal, but you got, your use of marijuana every other day. I think that's what you told the parole officer.
So, yes, in my past, yes.
And, there isn't a tier program, like a tier 2 type of program. What do you know about recovery? And are you somebody that you think needs recovery?
What I know about recovery is, if it's a technical question. As far as myself with it, do I feel like I need recovery? Yes, but not on the level. Like I said, my recovery is more of, like I said, spiritual. It's more, like I said, it was more involving me involving myself into the scriptures. That's the best recovery for me. And that answers that. I mean, like I said, it's you do things, there's consequences of your actions, and just knowing the seriousness of not doing what you're supposed to do, which I took advantage of, caused me to get in trouble. So it's that, like I said, it's more of just leaning into the scriptures for me when it comes to recovery,
So you don't think a program out here is something that you really need?
No, I would take. I mean, if I would take the program, I wouldn't deny
an ongoing program. Like
yes,
there's many paths of recovery.
Yes, you're right. Correct. I think mine is spiritual, but like I said, I will not denounce a program. A treatment program. I would not denounce that because everything goes hand in hand. So I would not denounce it. But
is it something that you're going to look for?
Yes, absolutely.
You want to go with your mother in Ansonia?
Yes, sir.
And you have experience landscaping?
I can't hear you. Excuse me.
You have experience landscaping?
Yes. It's
and
more.
That's what you.
Yeah. It's not so much cutting grass. It's more. I got my applicator's license through the DEEP, so we're putting down chemicals, pesticides, herbicides, fungicides. It's more that type of landscaping versus cutting grass and that in that sense. So we're just putting down a lot of.
So a lawn care company.
Yes.
Like
Yeah.
I'm going to pass it on to see if other people have questions.
Ms. Smith, Manani.
So, Mr. Byrd, you were on probation when you got arrested on the new charges for selling drugs?
Yes.
Okay. So what, if you were working, why were you selling drugs?
Honestly or not, it was something that at that time I just wasn't ready. I guess I wasn't ready to give it up. I just wasn't ready to give it up. It was more that was an addiction in itself, if that makes sense. That was just something I didn't need to do. But one thing I learned with that is just giving up like the so-called fame and you just thinking that made you somebody, if that makes it. At that time I felt like it made me who I was, even though I was working and doing everything I was supposed to do. I just felt like that, as far as how people viewed me, which was, now that I look at it, was nonsense. But at that time, it's the fame. It was the fame. I ain't gonna. That was
So it wasn't really so it wasn't a money thing. It was a status.
It was a status. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Perfect.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And then your other charges for criminal attempt assault third, where you're accused of putting a drug in a waitress's drink, and they had you on video. Is that something that you want to elaborate on at all?
Yes, I can.
Why you would
That-
do something like that?
Yes, I can. I did not do that. That was on its way to trial. But because I had the VOP hearing, basically I was caught in a corner where they sent me to the VOP hearing. I was ready to do the VOP hearing. But when I got to that point, they came to me with an offer and told me to take 18 months flat, no probation, and would drop it because it was all felony. It was possession. It was a lot of charges with that situation.
It started out as an assault second
Right.
and a reckless endangerment.
And a possession of narcotic and an intent to sell. It was a sales in that.
Right.
And that, I don't know, I have all my report, but there was never no drugs found. And the video, that is a fault. There was never no video. There was never no video. And that's why I did not want to go to trial. They told me there was a video. None of that came to the discovery. So,
Okay.
and
All
with
right.
that, okay, go ahead.
I'm just saying, so that's your explanation. You deny it occurred, but you pled guilty
Yeah.
because it was all part of a package.
Because it was a fact, because it's a damn if I do, if I don't, with the VOP hearing. If I wasn't on violation of probation, if I wasn't on probation, then I would have went, obviously, it would have went to the trial. But because I had the VOP hearing, it was more of, if you go to hearing, if we're gonna prove you guilty because you was absconding, you didn't show up. So that's automatically, you owe 5 years. So do you wanna, you have a time hanging. Do you wanna play with that and come back to court on dead time? So that's basically, a lot of that was involved in that.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for explaining your version of it. All right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Byrd. I have nothing further to mention.
Okay, so we have no further questions, Mr. Byrd. We're going to deliberate. You can listen but not say anything.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm concerned with, the current offense is just another situation where, offense was committed, not reported, and here we are.
Right.
I'm concerned that there wasn't a tier program there. I want to hear what fellow board members have to say.
So I can tell you that for me, Mr. Byrd, I did not hear any type of offender change. I know he did take the Voices program and he did not have any disciplinary reports. I too would have preferred Mr. Byrd to participate in a substance abuse program. And I know previously he said he had completed the MCCA program while on probation, so for substance abuse treatment. But here we are again, with another violation, which he seems to have a few of them. And his idea of whether he wants to have recovery, is concerning. I think if he had taken a tier program or an addiction services program, that it might shed a little more insight for him. So I had him denied for his criminal history on probation or performance, inadequate police plan.
I also had him denied for the same reasons. I did not hear much in terms of offender change. He's got 7 failures on community supervision, and his criminal record is concerning. It is a multitude of charges, including domestic violence, violation of protective order. So, but really primarily, he scores high for risk to recidivate, and there was very little evidence of offender change presented today. Yeah. So he's just not suitable.
So we could have inadequate instead of inadequate release plan. So which ones did you want to do?
Go ahead.
Criminal history, on probation, poor performance in the community, and inadequate evidence of offender change.
Or performance on probation.
On community release.
He wasn't a community release.
Well, I call it 7 failures, were they all probation?
Right, but his performance was just on the 3 most recent one on probation.
Okay,
Well, current offense committed while on probation, I think is significant.
right, we can have that one.
Yeah. His criminal history and inadequate evidence of offender change. We want to.
But he also had 7 community failures, so that's why I added that one. So you can go with 3 or you can go with 4.
The 3 are criminal history,
Mm-hmm,
current offense committed on probation,
mm-hmm,
and inadequate evidence of offender change.
yeah, you go with that?
Yeah.
Okay. In the case of Byrd, inmate number 313652, there is a motion to deny discretionary parole due to criminal history, current offense committed while on probation, and inadequate evidence of offender change. All in favor?
I,
Okay, carries. So Mr. Byrd, we could not help you today. We wish you much success.
All right now.
This concludes the hearing for Byrd 13652. Morning, can I have your name, please?
Robert Pitts.
Good morning, my name is Officer Williams. Today is Tuesday, March 23rd, 2025, and this is the hearing of Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all required documents and available pertinent information.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Morning, Mike Poole.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Good morning, Robert Pitts, 354056.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Robert Pitts, 354056. He is serving a sentence of 8 years jail, execution step 2 years, 6 months, with 3 years of probation for conspiracy to assault first and reckless endangerment second degree. As of today, records reflect a parole community date of August 25th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and showed the offender has completed the following programs. Tier 2 domestic violence and is currently working as a janitor. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender's overall score for recidivism falls in the high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay, good morning again. First, I would like to thank each member of the board for giving me the opportunity to speak and present my request for parole. I'd like to first start by giving my sincerest apology to the victim in this case, Mr. Lawrence. I can only imagine the trauma this incident has left not only you, but your family and loved ones. I'm truly sorry that this happened to you, and I pray that you've recovered physically and mentally. Secondly, I'd like to apologize to my family, my children, and the people that hold dearest to my heart. My absence from my children's lives, I know, has caused a void and has left them feeling alone and abandoned.
The mental and financial burden of my absence is unacceptable, and I want them to know I will never put myself in a situation where I can be taken away from them. I'm the father of 6 children who need me home. Being there for them is not just a personal desire, it is my responsibility. I'm determined to break the cycle that has propelled many fatherless children like myself to grow up and travel down similar paths, making similar mistakes. My childhood and upbringing is extremely familiar to many people who've grown up in poverty-stricken, crime-infested environments. I will not allow myself and my children to let our environment be an excuse or limitation hindering us from success. In fact, it's a major motivating factor for my change, and that change will be on full display, shown by my examples and the things I've learned once I'm released. During this period of incarceration, I've been able to not just put together a plan, but also a renewed mindset. Through self-reflection, participation in the programs, and personal growth, I've gained the tools needed to make better decisions, including the people I associate with and call friends. I'm no longer the same impulsive individual I was prior to my arrest. I have developed discipline, patience, and an understanding of how my actions not only affect me, but others as well. I'm committed to proving that I'm ready to reintegrate back into society as a productive and responsible citizen. Some of the key things being incarcerated has taught me are accountability, patience, and the true value of freedom. I completely comprehend the importance of making thoughtful decisions and the consequences of failing to do so. Most importantly, I've learned that change is possible, but it requires real effort, an evaluation of self-worth, commitment, and a willingness to accept help. I sit before you today, ready and eagerly willing to apply these lessons. Whether I'm granted parole today or not, I will be a productive, successful member of society and my community by securing employment and eventually open my trucking company. Paying dues and giving back to my community are an essential component moving forward. I also understand the importance of financial stability, and I'm ready to work harder than ever before. I look forward to engaging in mentorship programs to help others who are at risk of making the same mistakes I have. If granted parole, I will take every opportunity to uplift those around me, showing by example that change is possible. All my life, I never took the time or even cared to examine and identify what made me so quick to anger. Having good jobs and always being in management and supervisory positions blinded me in a sense because I didn't think I had a problem. Being in prison for almost 2 years now has given me the opportunity to tune out the noise and really take a hard, truthful look at the man in the mirror and the destructive path I was on. Nothing about prison is good, but I can say prison saved me. I've been able to reflect, grow, and prepare myself to be a better man for myself, my family, and my community. In closing, I respectfully ask for the opportunity to prove that I'm ready for the next chapter of my life. I understand the seriousness of my past actions, and I take full responsibility for those choices. I'm prepared to follow all conditions of a parole, abide by the law, and do everything in my power to ensure I never put myself in this position again. Thank you for your time, consideration, and the opportunity to present my case.
Okay, Mr. Pitts, so thank you for taking the time to write that statement. So we're going to take turns asking you questions, and then we will deliberate on the record, and then we'll give you our answer today. And I will begin with the questions. So, Mr. Pitts, I'm listening to your opening comments and just reflecting on your criminal history, how many times you've been in the community and how many times you have failed and come back. Can you tell me what's different about what you just read to us?
Okay. What's different now is my understanding of the decisions that I make. I usually, for a really long time, I didn't think that I had a problem. I wasn't able to identify it because, like I said, I'd have these jobs or I'd be in the different positions at work where I thought that everything was going correctly and everything was going well. But, being able to sit here in prison and be around a lot of individuals that don't have the opportunity of going home and seeing the different opportunities that I was blessed with, I took a lot of things for granted. So now, I'm able to really understand that and kind of move forward from these past mistakes.
So, Mr. Pitts, you know, you have a criminal history in New York and then in Connecticut here. And it's pretty extensive and consistent. You started out in 2005 and it's been running right up to your current offense. So I'm trying to understand why, because, you know, you've been given so many opportunities and it's obvious that they didn't mean anything to you because you just kept going. I know in your opening statement, you said what's different this time is that you now understand the poor decisions you made. What are those poor decisions that you now understand that you didn't before?
The poor decisions that I made would be wasting time, hanging out with the wrong people, choosing the wrong friends, not valuing freedom, you know, by not taking advantage of the opportunities that I had. So, you know, now in hindsight, I'm able to really evaluate what I really want out of life. And that's what's motivating the change in me.
So you completed the Tier 2 program and the domestic violence program. What did you learn from either of those that you think will make a difference?
Okay, so I'll start with the Tier 2 program. With the Tier 2 program, I went into that program with the open mindset. Usually I'll take a program like both of the programs and kind of just go through it just to get it done. I actually went in with an open mindset to kind of understand the curriculum. And what I've really learned from the Tier 2 program was about triggers. And I learned about ways how to not go to drug use or smoke marijuana or drink alcohol as a way to cope with stressful situations. I learned that there's tons of different ways that I could let out the energy versus, you know, picking up some marijuana or going to the bar and drinking. With domestic violence, that program, again, it taught me about triggers and it taught me about calm down periods, being able to express yourself verbally, taking cool off times, walking away, revisiting the issue. It also taught me about patience. And that's something that just this whole experience in jail right now has taught me is about patience and understanding that not being so quick to make a decision because, you know, those quick decisions will probably be detrimental to my future.
So, thank you. So going back to Tier 2, what would those triggers be for you?
Relationships, finances, stressful situations at work. You know, those would probably be, I would say, the triggers.
And have you figured out how you're going to address them?
Yes, ma'am.
Give me one example. Relationship. And I asked about relationship because I think you have 6 children.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So tell me about that relationship.
Okay, so the first part of the understanding the triggers in relationship would be, on my end, I would say it has to start with honesty. Being transparent in a relationship with whoever, whether it's a friend, whether it's a mother of one of my children, or even my children, myself, being open and honest and transparent is probably one of the major things that will avoid conflict.
So in other words, you weren't being honest in your relationship.
Yes, ma'am.
You would say things that were not true or not real.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you taken the tier 2 before?
I believe so, yes.
So you never got it before, but you got it this time.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever done substance abuse treatment in the community?
No, ma'am.
You've never.
No.
Never had the need to, or just didn't feel you needed to?
Yeah, I didn't identify that I had a problem. I didn't think that my marijuana usage or my alcohol usage was a problem prior to being incarcerated now.
And I wanted to ask you, so you were working full-time?
Yes, ma'am.
You were working at the Four Seasons traffic controller as a flagger?
Yes, ma'am.
So why did you have a gun? You had a job. Why would you go get a gun?
To be honest, in the neighborhood that I lived in, it was dangerous, and I armed myself just to protect myself.
Mr. Pitts? That is so serious, because can you understand if everybody in your neighborhood got a gun? What do you think would happen?
It would be like one of these foreign countries where there's war.
So, you know, I noticed that you did not have voices on your OAP. But when I look at your criminal history, all of your charges has to do with interaction with people in the community. And you have not really had a good grasp of what the impact of your crime is on your community. And so I would like to see you take a Voices program, because your criminal history and the fact that you think that you need a gun, and in the assault first, it said that you discharged a firearm. That's pretty serious.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I don't have any more questions, so I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Ms. Smith-Palmieri.
Thank you. So, Mr. Pitt, you know you have a detainer out of New York for a violation of probation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you know the basis of that violation?
Being convicted on this case.
The new charge? Okay. Were you reporting to probation in New York at all?
I was transferred to, I was being supervised in Hartford, Connecticut.
Okay. Okay. And what were you doing? Any programs for probation? Were they meeting with you at all?
I was meeting every other week. 1 week would be in office. The opposite week would be video visits.
And I noticed that you have in your history, a violation of protective order, an assault third that are domestic in nature. Have you taken a domestic violence program in the community?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How many times have you taken a domestic violence program before this one while you've been incarcerated?
I think twice.
Twice? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
You have as the chair pointed out, a number of failed community supervisions. 11 is what we come up with. Why do you think you struggle so much with being on probation or parole?
I didn't take the probation seriously. I looked at probation as something that was hindering my movement versus looking at it as something that would give me the guidelines and the structure that was needed.
You have the 2 disciplinary reports, one in August 2024 and then one back in October 2023. Otherwise, you've managed to make ends stay away from any issues. Your release plan has you that you want to live with a friend in New London?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Trying to flag it. All right, Mr. Pitts, thank you.
Okay. So we're going to deliberate on the record. So for me, I know Mr. Pitts completed tier 2 and the domestic violence, and he's saying that the first time he was learning what his triggers are, and that what he's also learned during this is the importance of making good decisions, and and also the consequences of not, and that his triggers are intertwined with his relationships in regards to honesty and transparency. And DV has to do with, calming down and being able to express different options in a calmer way. So while I do see some changes there, the fact that Mr. Pitts discharged a firearm and is rated very high, I do not have Mr. Pitts going out today, and for me, I don't find him suitable, and it's just based on his criminal history. Failed. He was actually on probation for grand larceny in New York. He's had 11 previous failed community releases. I appreciate Mr. Pitts sharing some change, and I wish him the best on his journey.
I agree with you, Madam Chair. I did not have Mr. Pitts granted. I do hear some offender change. I think, he has some insights from the domestic violence program and the tier program. Probably what concerns me the most are the number of failed community supervisions, that he was on probation when this offense occurred. Somebody was shot and injured in this instant offense. So for those reasons, I did not have him voted to parole today. Mr. Paul?
I agree.
So I had criminal probation and poor performance on community releases.
It was probation. He was on probation.
Yeah, I have that one. See, there's 2.
Right.
Current offense on probation.
Right, but poor performance on probation, current offense.
Okay, you want to do probation for all of them. I got it. Sorry. Yeah. So in the case of Robert Pitts, inmate number 354056, I make motion to deny discretionary parole for these reasons: criminal history, current offense committed while on probation, and poor performance while on probation, as evidenced by his 11 failures.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
This concludes the hearing for Robert Pitts, 3540.
Mr. Pitts, we could not help you today, so I wish you the best of luck.
All right, thank you.
This is scary. I don't even know what to say. Oh man, I'm not even ready to go in.
Good morning, please have your name.
Good morning. How you doing? Radames Ortiz?
Good morning, my name is Mr. Williams. Today is Tuesday, March 25th, 2025, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, George Chance.
Morning, Mike Poole.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Radames Ortiz, 365-748.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Radames Ortiz, 365-748. Is serving a sentence of 5 years jail with 2 counts of criminal possession of a firearm and possession with intent. As of today, record reflects a eligibility date of July 16, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following program. He's currently working as a tierman. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores the offender's overall score from the SID rating for the range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
First and foremost, I want to say thank you for having me here and giving me a chance to explain myself, explain my case, to change my life. I need to change my life. Been incarcerated for 2 years. I have not got to do any type of programs. I was in one program, but it was this little situation I had there. So I left basically the next day, but I re-signed up for the program. It's a tier 4 program. I was willing to do it, and I'm just ready to do what I have to do to make better decisions in my life for my kids and for myself. I also understand I was on the run 2.5 years. I also cut my bracelet off. I was in possession of drugs and a firearm. Those are things that I've been put myself around multiple times, and just ready for a change and to not keep putting myself in the same predicament over and over and over again. Me being incarcerated for the last 2 years, I taught myself a lot and I learned a lot, and just can't keep doing this. I know right from wrong, and I'm not saying I didn't know right from wrong prior in my past, but it's been the same outcome for the last 12 years of my life, being incarcerated and doing the same things and going home, being around the same people. My next step, if I go home and do the same thing again, if obviously I come back to jail, is double digits, and I'm just pretty much throwing away my life. I can't do that. I done did it enough. It's not a way to live, and it's just a horrible way to live, knowing I got family and I got kids and I got loved ones that care for me and want me to do better. And there's so many opportunities out in the world besides running the streets and selling drugs and being in the wrong areas. On that note, y'all probably can't see it or y'all won't know, but I know I'm ready to go home to do the right thing and to continue take care of my kids, elevating and continue to open my LLC and open my business and level up for me and my kids and for my loved ones. I signed up for Voices. I've been waiting for Voices for the last 2 months since I've been in this jail. They haven't called me yet. Well, they wrote me back saying that I'm on the waiting list. The Tier 4 program, I signed up for that. They just wrote me back saying that I'll be in the next group next time they call it. They said in the beginning of April they should be starting the next group. So I'm hoping forward to get back into the Tier 4 program and everything will work out perfectly fine. It's a 6 months program. I talked to the counselors. I'm ready for it, and I'm ready for new things and to learn new things and try new things in my life.
Okay. Well, Mr. Ortiz, thank you for taking that time to express to us where you are. We're going to take turns to ask you questions. And then once we're done with the questions, we'll deliberate and give your answer. Okay?
Okay.
So, Ms. Smith-Palmieri will begin.
Thank you. So, Mr. Ortiz, I want to get my facts and my timeline straight about your charges and your absconding from parole. You were on parole for, let's see. I go back here. You were on parole for possession of narcotics?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's from 2014?
Yes.
Okay. Then you come out, you've got a couple of escapes, another possession controlled substance, a motor vehicle, and then you absconded from parole after your first arrest for the criminal possession of the firearm or before?
Before.
Okay, so you're in a special parole absconder and you pick up 2 new charges?
Yes,
for
ma'am.
firearms. Okay. Why did you abscond from parole?
I was scared to come back to jail.
Yeah, but you absconded before you got these new charges.
Yes. I got in a car accident. When I got in the car accident, I knew I was going to be arrested at that time. So I just left the scene. And just me being nervous. And
let me ask a question. So you get in a car accident and you left the scene because you thought you'd be arrested. Why did you think you'd be arrested? I've been
on special parole for quite a while, and I kind of know how it works. I didn't have my license.
Okay.
The car wasn't registered insured to me, and I just waited my outcomes out, and I was just scared to come back to jail.
Okay, so you were making poor decisions, which would have resulted in you at least being detained.
Yes.
And remanded until it was all sorted out.
If I never ran, I only had 6 months to do. I turned 6 months into 5 years, so I take full responsibility for that, and I'm living through that and the choices I make every single day.
Yeah. So you're out there, you're an absconder from special parole, you're selling drugs and carrying guns. Why wouldn't you turn yourself in and just kind of try to sort things out?
Being scared to be incarcerated.
So now you're telling us that you've changed your thinking.
1,000%. I wouldn't even put myself in that predicament anymore.
Okay, all right. So you're 33 years old. You feel like you've seen the light, that you've changed. Give me an example of how you think you've changed.
Example is so many different ways to make legit money besides selling drugs. Mm-hmm. That's one. And I always sold myself short by not putting in the work to do the right thing to make legit money. I always just took the easy way and just the easy in instead of just, you know, doing was the right thing and being patient and starting from the bottom and working my way up. I always just took the short way, and I'm tired of taking the short way. I got literally two doors. It's either I'm gonna do the right thing or I'm gonna continue doing what I've been doing in my past. And all that got me was locked up, incarcerated, locked up, incarcerated, locked up. That's all. So it's either I'm gonna do the right thing and be successful, or I'm gonna continue doing the same thing and go home for a year or two or three and then end up back in the same predicament again. Is no way around it. Either I'm gonna do the right thing or I'm gonna do the wrong thing.
Yeah, well, you sound like a smart guy, so you know that you've got 5 years this time. The next time it'll just be more.
I mean, man,
Right?
It scares me.
You see how that's gonna happen.
Yes, I know what's gonna happen.
Okay, so let's move on here. So you were in the Tier 4 program and you left after one session.
I left so I wouldn't get in trouble, even though I still got in trouble for leaving.
Okay, was somebody in the program that you felt you couldn't get along with? Is that the issue?
Yes, that's exactly what it was. I had a situation that it was just gonna end up being better than what it could have been. So I just avoided it. And I told them, can I sign back up? They were like, you're more than welcome to. I signed back up, and I've just been waiting to get back in. I should be probably starting in sometime in the middle of April. And it's a 6-month program. I had to deal with that consequence as well. Me coming to sit in front of y'all, telling y'all how I denied the program and didn't go. That don't look good on my end. No way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you're right. It doesn't look good. Although I'm sure that I can speak for my colleagues. We're glad you're on the wait list. We're glad that they're giving you an opportunity to participate again. Right? I mean, but the Tier 4 program is like the elite program in correction. So when you give it up the first time, the fact that you're getting another bite at the apple is really, an opportunity.
It's a big opportunity just sitting here talking to y'all right now. So
okay. So, for us, we appreciate all you've had to say, but I can say for myself that, you had 2 gun charges, you were absconder on parole when you got arrested, and you haven't been able to do any programming. So it's hard for us to find you suitable for parole today. Because you really haven't done any programs for us to assess offender change and determine suitability. So for me, until you do some programs, we really can't talk about suitability for parole. Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, that's good.
Okay. So you said you had the gun for personal protection, that you were not selling drugs, they were not yours. Is that still true?
Yeah. The drugs, money. Everything in that car was mine that I copped out to. So, yes, I'm taking full responsibility for my actions.
So, Mr. Ortiz, you have 4 children. And I know you said you're not required to pay child support, but you have 4 young children that you need to get your act together so that you can go out and help to support them. Okay?
Yes.
And you know about those 2 DRs that you got in December of 2023. You also said that the contraband was not yours.
Well, I went to SEC for that and I signed the ticket. So I took ownership for that. Mr. Williams, the parole officer, asked me what happened in that situation, so I explained to him what happened. And sometimes, you know, you put yourself in situations that even if it's not yours, you still got to take responsibilities for your actions. So yes, I made also another wrong decision.
Okay. But I think I hear you, you know, on the verge of, you know, creating some change for yourself by, you know, accepting some of those poor decisions that you made. So that's a step in the right direction. I think I agree with my colleague that you just have to do that Tier 4 program. Okay?
Okay.
All right. No further questions, so we're going to deliberate on the record. Mrs. Smith, Mary.
So I think I've already kind of put my position out there, because I wanted Mr. Ortiz to understand that, you know, in order for us to assess offender change, especially with these charges, 2 guns, drugs, now he says the drugs were his, you know, he really needs to do some programming to give him the best opportunity to be successful in the community. So I am a denial, and I do think that Mr. Ortiz should go to end of sentence. He needs to do the tier program, the voices program. I think he would benefit by doing the New Thoughts program if that was available to him, and not getting any disciplinary reports. He has 3 years of special parole to follow this. And he was an absconder from parole, special parole, when all this happened. I think what's important for me to take from this is Mr. Ortiz recognizes that absconding from parole has what consequence has been. You know, he gets that. So yeah. I'm hoping that will carry through with him, as you said, Ms. Chance. You do hear him craving, wanting to change, and I think that's appropriate, and I hope Mr. Ortiz is able to make that happen for himself.
I agree with that, because finally acknowledging, you know, the drugs, I think it's just a step in the right direction for him. Yeah. So in the case of Radames Ortiz, inmate number 365748, there's a motion to deny discretionary parole due to criminal history, inadequate institution program participation, and no evidence of offender change.
Current offense committed while on special parole.
That expired back in 2023.
But he was on special parole when the offense happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll add that. Anything else?
Do you want to do inadequate evidence of offender change, or just inadequate institutional program participation?
I think I see some change.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there definitely needs to be more evidence of it.
Needs to be aware.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Needs to help himself while he's in there.
Yeah. And then,
so I say the criminal history, then we have to set special.
Yes.
So.
I just had no contact with the co-defendant.
That's all.
Right.
Although, I'm sorry, Ms. Chan.
No, go ahead.
I'm just going to say, as I read in the release plan, his sponsor now has custody of a child. So that may present a hiccup with his release. We'll do the halfway house if needed.
Right. Very good.
Yeah, okay.
Just to give them that, all back.
In the case of Radames Ortiz, inmate number 365748, there's a motion to deny discretionary parole for these reasons: criminal history, current offense committed while on special parole, and inadequate institution program participation. And he has 3 years of special parole, so his special parole conditions are standard parole conditions: no contact with co-defendant Roberta Solis, and we're going to add a halfway house if it is needed.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion granted. Mr. Ortiz, we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. Ortiz 6574.
How you doing?
Can I have your name, please?
Huh?
Your name, please?
Devon Foote?
Thank you. Good morning, my name is Officer Williams. Today is Tuesday, March 25th, 2025, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have to all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
Good afternoon, Mike Paul.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Devon Foote, 368-797.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration for parole application for Devon Foote, 368-797. He is serving a sentence of 5 years flat for criminal possession of controlled substance. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of July 15th of 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs: Voices, Tier 2, and he is currently working. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender's overall score for recidivism falls in the very high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I want to begin by acknowledging the mistakes I've made and the harm I caused as a result of my actions. I take full responsibility for my involvement in my offenses and deeply regret the negative impact it had on my community, my family, and myself. During my time in custody, I focused on learning from my mistakes and becoming a better person. I participated in 2 programs that taught me how to make better decisions and how I can be a productive member of society. These programs helped me understand the root causes of my actions and gave me the tools I need to live a responsible, law-abiding life. This time has allowed me to reflect on how my choices hurt not only myself, but also others. I've worked hard to change, and I am committed to become someone who contributes positively to my community rather than causing harm. I learned the importance of accountability, and I will carry those lessons with me moving forward. If granted parole, I plan to live with my family, who have been a constant source of support and encouragement. I've also started planning for employment, and I'm also determined to find a job so I can rebuild my life and provide for myself in a lawful, meaningful way. I understand the concerns about public safety and the responsibility you have in making this decision. I want to assure you that I am ready to return to society as a changed person. I worked hard to prepare myself for this moment, and I am committed to using this second chance to live a positive, productive life. Thank you for taking the time to hear me out.
Okay, Mr. Foote, thank you for taking the time to write your opening comments. So we are going to take turns to ask you questions, and when we are finished, we will deliberate on the record and then give you our decision. Okay? I'm going to begin with the questions. Why do you think you got a flat sentence today, Mr. Foote?
A flat sentence?
Yeah, why do you think you received a flat sentence?
So I can at least go home and try to do better without no more stipulations.
So you were on special parole?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you required to do that you didn't do?
Basically get a job. I completed all my programs when I was home. I wasn't getting in no trouble. I should have just went and found myself a job. Like, basically, that's how I know when I was home, she was told me to find a job.
So why didn't you?
Honestly, to be real, I don't know. I was just so used to trying to get fast cash, and I realized that me getting arrested, that just wasn't the way to go.
So you were, when was the last time you worked at UPS? Because you were at UPS, I think, full time for about 8 months. How long ago was that?
Right when right before I had caught my charge, I was working there, and then they did layoffs, and I went back to selling drugs basically.
Why didn't you look for a job?
Ma'am, to be real, I don't even know. I can't even sit here and lie to you about it. I just try to take the easy route.
What makes this time different?
I lost when I first got incarcerated, I lost my father 2 months of me being in jail to a drug overdose. And I promised him, he kept telling me to stop selling drugs. And when I lost him, I basically I just wanted to change my life. I want to do what he asked me to do and just go home and be there for my brothers and sisters. I don't want to keep putting myself or anyone else through what I'm going through now.
Mr. Foote, you've had, you went on community release in 2015, and then you went out on discretionary parole. Then you absconded in 2016. 4 months later, they brought you back. And then in 2017, you were caught selling drugs again. And so that time they gave you 66 months on special parole. They put you back out in 2019. You violated parole, same year. They released you back out. And then 2 years later, they discharged you on special parole. And here you are. You came back again from special parole with no charges.
Yeah, I understand.
How am I supposed to believe that this time you're going to do what you're supposed to do?
Man, because I have a lot of support this time. I got 11 brothers and sisters, and I'm the oldest, and they all look up to me. I really don't want to keep coming back to jail. I want to go home, I have my license. I want to go, I have a job already lined up for myself. I want to go home and get my CDL. I want to work. I don't see myself reoffending. I don't want to come back to jail. I don't got no kids. I keep coming back here, and I just don't want to do this anymore. I don't see myself coming back to jail. This is not what I want to do anymore.
During one of your paroles, you completed the SRG program.
Yes.
Were you involved in a gang?
No, ma'am. I got affiliated off of a birthday card back then. I was like 18. I got a birthday card, but I was not a gang member. I'm not affiliated with any gangs.
And this is not the first time that you've taken tier 2.
I completed it my last incarceration. I finished voices. I did voices, and they volunteered to. They said it wasn't mandatory because I completed voices, but I did it anyway, so I could have I could have another chance.
It's just so concerning because it's the same programs that you took last year that you took the year before. I just don't. Did you get your GED, by the way?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
When?
2007.
Why haven't you done a vocational program?
I did. I completed voices.
That's not a vocational program.
Well, as in what, like the CDL program and stuff they got here? It doesn't
necessarily have to be a CDL. They have a lot of the machinist programs.
Yeah, I wrote to get in all of that, and they basically told me I had, when I wrote to get in all of that, they basically told me I was on the waiting list. I had to wait. I wrote to get in all of that.
Yeah, the problem at age 34 years old, Mr. Foote, you have to ensure that when you go back in the community, you will have a solid job. It just can't be you keep, coming in, going out, like a revolving door.
Yeah, I understand
And
that.
it's been all at, the discretion of discretionary and special parole. And the reason why they gave you those is because of your high rating, your high risk rating, where you're going to reoffend again, and rightfully so, because that's what you've been doing. And so special parole was to guide you and help you along the way, but you didn't seem to take any advantage of any of those opportunities.
While the time I was on special parole, I had asked my parole officer to try to help me get into certain like jobs and try to see if she could help me, but I wasn't getting any help.
But there are programs in your community, Mr. Foote. You're in Waterbury?
Yes, ma'am.
Waterbury has a Waterbury Reentry Center that you could have gone to. Just like how you can sit down and figure out how you're going to sell drugs. It's the way you sit down and figure out how you can obtain jobs.
You're right. And if I'm granted, miss, if I do get granted parole, I plan on going home and doing the right thing, man. I do not see myself reoffending. I do not want to go home and sell drugs. That's not what I want to do.
Yeah, and I know at some point, do you still have to register on the Deadly Weapon Offender Registry?
No, ma'am, I don't have any weapon charges at all. I'm not a violent offender.
Okay, you didn't have to register any time at all?
No, ma'am. I don't got any weapon charges.
Okay. All right, well, I'm gonna wait to hear what my other colleagues have to say. Mrs. Smith, Valerian.
Thank you. So, Mr. Foote, you said you were selling drugs to support your family. Who exactly were you supporting?
Basically, like my sisters and brothers, like my younger brothers and sisters.
Were they, they must be around the same age as you. Were they working?
No, not at the time. No, not at the time they weren't.
And you mentioned to my colleague that you have a job.
Yes, I have a job. Yes, I do.
What makes you think you have a job as an auto detailer?
Because I know how to clean cars. I know how to, I have a good experience with cars. I know how to clean them, wash them.
Why didn't you do that when you got laid off from UPS?
Man, at the time I didn't. I just had lost hope. Like, when I got laid off, I just felt like there was nothing else. Like, I just felt like there was nothing else, no other job that was going to hire me. Because when I went to Amazon, they denied me. They told me I couldn't come and work there because I was a felon. So I don't know, man. I just had lost hope. That's all. I gave up on myself.
Yeah. So you still, but there's still special parole running on that special parole.
It's 2027.
Yeah. My special, when my special is over February 2027, and my new sentence is over like with the good time, it should be over like 5 months after.
So if you were to get parole today, you'd have parole and special parole running at the same time,
Yes,
starting
ma'am.
in August. You understand that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you think that they gave you this flat sentence so that you wouldn't have anybody watching over you?
No, not so nobody could watch over me, ma'am. So like basically trying to give me a chance. So I don't have any more, like, I know I keep messing up. I just want to go home and just try to do the right thing, man.
Okay. All right, Mr. Foote. I appreciate you clarifying some of that for me. You said you want to get your CDL license. What do you know about getting that?
I have my friend, he works there now, but he drives CDLs. He got his trucking license and he told me when I go home, because I know it's a program that help felons to get their CDL. I have all the, I got basically all the help I need to get that. It's in Seymour All-State Trucking.
You know, you can't, they're gonna drug test you, so.
Yeah, I know that. I don't plan on doing no drugs, man. I don't plan on smoking.
You said you were smoking marijuana every day.
Yeah.
Okay. And what's my last? What were you doing at UPS? What was your job there?
I was delivering packages.
Driving the truck, or were you a passenger?
No, I was actually I was doing it out of my own vehicle.
Oh, okay. Okay, so like a subcontractor?
Yeah.
During the holidays?
Yep.
All right, Mr. Foote, thank you. I'll set the poll.
I'm good with the questions that's been asked. Wait, so Mr. Foote.
Yes.
Going out there in terms of recovery support, right?
Yes.
Because for me, it's just not just enough. It's not enough to just say I'm not going to use, right?
I've been.
Go ahead.
I've been down 25, going on 20, like two years and some change. I don't plan. If I don't have to, if smoking weed is gonna cost me getting a job, then I just won't do it. It's not a big, like, weed is not a necessity for me. It's not something I have to do.
Okay. And from what I've read, you have no other drug use in your history other than THC.
No.
Okay. All right. I'm good, Madam Chair.
You know, Mr. Foote has completed both the voices and tier 2 before, and he's back here with us. And just looking at how many times he's violated discretionary parole and special parole, and he just keeps doing the same thing over and over again. He has his GED. I don't understand why he, one of those special parole times that he could not have, participate in a vocational program. Instead, he's saying that he asked his parole officer to help him find a job, and he didn't. But, it's his responsibility to do that. And so, while he has taken programs, they're programs he has taken before. So I'm not in favor of putting him back out on discretionary parole. But I will hear feedback from all of you. All right.
I look at Mr. Foote, and it's hard to, it's troubling to look at his parole violations. When you look at it, he's got 3 arrest conviction dates, but he can't seem to get himself through special parole for whatever reason. I think the fact that he worked at UPS is a small positive. It was short-lived, but it is a positive. I hear what you say, Ms. Chance, about him having already done the programs. He scores very high for risk to recidivate.
Exactly.
He does. He's got 2 successes, 3 failures on supervision. His end of sentence is not till 2027.
And his special parole ends February, so it ends a few, like 7 months before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I honestly, I'm torn. He doesn't have a horrible failure at community supervision. I mean, he's been back and forth a few times. I think he served a lot of time going back and forth. He does have a couple of successes. There's no violence in his history.
There's no violence, there's no guns, there are 3 convictions for sales.
Right.
Parole sales.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, he has a plan to go out into the community. He's got a job prospect. He wants to get supported through a halfway house. Grandfather didn't work out, right?
No,
Yes or no? Yeah,
no,
Did not.
no,
it did not work out.
no,
So,
because I'm on a halfway case through.
I mean, where I am on this case, is that I would parole him on 7/15/25 to his special parole.
Well,
it's a discretionary and special parole term.
Well, his reinstatement date is August 25.
Yeah. So
That his
special parole reinstatement, according to our documents, is August 25th, 2025. His parole eligibility date is July 15th, 2025 on this new charge.
right. Where we are is we set that release date. That the release date is just a hold date.
Right.
And what we would do is we have the authority to,
It's a confinement date.
right,
Yeah.
so we could do 7/15 for discretionary special parole. And have, but that's right. It's, if there were guns here, if there were violence here, I would have issues with it. Mr. Foote wants to go out there and to try this again. We're not, I'm not, although drug sales is a threat to the community, it's not a gun threat, it's not a violence threat, and I don't want to belittle it at all. But the risk that's here, although he rates out very high, very high at what? Very high at getting caught up in selling drugs.
Yeah.
So, I just think that he should have the opportunity, since he's done the work inside,
again,
to try to go out there and do it. He said he's gonna do it. He said he's sick of it. And it's like, you come back next time and you did it again, and it's like, yeah. So I guess that's where I am.
Yeah. I'm looking back at his record because I remember they wanted to terminate his special parole back in 2023, the same year. But he just seems to keep going back to mess up. But, Ms. Cole, I hear what you're saying. I'm reading, what he wrote to the director there. about, you know, a DR that he has.
I agree with Mr. Cole. There is not, although drug dealing creates its own
It does.
community issues.
Yep.
And we can hope that Mr. Foote taking the tier 2 program with people that have struggles with substance use and see the effects of that and through voices. But I would be willing to give them an opportunity to go out on special parole and discretionary parole again.
So we would be doing both discretionary and special.
Correct.
Okay, and I had no alcohol and a general no contact with TB.
That's a co-defense, right?
He passed, he passed away back in 2013. Torrance Dawkins.
Well,
He passed away.
It's on the special parole
Okay.
regulations from years ago.
And it keeps carrying over.
Yeah.
Right.
And then the halfway house because.
I had that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I just had no alcohol and halfway house.
Okay.
So in the case of Devon Foote, inmate number 368797, there is a motion to grant discretionary parole and special parole effective July 15, 2025, with conditions for both as no consumption of alcohol and release to a halfway house.
Second.
And that's in addition to standard parole conditions.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I vote aye. The motion carries.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Foote, you're a very lucky man today.
I really appreciate that. And I'm gonna,
I see your name anywhere back on any document. You're gonna stay and serve your time. So
I appreciate
do
that.
what you say you're going to do. And as the elder child in your family, wanting to have your siblings, you have to set better example.
You're right. I appreciate this. Thank you.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
This includes in here, it's 8-7.
So
How's it going?
I'm a little bit done.
Can you bring the officer in, please?
We got 8 left.
Huh?
Can you bring the correctional officer in, please?
Did we do 4 or 4?
It was.
Hello?
Yep, hi.
Yes, we're going to take a 30-minute recess and we'll be back at 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock?
Yep, and
Okay.
you can just bring him right in for 1 o'clock.
Gotcha,
Thank you.
thanks. Right.
Ford.
Can I have your name, please?
Lavert Ford. I can hear you.
Good afternoon. My name is Officer Williams. Today is Tuesday, March 25th, 2025, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are here this afternoon. By stating their names on the record, certified they reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation for this hearing.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
Michael.
Deborah Smith Palmieri. Sorry, Mike.
That's right.
Please state your name and committee number for the record.
Lavert Ford, 370051.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Lavert Ford 370051. He is serving a sentence of 9 years, execution suspended after 3 years with 3 years of probation for criminal possession of a firearm. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of July 10th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the programs, domestic violence. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender's overall score based on falls in a very high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good afternoon. During my time in incarceration, I have learned a lot. From the time to think about my situation, seriously, gravity and my crimes and my impact upon the community.
Excuse me.
I realized the toll of drugs and the gun violence taking on society. To be honest, it struck me the wrong way. I have taken this time to self-reflect, taking accountable for my action and to learn myself to how to cope and rock out bad behavior and remain healthy and think much clearer. Upon saying this, I would like to voice my apology for my action as they are acceptable, and to say I'm sorry to society and my family. During the time I have participated in complete domestic violence program, and I was working in the beginning of my bed, I have to be there for my kids. I had 3 of them, I didn't see them yet. Their birthdays today and tomorrow. They be 1 year old because of the choice I made. I played semi-pro football for Connecticut. 2018, I got in the ring for the Connecticut Mustangs. My teammates didn't play last year because I wasn't there to play with them. I have a job lined up for Popeyes in Branford. I want to start my landscaping business, my CDLs, my LLC, and get my license so I could be there for my kids and my baby mothers. So.
There you go.
Okay, Mr. Ford. Thank you for taking the time to write your opening statement. Each of us are going to take turns to ask you questions. And then once we're done with the questions, we'll deliberate on the record and then let you know our decision. So Mrs. Smith Palmieri will begin with the question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Ford, you're before us today for criminal possession of a firearm.
Yes.
That was an incident that occurred in January 2024. Can you tell us why you had the gun?
It was because the area it was for protection.
Protection from who?
Like, because there was a lot of people getting robbed and shot out there. And every time I go to the store, it's like a lot of people around the store and looking at me because I wasn't from out there.
All right. Were you selling drugs?
No,
No? Possession of controlled substance, what did you have?
I wasn't, I had took a shower and switched my tins and they found plastic baggies, dope, I guess, in my pants, in my tin pants when I was getting moved to another block.
Okay, so
when I
that's
first
while you
came-
were incarcerated,
Yeah, when I first, like 2 days before I came in, or after I came in.
2 days. Why did you bring drugs into the facility?
No, I never brought drugs in. It was in my tins pocket, so I just took the responsibility of taking the charge.
So that was in your pants pocket before you put them on?
Yeah, because I had took a shower and put on another pair of pants, some new ones they gave me. And it
Interesting.
was-
Okay. Okay, so you're saying that was not your stuff, it was somebody else's pants that you put on?
Yeah, since it was in my ear, like my pants pocket, and I caught with it, I just took the blame. I didn't want to rat nobody out.
So you have a lot of things on your OAP that you needed to be taking for it. You should have been taking addiction services. Do you have a job?
Yes, lined up.
No, while you're in the facility.
Oh, no, I got sentenced in September, so only program I did was domestic violence at the time. I finished that 2 months ago.
Okay. All right. You didn't take, and you haven't taken a tier program yet.
No, I never knew that. They never had it on my OAP. I seen they just had domestic violence and voices.
Well, you have quite a few domestic violence arrests, even though that's not what you're before us today on. But there were quite a few of them pending when you got sentenced for everything. So you took this domestic violence and the victim is one of the mothers of your children?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about some of the things you learned in domestic violence.
Mhm.
Is there a protective order with the victim in those cases?
No, I could talk to them. They gave us like, we could talk to each other and stuff like that. That's all I know right now.
Okay.
Mhm.
So what's your plan upon release to manage yourself in the community? You had quite a few things that you listed in terms of your release plan.
Yeah, I think a lot of communication with my baby mothers, little things that would make her happy and she would like. That's what I didn't give to her. So she got mad, I got mad and stuff like that. And take care of my kids and have a job. The most thing, to have a job and stay out of trouble.
What did you have in mind for employment?
So my friend wrote me in the tab. He the manager for Popeyes in Branford. So he said, soon I get out, I'll be good, so I can stay out of trouble.
At one point, you were working at Town Fair Tire.
Mm-hmm.
All right, why'd you stop working there?
For the bad choices, not thinking.
So a couple of things. One is that you score a 3 for drug use. And you admitted that you were using some cocaine. Do you think you have a drug problem or you think you could benefit from substance abuse treatment?
Yeah, I don't have a drug problem. I don't have a drug problem or nothing. I'm good with drugs. It just, you gotta stop thinking wrong, being around the wrong people, the crowd.
And you were on probation when you got arrested.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so you're on probation carrying a gun.
Mm-hmm.
Did you give any thought to how that would affect your probation status?
Yeah. I know like carrying the gun was the wrong thing, but it's I just had to be protected when I go somewhere I wasn't expected to be, stuff like that.
Because, when I look at your criminal history, you have 8 convictions for possession or possession with intent to sell.
Mm-hmm.
So you've spent a little over 8 years in jail because of all those charges. And now you're before us today where you were on probation for selling drugs and you're carrying a firearm because you need protection. And then you had all these domestic violence cases pending at the same time. So tell me what's going to be different in the community.
Like second thoughts, like communication is number one, because that's all she wanted was me to like be there and not do the wrong thing. And I was just picking the wrong thing. And that's what made us have wrong thoughts and got into arguments like that. And
Okay.
this time it's going to not say no and say yes to most of the stuff, because every time we talk on the phone, she be like, this is what I like, this is the person I like, and I like that. And they pick me up, and she want me to see my kids because I got twins and they turn 1 today and tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
I have twins by the one I got domestic violence with.
So you think you're going to be able to support yourself and your children working instead of selling drugs this time?
Yeah, and I was thinking about getting a landscaping business started.
So you have a handful, the other concern for us is that you have a handful of violations of probation or parole. So you've been on probation or parole 10 times, but you have failed 8 of them. So why should we think that you're going to be compliant on parole?
This bid has turned me all the way around. Like, I'm getting older and I can't look back. And this bid right here just made me realize that it's time to do the right thing and be there for your kids, because you don't know when you're going to go.
Okay. All right, Mr. Ford, thank you. I have no other questions. Mr. Paul?
Mr. Ford, I just have maybe 1 or 2. So you were referred to the Explore program in the community, but you didn't. You were unsuccessfully discharged due to attendance. Why?
Because I had a baby was due and I had no support. Well, my mother didn't want to watch my 2-month-old baby at the time. So I was telling them I had to watch it while my baby mother go to work. So that was getting me absent a lot. And I had nobody to watch my 2-month-old baby at the time.
You know, Mr. Ford, you're asking to go out on discretionary parole today, and that's going to be one of your conditions. So are you going to attend or aren't you?
I'm going to attend everything I could just to be there and support my family. And it's important right now for my kids because they want me home.
You know, Mr. Ford, the concern that I have here is it's going to be the same thing that happened to you the last time. You go out and you're going to say you need to work and support your kids. And so you're not going to have time to do that Explore program. And in terms of the amount of DVs that you had, it's important for you to do it. Who's supporting your children now?
My baby mother's, she RN and she might have started daycare. So my mother's and family.
So, Mr. Ford, you just have a really serious decision to make, whether you're going to follow through with your programs or, you know, go get these types of low-paying job that's not going to give you enough money. You have any kind of vocational training?
Yes, I do the forklift. I drive forklift, stuff like that. And I'm going for my CDL, see if I could do something bigger, like local drop-offs, stuff like that.
Is that what you like to do, Mr. Ford?
Yeah, I like
or it's
warehouse.
just,
I like warehouse, like equipment. I like doing warehouse stuff.
So you think a CDL is gonna?
Yeah, it's gonna help me, help my kids and help me and be there for my kids like my baby mother wanted me to.
and support. There's a lot of like support that they want from me. And they know I can do it. They know I can do it, just I gotta pick the right choice.
And you still have some problems with the mother of your 7-year-old.
Nah, we good with her. She good. I talked to him, he wanted me home. He keep asking me.
But you said that you had some co-parenting issues with her. And so you may think you're okay, but then you go there and the next thing you know, she's calling the police on you.
Yeah, she told me, she said she ain't gonna never do that. She gonna let me see my kids. That's what she's saying. And my son, he asking about me every day. And I talked to him 2 days ago and told him see parole soon. So I told him 2 months. He said okay. So stuff like that. She said she won't go to cops no more or nothing. It says communication. That's what she wants. That's what both of them want, is communication and me to talk to them.
My suggestion, Mr. Ford, is that you go through the proper way to see your children, which is to go through the courts.
Yeah, I told her that. So, but she don't want to involve court and cops no more. But I might gotta do court if she think about going to the cops still.
But here you are incarcerated, and if you don't do things the right way, you'll be back here.
Yeah, they call the cops.
Okay. All right, I have no further questions. So we're going to deliberate now.
So Mr. Ford, he is before us today for criminal possession of a firearm. He, at the time, he also had several domestic violence cases pending that were also discharged at the time. The gun was stolen that he was in possession of. He scores very high for risk to recidivate. He was on probation when he was arrested. I do think that Mr. Ford, needed to take the domestic violence program. However, I also think that he needed to take an addiction services program. And I'm struggling to figure out what he really got out of the domestic violence program, because he just keeps saying the word communication, but also she's not going to call the police on me again. So, there's sort of
you can't say anything.
So there's sort of a disconnect between what he got from the program and what he didn't. The disciplinary report, it's kind of far-fetched, but that it was over a year ago. He's got a number of failed community supervisions. I'm just not sure about his release plan either. So I'm open to hearing what my panel members think, but at this point, I don't see Mr. Ford as suitable for discretionary parole. Like I said earlier to Mr. Ford, he has 8 prior convictions for selling drugs between 2008 and now. I appreciate that typically we don't see possession with intent to sell as a violent offense, although now he has a gun. It's a lot of charges in a short amount of time for the same way that he seems to be supporting himself.
Mr. Poe?
So I agree with everything that's been said, and one of the things that concerns me a great deal is there's not a tier program there of some kind, and it's a positive thing that he wants to go out and start a landscaping business. But it's also, how are you able to provide for your family, in the
right way.
The right way, and that's the thing, What do you think?
So my concerns are, Mr. Ford is, still making poor decisions. Because just hearing him talk about the fact that during the interview with the parole officer, he told her about his concerns with the 7-year-old. And now she's saying to him she's not. And he's going to go along with it. And my sense is he went back out to sell because when they put demands on him, he wants to do what she tells him to do. And so it's very concerning for me, and the fact that he has not completed a tier program. So,
Or voices. I know that doesn't seem to be on his OAP, but it certainly would be beneficial.
It would.
and he has vocation program on there, and I think he needs to take that up because his road to his LLC and landscaping business takes time. He has young children. That may be a goal maybe in 3 to 5 years or something. But if we put him back out now, he's going to need to get a job and do what he's supposed to do when he's out. And I don't think he's there yet.
Right, so I had criminal history, current offense committed while on probation, and inadequate institutional program participation. And we don't need to set conditions because he's going after probation again.
Right. So are you okay, Ms. P?
Yeah.
Laverne Ford, inmate number 370051. There is a motion to deny discretionary parole for these reasons: criminal history, current offense committed on probation, and inadequate institution program participation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion carries. So, Mr. Ford, we are not able to help you today. We wish you the best of luck.
All right, thanks.
This concludes the hearing for 43700+1.
Bye.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Bronson Williams. Today is March 25th, 2025, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole.
Oh.
The following board members are present this afternoon and I state their names on the record, certified they reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
Mike Paul.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Byron Perry, 405-776.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Byron Perry, 405-776. He is serving a sentence of 13 years flat for risk of injury, carrying a pistol without a permit, and possession of controlled substance. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of December 22nd, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and includes the advanced parole programs. Tier 2, utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender's overall score for recidivism falls in the moderate range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
You have something to read?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. I would like to say thank you for allowing me this opportunity. I fully understand that parole is a privilege, and I am very grateful to be in front of you this afternoon. Before I continue on, I would like to send my condolences to the victim's family. I'm fully aware of the severity as to what transpired 6.5 years ago, and even though I was never persecuted for it, a life was still lost. My heart sympathetically goes out to the family, and I truly apologize for their loss. I know no matter what I say this afternoon is not going to replace what they felt and the pain they have endured over the past 6.5 years, but From the bottom of my heart, I am truly sorry. These past 6.5 years have been a real eye-opener for me. I come to realize that my incarceration has not only affected the victim's family, but mine as well. From the moment the judge sentenced me, I knew I had to change many things about myself, not just for myself, but for my 9-year-old daughter, Ashaya. I told myself that this was going to be a turning point in my life, and I sincerely meant that. Since arriving at Carl Robinson, I chose to get involved in program and education. I know that in order for me to better myself in the relationship with my daughter, Ashaya, I had to put in a lot of work. The way I perceive and view life is a total 180 on how I used to. My eyes are widely open and I can truly say I see life through different lenses. I've done a lot of soul searching over the years, and I realized that the man in the mirror was not the man that I wanted to become, and most importantly, not the man I was raised to be. Somehow, somewhere, I lost my way in life, which ultimately led me in front of you today. The difference between yesterday and today is I'm far from the man I used to be 6.5 years ago. I'm a man who now stands corrected and rehabilitated, and that's not because I'm here to tell you what you want to hear, but because I put in the hard work by my actions. Through my new vision, I see and want a better life for me and my family. During my incarceration, I enrolled myself into college, majoring in manufacturing technology and business. I have a 3.86 GPA, and I'm 21 credits in towards getting both associate degrees. I can honestly say I'm proud of myself because growing up, school really wasn't my thing. I plan on completing and obtaining these degrees. I'm doing this mainly for myself because I know in order for me to become successful and grow, education has a big say in doing so. But I really, really want to show and be that role model for my daughter, Shia, that no matter what you go through in life, you still can overcome any obstacle if you put your mind and heart into it. As for programming, I completed Tier 2 and I volunteered for Christian Fatherhood. One of the things Tier 2 taught me and actually stuck out to me was self-awareness. Not only that, but it also taught me about substance abuse, which has hindered me for the majority of my life. It taught me about anger and the triggers to what triggers my anger. Since participating in Tier 2, I now think before I react, realizing that every action in life comes with a reaction, whether positive or negative. I now ask myself, is it or this worth it? Am I going to benefit from this or is it going to set me back? And in every situation I've been in since taking that program that has upsetted me, those questions have never failed me yet. As you know, sometimes living in here, it can be extremely difficult. And the coping skills I've learned from programming has allowed me to remain ticket-free. For the first time in my life, I'm backing up everything I speak by actions, and it feels so genuine in my heart. Christian Fatherhood has taught me not only how to be a better man, but how to become a great father to my daughter. As a parent, we're not taught how to be a parent, nor does parenting come with the menu, but yet we're still held responsible to be a parent to that child. Christian Fatherhood has expressed being patient, not just in life itself, but in co-parenting. My goals come in many forms. I've created a plan, and by creating this blueprint, I've come up with short-term and long-term goals. I know that it is very important to have goals because if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. I also know in order for me to obtain my long-term goals, my short-term goals need to be attainable and reachable. Like for starters, getting my social security card and birth certificate, finding gainful employment, opening up a bank account, saving money to buy a car and to get my own apartment, and most importantly, graduating college. As for my long-term goals, get an LLC, opening a business account, get my real estate license, and start my own business from the ground up. These are all things I'm overly determined to possess. I know it's not going to be easy, but with God on my side, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Thank you for your time and letting me speak.
Okay, Mr. Perry, thank you for your opening statement. Appreciate you taking the time to write it. So we're going to take turns to ask you questions, and then when we're done, we will deliberate on the record and give you our response. I'm going to ask Mr. Cole to begin with questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, good afternoon, Mr. Perry.
Good afternoon.
Let's start with this offense in the ROIC, risk of injury. What happened there?
In the original situation I was arrested for, but one of the witnesses said that it was with their grandson. So I got charged with the risk of injury to a minor.
Okay, and who was shooting at who and why?
I'm not really sure of that, but I know in the witness statement they said that they were with a grandson during the time, so I got charged with risk of injury to a minor and carrying a gun without a permit.
But you don't know what was going on, why people were shooting at each other or anything like that? No.
I honestly placed myself, I did place myself in an environment I didn't have to be, and surrounded myself with people that I shouldn't have, and that is ultimately what caused me to be an interest in this case, person of interest.
Say that again.
I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry, Mr.
No,
Do you mind? I just need,
go ahead.
can you just
I'm
say
sorry.
that again? I lost part. I didn't understand some of it.
I said I placed myself in an environment and I surrounded myself around people that I shouldn't have. And in the result of me, like, I take full accountability for my part and my actions, because if I didn't involve myself or put myself in that surrounding place, or even surrounded myself with like healthier friends, I would have never been a person of interest. So it's like I take my accountability for my part in involving myself around that environment and being surrounded by those people.
I mean, because that's a really big deal, because somebody wound up dead in that spot, you know?
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
And then you have a possession charge from April of 17, which was before that.
Yes.
What was up with that?
I used to not gonna lie, I used to sell a little bit here and there, but I ended up getting a job. I was working at Restaurant 99 and I was working at TGI Fridays in Manchester.
So you've taken tier 2.
Yes.
And you talked about that, and you've taken Christian fatherhood, and you talked about that somewhat. What else? Any other programs that you've had the opportunity to get involved in, or anything like that?
No, I spent majority of like my time in school. Like, this is my 7th semester. I take 3 classes a semester, 21 credits in, and I think I have like 20 more to get my both business and manufacturing technology degrees, which I actually plan on taking when I go home, because it's like I already started it and I actually kind of like it. Like, I was always good with my hands, so it's like manufacturing technology is just making parts and building certain stuff and using the CAD system, and I actually like grown to love it. So it's like I like sincerely plan on like finishing it when I go home. I already done talked to my professors, and they already gave me the proper channels to like go to the Snuntuck when go like eventually go home, and I'm really trying to finish that because it's pretty good money in it. $40 an hour, 110 to 120,000 annually a year. Like that sounds great to me.
I mean, that's important. You know, one of the ways out here is by getting a career so that you're not involved in stuff that you were involved in, right?
You're right, you're right. And that's honestly what I plan on doing. I have a great support system. My family have been here the whole way. Like I said, I'm actually proud of myself because like school really was never like my thing. Like yeah, I did good in school, but it was like I never really liked it. But now it's like I really enjoy my teachers see me trying, like they see like they patient with me, like I really do like manufacturing technology, like, and it's just not like I really do.
Yep. You have one DR that was pre-sentenced in 22. The DR goes back to 2019 for disobeying a direct order. CO told you to do something and you didn't do it.
Yeah, that the situation with that was, it was a little, I wouldn't say personal. I guess he somewhat felt challenged because I had went to the bubble and I asked the CO to pop my door so I could lock up. And he basically was like, why didn't you ask me? And I was like, you're not in the bubble, like you don't have any control over pressing the buttons. So literally like 2 days or so later when he had to block again, I came out, I got on the phone, I had a rough phone call. Instead of going straight to lock back up, I ended up sitting down and he ended up writing me an informal saying that he told me to put my jumper on, but he never, I was telling the lieutenant to check the camera because he never came up to me, never said nothing to me. So it wasn't informal, which would have went away, but because I felt like I was innocent and I felt like I didn't do nothing, like he really didn't say anything to me, I didn't sign it. So once you don't sign it informal, it automatically becomes a DR, which is a Class B, disobeying a direct order.
Okay. I'm going to see what questions my fellow board members have. Thank you for speaking with me.
So, Mr. Perry.
Yes.
Did you know the person that died?
Not really. I knew of them.
Okay. Did you used to sell her drugs?
Nah, I never. She knew my father, so like always knew her like through my father, and like she somewhat seen me like grow up, but I never had any like serious interactions with her.
So why would someone say that they saw you go up to the car? See, for me, you were in possession of controlled substance, and you were carrying a pistol. And from what I read, she used substance. So I'm just wondering if she came to buy drugs but didn't have any money.
Nah, I never was her dealer of choice, so I never like sold her any narcotics.
How did they identify you as the person who went up to the car?
I'm not sure.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you for answering.
All right, so thank you, Madam Chair. I just Mr. Perry, I want to go back and I want you use the term, if I'm being honest. So let's keep that. So I heard you say to my colleague, Mr. Pohl, that you placed yourself, you take responsibility for putting yourself in that situation. So to also kind of go along with what Ms. Chance was asking you, so at that time, were you selling drugs and carrying a gun? Is that what you mean by placing yourself in a bad situation?
Yes, because I'm not from that area, like at the time I was living in Weathersfield, so I really didn't have to be around that area and I didn't have to be around the individuals I was. It was a choice that I made or felt like it was cool to do at the time, so that's why I was there.
You were 25 when you got arrested?
Yes,
And you had been arrested before that, right? When you were arrested in 2014?
yes.
Yeah, okay. Right, 2018. 17, okay, 2017. So the year before you'd been arrested. And when this all happened, were you working at those restaurants at the time?
Yes, I was.
So why were you in this business of carrying a gun and selling drugs if you were living at home and working?
Because I was like young-minded and still like immature, and I felt like because my dad had grew up in that area and because he was from over there that I felt like it was cool, or I felt like I had to live up to his image. But as growing up and seeing that everything that I thought was cool or that was cracked up to be, it really wasn't. Like, it wasn't something that I see myself becoming, and it's something that I don't want to become or do anymore, because this is the end result. You're either in the grave or you're in jail, and this is my first bid, and it plans on to be my last bid. Like, I'm not, like, this is not for me. I had a long time to really sit back, soul search, and reflect. And a lot of my other friends that I went in school with, they're taking vacations. They're like way better off. And here I am in prison, trying to fit in or trying to be cool. And
Well, you're in prison because you're trying to fit in and we're trying to be cool.
Yes, ma'am, you're right. And I don't want to do that no more. Like, I missed out on too much time in my daughter's life. I lost family members. Like, there's a lot of things that I missed out on, birthdays, Christmases, and it's like I don't want to keep missing out or keep going through things that I've been through, especially behind trying to fit in or be cool, or like, it's not worth it.
Yeah. I mean, you've been in jail for 7 years now because you were arrested and then held.
Yes, ma'am.
You did not post bond. Case took a while before it was disposed of. You were working. I read the pre-sentence report. I find it interesting. You didn't have a lot of very positive things to say about your father in the pre-sentence report, yet you're claiming that you thought it was pretty cool where he lived and what he was doing.
Yes.
Okay. I also read in the pre-sentence report that you were basically raised by your mother. She provided you with just about everything you needed. She provided a good home, tried to give you good direction. And here she is still supporting you through all of this.
She has, every step of the way.
Yeah.
And I feel like I owe her to do better. Her, my daughter, like, I honestly was lost. Like, I really was trying to find myself, like, around that time. Yes, I did say some bad things about my dad because I was still hurt. Like, I was still like in search of trying to be a man. And it's like, now that I've like had to sit down and really like think about certain stuff, and it's like, I forgive him. Like, it was his life, and me trying to follow behind it is gonna end up being just like him, in and out of jail. And I'm not trying to come back.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that's thinking, when I listen to that, I hear somebody who, is looking at what he needs to do to
Yes,
live in the community, to be a good father. Your daughter was 2, maybe 3 when you were incarcerated.
yes.
How did you get to see her much?
My mom, she brought her up here every chance she can.
Okay.
She made sure I stayed present and memorable in her life, being that she was so young.
Mhm.
But everything was my mom, to be honest.
So I heard you talk about going back to school for manufacturing and technology, lots of opportunities in the community for that,
Yes.
lots of, regardless, put the whole pay aside, there's lots of opportunity for employment. But what are you going to do in the interim? How will you support yourself?
Get a job. I actually, I had spoke with a friend that was still works at Restaurant 99, and he talked to the general manager, and he said that if upon my release, if I get out, that he'll rehire me back for a cook. So I'm kind of looking forward to going back there because it's a pretty good business.
Well, you have 2 felony convictions on your record now, and although you should not have any trouble going to school, regardless whether you're on parole or not, when you do get out, you're going to need to be able to manage, disappointment when you get turned down for certain things because of those felony convictions. Have you thought about that?
Yes, ma'am.
What have you thought about? Like, what do you see as obstacles because of those convictions?
I do see like letdowns. I do see turnaways, and I do see like
Turnaways from what? Letdowns from what? Turnaways from what? You need to be thinking realistically.
Like as you stated, as far as like, I'm a felony charge now, so they might not want to hire me, or they might not, take me serious. And like I really I prepare myself for that. It's like I'm determined. Like I'm not giving up. Like before, I didn't really have a purpose. Like now, like I'm clear-minded. I have a purpose. Like I'm driven. I'm willing. Everything I got, like it's no quitting for me. Like it's no like this. I'm done. Like is no. I know what this comes with. I know what can happen. I know I've seen it, and it's like I don't want to keep making this a revolving door. Like so, it's like
okay.
I know it's not going to be easy, but I'm determined to be successful.
Okay. Because very often we hear people come back because, well, I got turned down and from this job and that job, so I went back to what I do best, or what I do best, what I know, right? What's easy, and it's challenging. You will have some challenges, and it'll be incumbent upon you as a 33-year-old adult now to manage those challenges like an adult, and not a 25-year-old person who's trying to, live a life that you have no business in.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Perry, I wish you the best of luck. Regardless of what happens today, you have a lot of support in the community. You have opportunities. So I wish you the best of luck. Thank you, Madam Chair. So,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We're going to deliberate now on the record, okay?
Okay.
So, carrying a pistol without permit and to injure a child. What happened during this event is it's highly concerning.
mm-hmm.
Mr. Perry has taken a tier program. There aren't any violence programs in there. to his credit, he's got a 3.8, working towards an associate's degree in manufacturing, technology, and business. His criminal history consists of failure to stop for police in 2010. He has what appears to be a stable sponsor, and is seeking to finish up his education on the outside. I would really like to hear both of your takes on this particular case.
So I agree with everything that you have said, Mr. Cole. What's concerning for me is the nature of the offense and what happened. And it was an orthodox plea that got sucked down. And I did not hear the only responsibility that I heard Mr. Perry accepting is that he was somewhere where he shouldn't have been. Not about what actually happened. So that is concerning. He has anger management and voices on his OAP, which hasn't been he hasn't done that. And he has a drug score of 5. And he only took tier 2. I didn't hear anything about, what that 5 means to him and how he's going to maintain that when he goes back in the community. 5's high. The high score you can have. I don't understand why he only did tier 2 when they have tier 4 there, I think. So I'm not for Mr. Perry going out today. I have to deny it.
So I mean, I agree with everything. Yes, I think that Mr. Perry could benefit from the anger management program. I also think that he can do that in the community. I'm looking through his pre-sentence report and,
There's not a lot there.
There's not a lot there in terms of why he's a 5. There is some evidence of marijuana use, there are admissions of marijuana use, and some Percocet experimentation is the terminology that seems that I have written down anyways.
Yeah.
He did do the tier 4 program. So, what we have before us is a risk of tier 2. Tier 2, did I say 4? I misspoke. Thank you. So, what we have before us is risk of injury in possession of the firearm. I heard Mr. Perry, I did hear Mr. Perry apologize to the victim. I did hear him talk about, living a lifestyle that caused him to be in the current situation that he's in. I do look at his age at the time, which is 25, not young, but still young by our standards. He was working in the community before this arrest. He scores low for risk to recidivate. He has a very supportive mother in the community. He has a child. I think he's got realistic and reasonable release plan. And he's certainly of an age where he can take full advantage of that. he has no supervision to follow. So it's a 13-year sentence, of which he served 7. I would be in favor of granting Mr. Perry parole today. I think I see some advantages to placing him on parole. One is I see that there will be an opportunity for him to do some additional programming if we recommend that, such as anger management. I also think there's an opportunity for substance abuse testing, at least in the community. I also think there's an opportunity for Mr. Perry to take advantage of some resources that could be offered through parole and community supervision. He's certainly appears to be motivated to finish school. And I think that in terms of safety to the community and success in the community for Mr. Perry, that parole would be beneficial, a good option in this particular case. You know, it's a very, very sad case. The statement from the victim's family, the cousin in the pre-sentence report is really impactful. You know, we have no victim input today, but you know, Mr. Perry needs to reread that, I think, to appreciate that lifestyle and the consequences of living that lifestyle. But I am looking at the charges before us. Considering I do know that there is victim in this, even though it's not reflected necessarily in the charges. But I do see Mr. Perry's best opportunity for success in the community is under some sort of community supervision for monitoring and resources.
My whole hang up here was the original charges.
Yeah,
and the firing of them.
Yeah.
And the fact that the major one of those charges is not here.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we have to consider the behaviors, the underlying factors. Yeah.
I mean, everything else here is, you know, presents as somebody who should be given a shot on supervision.
An opportunity, yep.
But yeah, I think that's the right call.
I'll go on the minority. So it would be today's date. And what do you want for? I just had no contact with co-defendant.
Yeah, and well, Ms. Chance, you mentioned that anger management was on its OAP. I think it could be beneficial for him to participate in that in the community.
Anything else?
No.
Okay, in the case of Byron Perry, inmate number 405776, there is a majority grant on March 25th, 2025, with the following conditions. No contact with the co-defendant, Brian Robbins, and behavior management for anger management in the community. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. I'm sorry. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Aye. There we go. So it's a majority decision. Good luck, Mr. Perry.
Thank you.
This includes the hearing for Byron Perry 405776.
You are granted discretionary parole, so you will have everything written up and sent to you.
Okay, when would be my parole date?
It's today's date, but it may take a little while for them to get
Oh.
around to
Oh,
doing
so
all the
it's-
paperwork.
It's immediate release?
It's an on or after date.
It's on or after
Okay,
March 25th, 2025.
all right, thank you. Thank you for giving me a chance.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, now your name, please.
DeAndre Deshields.
We're clean up, Joy.
Good afternoon. My name is Officer Williams. Today is Tuesday, March 25th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. All the board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Joy Chan.
Good afternoon, Mike Paul.
Deborah Smith Palmieri?
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
DeAndre Deshields, 411106.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Dandre Deshields 41106. He is serving a sentence of 10 years execution suspended, 4 years, 6 months, with 3 years of probation for assault of public safety officer, criminal possession of a firearm, 2 counts of robbery, third in possession with intent. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of August 16, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. Tier 2 is domestic violence. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender's overall score for recidivism falls in the very high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Hello, you guys can hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Good afternoon. I just want to say, I take full accountability for everything I've done in my past, and I have no excuses for my actions, but an apology to the community for each time my case was in and all the individuals are harmed mentally, physically, also regarding my family, my 3 little daughters, and to myself because I'm better than the person I was. Over the years, I found myself. I told myself every night I want better for myself and my future. The living conditions in prison isn't what I'm used to. No freedom isn't what I'm used to. This bid made me hungry for success more than anything. I have no excuses being raised by a single mother that has health issues, that can't work, and a father that was killed before I was born. But times was hard for my family living in the house with my mom, 2 younger sisters, and no income but disability. I didn't have the parents that got up and went to work, so that's not what I knew growing up. I was the man of the house. I take full accountability for full victim to my environment. Seeing kids in school with things my mom couldn't afford made me want things. I sold drugs to support my needs and wants. Over the years, it got worse, and I had 3 daughters back to back, which were 1, 2, and 3 before my incarceration. I knew the things I was doing to support my family and myself were wrong, but during those rough times, it felt good because I was helping my family. The bad choices I made were the causes of me carrying a gun. I didn't want to get robbed. I never shot anyone in my life or had a violent crime until now. This is my first 85% bid ever. The gun I was arrested with never was used in my possession. I promised myself I would never put myself in this situation again. I felt ashamed and embarrassed for my actions. Being selfish with myself, not thinking about my family around me or my freedom for my actions made me realize how big of an effect I am to my family and the effects it caused my future. I know it may be difficult for the board to grant me parole due to my past, but I'm not the same person I was 4 years ago. What I did was out of bound, and I learned so much from it. Even if I'm not granted, I'm still going to continue to move forward for the better and not give up, because every decision I make now will cost later, whether it's for the better or the worse. And I'll waste too many years of my life that I will never get back. I lost 4 long years of my life where I could have possibly had a food truck business running, and that's why I took up culinary. I lost 4 long years where I could have had my own LLC started, my trucking business as far as owning my CDLs. Before I came to jail, I was in school at Nets to get my CDLs. In these long 4 years, I took the time to notice everything I was doing was wrong and all the bad turns I took that led me where I am today. As a kid, I kept nice grades. I have my GED and have a driver license. For 4 years living with different people, even men older than me, not having maybe 1 out of 3, makes me stronger, because it makes me feel like I have too much talent to be in jail wasting it. Although my past situation wasn't too pretty, I have many great things planned for the future. I've been on a waiting list to participate in the Net CDLs program here. I have a family business, which I'll have a job set up for myself once I'm home. My family have trucks I can drive that only require driver license until I get my CDLs. When I do get my CDLs, I want to start my own LLC trucking business. I also plan on someday owning a food truck to make food, and that's why I took up culinary, because my mom loves to cook, and I want to help her receive her own income in which I can help us all for the better, because I love to cook as well. Between having my CRCI certificate and my family trucking business can help me get a nice job while I'm grinding to branch off and start my own business. Whatever I have to do to stay away from another jail cell, I will do, because I'm hungry for success. I pray and hope you guys give me another chance to prove to the board I'm not a minister to the society. I'm human. People make mistakes. How can I learn if I don't make mistakes? I have less than a year to discharge, and every day I think of how much better I want my future for myself. I want to apologize to all the victims and to my community for my wrongful actions. In addition, all the officers that had to handle my troubles. I also would like to say thank you to the officers, because even though I did wrong, coming to jail helped me become a better, more positive person overall. And I just want to mention that I'm done reading my letter, but I just want to mention, since I've been incarcerated, I caught 6 DR tickets at the beginning of my bid, which 2021. I had 2 fighting tickets in Cheshire, and I take accountability that I got in 2 altercations, but dealing with 9 different personalities inside is it's hard being in certain situations and staying out of trouble with different personalities. Somebody might have a bad phone call and disrespect you or anything, but me coming fresh in jail, I still have pride. I still didn't change at the beginning towards my bid, because I put myself in situations that harm my future. Over the years, I haven't caught any violent crime, and I had got 2 safety and security team tickets, which was a 3-way call using somebody else's PIN. And I had got a contraband ticket, which was a Pruno ticket. And that was last year, 2023. From 2023 to 2021, I haven't caught any violent tickets or any fights or anything. And I was just trying to stay focused. As of right now, I done everything that was on my OAP, and anything that was open, available for programs for me to get in, I tried to sign up, even that wasn't even on my OAP. So I wasn't just sitting around doing anything because I finished school. For a long time, I was incarcerated during COVID, so a lot of programs wasn't available. So even the programs I was on a waiting list for, any program that was on a tablet or the counselor had on the bulletin board that anybody could participate in, I signed up for it. And I finished, I got my CRCI certificate. So when I go home, I can have a job and I don't have to be triggered to sell drugs or be in the streets doing wrong things. And I've also just finished renewing my license so I could start the CDLs program here, so I could take part in that, trying to work on getting my CDL. So when I come home, I have more than one option to get employed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Deshields. And I just want to clarify something before we start the questions. Your two last DRs was May of 2024 and June of 2024.
Yeah.
Okay, not 23.
No, I didn't catch no, 2024, I apologize, 2024. But
Right.
from 2024, I apologize, but from
Yeah,
2024.
that was less than a year ago. But we're each going to take turns to ask you questions. And then when we're done with the questions, we will deliberate on the record and give you our decision. So Mr. Cole will begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Deshields.
Afternoon.
Just quickly here, it's dealing with these offenses. You know, a gun charge. It's not the first one. And, you know, what's going on out in the streets out here, crazy. Right?
Yes.
The conduct in the courtroom, that's, you know, another case of what the heck do you think? Right?
So I'm sorry, sir, can you repeat that, please?
I said your conduct in the courtroom,
Yes.
that's like crazy. It's like, what do you think?
During the courtroom situation, I take full accountability for resisting my arrest. When they raised my bond, I tried to run and I slipped and fell, and they all retained me, and they said I was resisting my arrest. At the time, I just had got out of surgery, and my whole lower body didn't work, and I lost a lot of weight because I was in surgery. I was in the hospital for about 7 months. When they was searching me and they was checking me and taking me down on the ground, I have 2 rods in my lower back, and they thought I had something behind me, and I was trying to tell them that I have 2 rods sticking on my back. And in the midst of them trying to arrest me, I was just trying to point to my back that I'm only 96 pounds. I just got out of surgery, and my injuries is serious right now, so they all were jumping on top of me. I never physically hit an officer or wanted to hurt anybody. I was honestly a patient at the time. I just got out the hospital, and I just got out of surgery from getting my colostomy bag reversed. Prior to that, I was in the hospital for about 7 months and couldn't eat, so I was really, really little. So when they was arresting me and they said I was resistant, I just was trying to show them my lower rods in my back because they were jumping on top of me, and the pain with everybody on top of me was hurting. I never wanted to put my hands on them.
Robbery thirds are stuff that it's like, I mean, we're dealing with 7 years ago. We're dealing with 20 years old. We're dealing with not thinking.
Yes.
And doing stuff with bad motives. You know?
Yes.
I mean, it's very, very, very concerning, right? So, and you talked about the tickets, and good on you for just bringing them up. Because you usually have to get a crowbar to pry that out of people who are talking in front of us. And I appreciate that you brought them up and that you talked about them and that you took responsibility for them. You've taken tier 2 in DV.
Yes.
And what is the Quinnipiac College program?
So again, it was still like a lot of waiting lists. When I was in Corrigan from 22 to 23, it was no movement. We was locked down a lot. and they just put the culinary program there, so I signed up for that. They sent me back to
That's
Chester.
a culinary program. The Quinnipiac
Yes.
program is a culinary program.
No, I'm saying, the things that was on my OAP at the time, I was still on the waiting list. So every time I seen a new program on the tablet, I try to sign up so I can have a lot of stuff under my belt. So I actually have the Quinnipiac.
No, but what is it? I'm asking you, what is it?
It was it said on the tablet that it's a program, but I complete the program, and it's honestly, it's Quinnipiac University. It's like a course, a class course that I earned on 3 credits from the world that I could
What
take
was
to
the topic?
it's a criminal justice class that give you 3 credits to the world. And I completed that.
Perfect.
And that was just something I volunteered in, so I won't just don't be doing anything. In every jail I was in, besides Chester, I was only in Chester for a few. I kept a tier job to keep working, so I wasn't just doing anything.
Okay, and you don't have any prospects out there for a sponsor?
Yes, I have. I was interviewed for this parole hearing in January, and the woman that interviewed me, she was out. I recently wrote trying to see about my hearing, and they honestly just wrote me back Friday afternoon, and I got a request back that I had a hearing from today. So I didn't have a chance to get any information. No.
I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you if you have any prospects for a sponsor in the community.
Yes. Yes.
And who would that be?
My mom, Dorina Deshields.
Was she contacted?
No.
And what's her background? Is she working, retired? Is she at home all the time? What?
She's not working. My mom's not. She don't have a history or anything. My mom is disabled.
Okay. All right. And you said in your interview that you might be able to get a job at Wendy's to start out with?
Yes. I have an aunt that's a...
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I have an aunt that's a manager at Wendy's. When I left out of incarceration in 2016, she helped me get a job at Wendy's, which I could help me get another job once I'm out of jail.
Which...
Yeah, it's farther down the line. I just was trying, whatever I have, as far as me getting a job for my culinaries as a chef, going back to school for my CDLs, and I have a family business. They already have trucks own CDLs and non-owned CDL driver's license that I could work for on top of working at Wendy's.
Okay.
So those are 3 different job options.
So there's a lot of good plans. Right?
Yes.
Just need to make sure that you take it slow.
Yes.
Slower than you talk. It's you have a lot of energy there, Mr. Deshields. And you got to put it to good use.
Yes.
Right? I don't have anything.
Mrs. Smith?
So, Mr. Deshields, this is your second gun charge, is that correct?
Yes.
Right? You had one back in 2016. So why do you have a gun? And why are you waving it around on Facebook Live?
I'm sorry, Miss. In my case, I had a co-defendant, and my co-defendant in my police report, it doesn't say I was waving the gun around in the video. I never was in a video of a gun. I was inside the car. I take responsibility of being in the car to have access to it, yes. But I wasn't waving a gun in the video.
Okay. And why, who came up with this idea that they would steal the cell phones, commit those 2 robberies?
Honestly, ma'am, like I said, I take full accountability for the decisions I made. I didn't want to harm anyone. I had kids at the time. I didn't have a job, and I just wanted to try to make some quick money so I could provide for myself and my children. And
I didn't want to hurt somebody. I didn't use a weapon or anything. I just was
Okay,
trying to
but
take the phone.
Yeah, don't, I have a hard time when you start minimizing. You rob those people of their phone, whether you
Yes.
hurt them or not, you
Yes.
still lured them in and committed two robberies.
Yes.
Yeah.
I take full accountability for taking the phone, and I was planning just to sell it.
Okay, let's talk about, I agree with Mr. Pohl. We appreciate bringing up all those disciplinary reports. They're all avoidable. I struggle with this multiple phone thing. You know what the rules are, right? Why should they be any different for you? Maybe you said you're a better planner, better organizer. Well, maybe you need to plan your phone time a little bit more appropriately. You know, because when you're asking us for parole, you already have 4 failed either probation or paroles, right? So you haven't done well in the community. And now you're struggling to follow those simple rules at the prison. I'm not sure that I'm convinced that you can manage the conditions of parole or probation in the community.
Man, a few years ago, I'm not the same person I was a few years ago.
But these are not a few years ago. These are recent, 2024.
Even over the years from 2024, I learned a lot. Even when I caught the tickets, when it was time for me to sign my halfway.
Yeah.
Those
Bruno in June
decisions,
2024.
Yes, those decisions when it was time for me to sign my halfway papers, I wasn't able because the tickets I caught. So that made me smarter. It made me think about my future more, and that's what made me go harder to try to sign up for even more things. So I won't get in trouble, and I stayed focused, and I got a job, and I haven't caught any tickets since then. I've been staying focused, doing what I have to do. I'm on a waiting list for school, and I'm not the same person I was before. I don't want to break the rules. I don't want to break the rules and continue to put my future on pause. I've been incarcerated for 4 years, and in this 4 years, in this 4 years, it's a lot of things I could have accomplished. Like, I feel like within myself, I'm not even saying that I deserve to be granted. I feel like over the years, I've been trying my best to earn it. No matter whatever way it is for positivity, I've been trying to earn my freedom is the best way I can. I've been trying to put my excuses.
All right, so let me ask you a question. So for that other pistol without a permit in 2016, you did 30 months for that. And then you haven't been sentenced to a jail term since then. How do you allow yourself to get involved again? You didn't like jail the first time, did you?
When I went to jail the first time and I came home, I still was lost. I still didn't find myself. I still was doing things that wasn't right. I feel like the 13 months I did, I still had the same mindset before I did the 13 months versus now. This was my first longest bid I did. I've never been away from my family or community for 4 years. So this made me strong. It made me ambitious. Like, I've been around people that's never gone home, that wish they was in my shoes, that they had the opportunity to go home and try. So that's why no matter what, I didn't have the mindset, all right, I'm gonna get a job at home.
Okay, I didn't, if I made you start repeating yourself, that wasn't my intention for your question. You did say all that. You said you've changed how you're thinking. It's just, when you can't follow the rules at the facility, it's hard for us to envision you following the strict rules of parole when you're in the community. All right, well, thank you, Mr. Deshields.
Yeah. So, Mr. Deshields, you completed the Tier 2 program in January of 2023, but, you got your Pruna ticket last year.
Yes.
Yeah.
So why did that happen?
The Bruno ticket, it was me and me and my bunkie, they took both, they didn't know who the Bruno was, and they took both of us to SAG.
So it was the both of you?
And incarcerated, and my bunkie didn't own up and say it was his, so they took both of us. Due that it was under the bed, which was both of our beds, because they took us both. So in that situation, it was nothing I can do. I never had a history of DUIs. I never was a drinking person. I never had a problem with alcohol.
Yeah. So I'm just going to mention something to you and then I'm done. So one of the other things that I read, and I think it goes back to the charge of assault on public safety officer. You told the parole officer that you were shot in the back, and then another time you said you were shot in the chest.
Yes.
So that is a little convoluted, and I know you were trying to explain that assault on public safety officer. So where exactly did you get shot? Because that's why you were in the hospital for that long time.
Yes. And the time I told her that I got shot in my back before, and
All right, give me a minute. I just noticed that it froze. I'm gonna try to fix it up right now. Give me a moment.
Difference between
That,
All right,
you were
there we go.
shot in the back. And then another time you said you were shot in the chest.
yes.
So that is a little convoluted, and I know you were trying to explain that assault on public safety officer. So where exactly did you get shot? Because that's why you were in the hospital for that long time.
Yes. And the time I told her that I got shot in my back before and it came out of my chest. Before I got arrested, I was hit by a car, ran over, and I broke my pelvis and I have 2 rods sticking out my back. I explained to her that when they was trying to put the handcuffs on me, they was checking me and they thought I had something on my behind, and I was trying to point and show them the rod sticking out of my back. And as I was showing them, trying to point my hands in a direction, they kept saying I was resisting. And
Okay.
that
I got it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So we're gonna deliberate now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So these offenses go back a ways, and some of them. Robbery 3s go back 7 years. Possession with intent and possession of firearm go back 5 years. The assault that we just got explained goes back 4 years. I think Mr. Deshields wants to do the right thing. What we're talking about is the difference between August 16th and January 14th. He goes out on probation, and of course, probation still has all of the, the requirements and supervision that parole does. However, I'm inclined to believe that if Mr. Deshields were to start on parole,
5 months.
Might have a little bit of another opportunity. Know that he has a lot of things that he'd like to do. One of which, he was talking about nets, things like that. But the August date is just before semester would start, or a lot of coursework going into September, when a lot of things start there. None of these charges are what I'd expect from Mr. Deshields. However, I think that an opportunity at supervision would be a good thing for those 2 months.
So there's kind of 2 thoughts here. One, he's desperate to come out because this is the longest time he's ever served. And on the other hand, he has come up with all these things that he needs to do and want to do.
Mm-hmm.
But the 4 failures and these DRs, it's just getting in the way. These are just very simple things that he's not following the rules. Those 2 tickets for the security tampering just has to do with him using someone else's phone, and he knows he's not supposed to. But I do hear what you're saying. I don't know why he got a medical marijuana card, said it was for PTSD. He's been doing without it.
But he certainly is going to be using that on getting a CDL because that's
well, So, I don't know, it's 27, but his behavior is concerning both in and out. And I hear the desperation because he's never served this long time. And, you know, I understand, but 5 months seems such a short period of time to set someone up. If it were longer than 6 months, I would have said, yeah, it's a good way to go, but.
You know, I honestly, I'm on the fence. I see, you know, a little bit of parole supervision could be beneficial, right? His mother's not yet approved, so he might go to the halfway house, you know, kind of get him started. I do hear desperation. I do. It says his charges go back because he was out on pretrial supervision for a while.
Right.
And then he got arrested again.
Again.
So then the judge raised his bond. So, and that's where we have the whole hullabaloo with the court situation, which is just
Right.
out of control. You know, I'm concerned in one breath with the disciplinary reports because they're so simple to avoid. And it's the repetitive and what I would consider to be like so avoidable, right?
Exactly.
You know, you're not supposed to use someone else's PIN number, so why not? I do look at the fact that he is 27, although this is second gun charge though.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's second gun charge. I'll give it, you know, the first one was in 2016, so it does go back a little bit.
And that time that he got extended quite a way before he actually finished it.
Yeah.
And then he went back and got another one.
Yeah. I will say what in my view, what's in Mr. Deshields' favor is he has made a concerted effort to keep himself occupied. He can't seem to get off the phone, but he has made a concerted effort to keep himself occupied, even if it's taken one college class, which he says he finished. So, you know, I give him a lot of credit and hopefully that's some motivation for him. Got his culinary certificate, he stayed served.
Yeah.
So I do want to give him the benefit of the doubt and give him an opportunity, a couple of months on parole, get that. If he finishes that successfully, there's another win for him. And if he doesn't, we'll see him back on a violation and.
Yeah.
But.
Yeah, and I had forgotten about those two safe serve.
Yeah.
Culinary certificates.
But, you know, aside from the disciplinary reports that kind of are so avoidable.
So, co-defendant and what else?
Two victims.
Two victims, right? We need to do halfway house because that's not a.
Inside, which.
Yeah, so.
I think he needs to do that outside.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The initials of the two.
ABSW.
Yeah, and he knew, one of them knew him, so.
Right.
It's important.
In the case of Dandre Deshields, inmate number 411106, motion to grant discretionary parole on or after August 16, 2025, with standard parole conditions and, in addition, no contact with victims AV and SW, no contact with co-defendant Dennis Moy, behavior management for domestic violence, and release to a halfway house if needed. Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion carries. So, Mr. Deshields, today is your big day, so make sure you follow through.
Thank you.
Okay?
I really appreciate you guys.
This includes the hearing county Deshields 41106. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Man, that's the ball again.
Good afternoon, how y'all doing?
Have your name, please?
Jose Corporan.
Good afternoon, my name is Parole Officer Williams. Today is Tuesday, March 25th, 2025, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this afternoon. By stating their names on the record, certifying they reviewed all statutory documents and available pertinent information and preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
Good afternoon, Mike Paul.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Jose Corporan, inmate number 418-519.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Jose Corporan, 418-519. He is serving a sentence of 8 years jail, executed suspended up to 3 years for 3 years of probation for criminal possession of a firearm and selling narcotics. As of today, records reflect the parole date of July 9th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and showed the offender has completed the following program: Race and Fatherhood and CRCI. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender's overall score for percentage rates falls in the moderate range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you should be granted parole. You may begin.
First off, I feel it's best that I acknowledge the fact that I jeopardized a lot of innocent lives with my careless ways. I'm not here to defend myself. I'm just here to be honest and expose myself for the truth. Knowing the trauma my community is already dealing with due to the drugs and gun violence I still engaged. There's no way to justify my actions. All I can honestly say is I'm sorry. During the course of my incarceration, I took the time to rehabilitate myself and taking part in programs I needed and also volunteer programs such as Tier 2 and Embracing Fatherhood. I know I have failed many times in my life and never have believed that there was much for me to look forward towards besides my son, but this time has broadened my ambitions and given me the clarity to pursue a career in logistics. The life I've lived before is not a reasonable life for me nor for my family.
Okay, Mr. Corporan, thank you for taking the time to write a statement. We're going to take turns to ask you questions, and then when we're done, we'll deliberate on the record. So Mrs. Smith Palmieri will begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Corporan, you're before us today for your second firearm charge. Why were you in possession of a firearm again when you know you were a prohibited person?
To be real with you, honestly, I just thought it was cool being around the guys I was with. But the first time I came into jail, I only did 4 months. And this time actually coming to jail for the same thing and you know, being down this time, I noticed that it's not worth it because at the end of the day, those guys that I was with, you know, having those guns with, don't even look forward, you know, don't acknowledge me anymore, you know, out of mind, out of sight. And I felt like I did wrong, you know what I'm saying? And as a person, I failed to keep my son in the right state of mind. He's going through his own problems, me not being there, and I deserve coming to jail. And I take full accountability for what I've done. But from here on out, me taking this time to work on myself, I know for the next time I shouldn't be doing that and I won't do it again.
All right, you were on probation when you got arrested. What were you doing with probation? Were you reporting?
Yes, I was. I did a program. It was a drug program. I completed it. I think it was AIC.
Okay.
And then I was reporting to probation every once or twice a month.
When you're reporting to probation once or twice a month, you score high for that in terms of needing supervision. How long was the AIC program you did?
I want to say anywhere from 6 to 8 weeks, like 2 months.
Okay.
I believe it was twice a week.
All right. Was it like a cognitive-based type program, decision-making?
Decision-making and decision-making and for drugs too.
All right. Were you out on bond while these cases were pending?
What, this new case?
Yes.
I didn't have a prior case before that, but I was on bond for this case, yes.
Okay, so you posted bond, you were in the community while you were going to court for this case?
Yes,
What
I
were you
was.
doing? What were you doing?
I was working at KFC and I was doing a little bit of paving for my boy's friend's company.
Okay. So you get sentenced, you come into jail, and then you test positive. So you were using drugs while the case was pending?
So this is what happened. So I smoke a lot of weed in the world. I think if I'm not mistaken, 54, 55 days into my bid now, and somebody in my cube tested positive for marijuana. So they tested everybody in the cube for it, and I came out dirty. I don't know how.
So I go back to my question. So when you were out on bond, were you smoking pot?
Yes, I was.
Okay, so that's probably how you test positive coming in.
Yes.
Okay. All right, then you have the DR for testing positive while you're incarcerated. Then you have another DR for, they believe that you're trying to bring drugs into the facility.
They overheard.
Three-way call.
They overheard a conversation of my boy saying to go see his girl, to go see my girl. And I didn't have, that was not what was gonna happen. My boy, he ended up doing something and I got drawn in the middle of it. And the reason why I got the tampering security was because I used to do three-way phone calls with my wife and my mom. I only get 6 calls and I felt like it wasn't enough to get both of them. You know, I talk to my son a lot too, so, but that's why I got the tampering security with that one.
Okay, because you're not supposed to be making three-way calls. You know that, right?
Correct.
And you're doing it anyways. And then I don't understand that part about you got caught up in somebody else's stuff.
He brought up my name because I had the stuff for him in the world. So his girl was gonna go get the stuff from my girl. And he brought my name up in it. You know what I'm saying? And I got caught up in the mix of that. Me trying to help him out, in which I shouldn't have done that, knowing that that's not even the route I wanted to take.
All right. So you still, so what I'm hearing is that you're still were conducting some sort of business while you were incarcerated?
I wasn't getting anything out of it. I was just trying to help out a friend, but that's not the right way to do it.
Okay.
But I take full accountability for the actions that came across.
All right. So those are a little less than a year ago. You took the Tier 2 program. Why do you think they had you take the Tier 2 program?
I took it volunteered because I felt like it was needed to, you know, to cover up the mistakes that I made during the time of my incarceration too. And, you know, I wanted to know more about the stuff I was dealing with in the world, you know what I'm saying? And Tier 2 really showed me a lot, because not only did it show me about the drugs, it showed me the effects what it could do to you, you know? And I was never a user. I was just, you know, distributing and yeah.
All right. What do you think the effects of distributing those drugs are?
It's not good, because there's people that's overdosing and dying behind these drugs. And I'm gonna be real with you, not that I didn't care, but I was, you know, chasing money, and it wasn't in my best bet, but I still did it anyway.
So when you're in this Tier 2 program, were you in there with people who are struggling with substance abuse? People who are using their rent money to buy drugs from you?
There were a few people in there for those kinds of things. Yeah.
All right. So I heard you mention your son a few times. Have you done a fatherhood program?
Yes, I did, the Embracing Fatherhood. I'm actually in it again now too. We just started up the other day. I mean, I'm doing it again for the second time, because I feel like the first time I got what I wanted, but I feel like I know I could get more, you know? Like.
All right. So what is it you hope to get from it?
The first time, I'll go back to the first time. The first time I picked up on, like, basically giving, I never had a father growing up, so I wanted to give my son the life that I never got, you know what I'm saying? And the life that I was living is not the life that I want to show my son. And every day that I've spoken to my son ever since that first time, it got us closer because now I know how to approach a situation more differently than before. But now what I'm trying to learn is really to just basically like push him for his own goals now, you know what I'm saying? There's certain ways you approach a situation that I just feel like I never did before. Like, I just want to show him the ways now, you know, and I just want to be in his everyday life. Me being here in jail, I didn't miss his first day of school, and that kind of hurts. Like, it really hurts a lot, but I put myself in this predicament, so I can't be mad at nobody but myself. But at the end of the day, my son don't deserve this. No kid is gonna be a man without his father.
Okay, all right. Your release plan is to go with your mother, and you said you have your job back at KFC?
Yes, my mother's a GM there, so as soon as I get out upon my release, I'm gonna have a job waiting for me there.
Okay, all right. I have nothing further, Madam Chair.
So, Corporan, you're only 24 years old. Why is it that you have 2 gun possession charges?
Yes.
Why?
I messed up in life, you know, and that's what I said a little bit before ago. This time right here, I actually took the time and it showed me that it's not worth what I'm doing. I'm doing all this, chasing this money and all this stuff for what? Because at the end of the day, what's more important is being home with my family and making sure they're good. I can't do that from in here, you know, and I was young, but me coming into jail, my mentality is gone more up than it was before, you know, like I feel like I deserve another chance because before I was young-minded and I didn't care about what was happening. You know what I'm saying? Like I was just living the street life and I was just out
Mr. Corporan, you're still young-minded. You have those 2 DRs. They're less than a year ago.
That's why I took the time, you know, to put myself in volunteer programs, stuff that I needed to show out, you know, so I could show you that I do deserve a chance. Like everybody make mistakes, but I don't want to be justified about what I did before. I want to show you that I could change because there is a change in me.
Yeah. Well, you know, I don't understand how you don't have an addiction services on your OAP because you have a drug score of 3. And you said you were smoking marijuana daily and Percocets and drink every now and then. So yeah. I don't understand why you wouldn't have had an addiction services, which would require you to do a tier program.
I did tier 2.
I know you did, but you keep saying you volunteered, and I'm saying that should be a program on your OAP.
Well, that's why I said that's why I feel like I needed it. And part of the reason too is because the THC dirty urine I caught, I didn't deserve that. So I just wanted to show you that I could come over that I could come over that obstacle.
What do you mean you didn't deserve that? You were smoking when you were out in the community.
I was smoking.
That stuff can stay in your system more than the 30 days that you and others think. So you deserve what you got.
I do in the long run. That's why I feel like I needed this time to sit down and utilize this time to work on myself. Because living in the world is a fast lane, you know, and coming to jail will make you realize that all the stuff you was doing before is not worth it. It's just not worth it.
All right. Thanks for answering. I'm all set. We're going to deliberate. Mrs. Smith.
All right, so I'm going to cut right to chase. The best I could recommend for Mr. Corporan today is a rehear. I think that, you know, he's 24 years old. It's his 2nd gun charge. I think that he is, you know, we volunteered to do the tier 2 program. I appreciate that. I think he knew that he needed to have done something before coming to today's hearing. I'm concerned with the disciplinary reports. And, okay, so maybe somebody mentioned him in another call, but he's making three-way calls that he knows he's not supposed to be making. He is helping out a guy, but not getting any money. It's still very poor decision-making, which is not what we should be seeing or hearing about from somebody who is serving a 3-year sentence for having another firearm. I do think that Mr. Corporan could come back in 6 months. He would still have, well, almost a year of discretionary parole if he were found suitable. He should have no disciplinary reports. We could recommend that he do the Voices program so he could see the effects of the people selling drugs too. He can continue with the fatherhood program, which will help him when he's back in the community. And I'd like to see him do the New Thoughts program, which should probably piggyback a little bit on what he did at the AIC when he was in the community. If that was a CBT program, a cognitive-based program that he did at the AIC. I feel like we're hearing what he thinks we want to hear. And I know he's a moderate for risk to recidivate,
which was very surprising to me.
But he was on probation when he committed the offenses, which is another concern. I think the one thing he's got going for him is he does have good release plan. He can go to his mother's, looks like he can go back to that same job, but I do think that he needs to be making better decisions before we can grant parole on a case for a second gun conviction. That's what
I agree with all of that. And one of the other things that I agree with or calling a question is what was said about no boy is going to be a man without a father. No boy is going to be a man without a father who actually shows values and morals. And it doesn't take the whole idea that no boy becomes a man without a father. I know a lot of kids that I used to teach that didn't have fathers, that had very strong mothers who were doing the right thing, who were providing that type of thing there.
I wish I could remember that basketball player.
But a good, a fortunate young man has a father who's doing the right thing and setting the example. You know?
I think he was
fortunate. He still has brain development to go.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, he's fortunate he was out on bond, but he's still, making poor decisions even then.
Right.
So I think I'd like to give him an opportunity to come back.
What do you think?
I wasn't put out,
I'd like to give him an opportunity. September of 2025, that's 6 months, no disciplinary reports. I'd like to see him do New Thoughts if we can recommend it. Continue with the fatherhood program.
Didn't he finish that?
No, he's doing it a second time, he says.
Oh.
So maybe he can continue with that. And do the Voices program.
Okay, and the reason is on probation.
On probation and inadequate program participation and inadequate evidence of offender change. Okay, and disciplinary reports, because we're asking them not to get any additional ones.
Exactly.
It's really it.
So in the case of Jose Corporan, inmate number 418519, there's a motion to deny discretionary parole due to current offense on probation, inadequate institutional program participation, and no evidence of offender change and poor institutional adjustment. We are giving Mr. Corporan rehear date of September 2025 to come back before the parole board, having completed positive programs to include the New Thoughts program and the Voices program No disciplinary reports. Anything else? Nope. Have a second?
which you did not invest at all, and still instead you gambled it. So,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So your efforts to make restitution, although you did, is $20,000 is some money. It certainly doesn't come close to what is owed to them.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. It doesn't, and that's why, you know, my dedication right now, you know, after I can't speak anything that I've done beforehand, before coming to jail, you know, I make no excuses for it. I make no excuses for it. I just didn't do things the right way. I didn't operate the right way. I didn't do business the right way. And my efforts should have been much more than what they were beforehand. But I do know that going forward that I will operate better, and I will make my best effort to get this money. One thing that I do know is I do have the ability to work hard. I know that when I put my mind to it, you know, I can make I can earn a substantial amount of money, you know, with my skills and abilities. I know that I can do this, and I know that, and going forward, I know that I will be able to pay substantial amounts of restitution once I get out. But speaking for before coming to jail, and before the pretrial, before all of this, you know, I just didn't do the best job. I didn't do very good at managing things.
Okay. So you paid $20,000. Do you still owe student loans, mortgages, money to the IRS, and credit card debt?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So
that I know
that you know of. Okay.
Yes.
So, I mean, really, your ability to pay restitution is going to be a struggle, wouldn't you say?
No, I don't think it's going to be a struggle because I'm determined. And I look back at my life and I looked at the amount of money that I was earning when I was gambling, and I was gambling a lot. And now that I know that I have the gambling under control, and once I get out, I know that I'm going to seek treatment and I'm going to go to programs regularly. And I know that gambling is not going to interfere, which is why I'm confident that I'm going to be able to pay significant amounts of restitution, because I know that I can earn money. I'm not concerned at all about being able to earn money, but I know that my determination now, because I owe it to the victims. I mean, they were very nice to me, and they entrusted me, and I feel terrible about it. And they were such good people, and there isn't a day that go by where I don't feel bad about it. So I know that I'm going to do everything I can, and I know it may seem difficult because I have a lot of debt. I do have a lot of student loan debt, and I have, you know, money goes owed to the IRS, but I just want you to know that, you know, I plan to work tirelessly. I will work tirelessly, and I will be able to make significant payments to this restitution.
So, Mr. Smith, it's clear throughout all the sentencing documents, your interview with parole, that it is your intention, your good intentions to pay restitution. And I ask a lot of these questions because, you know, you're charged with 2 counts of larceny first. The amount of restitution is, and I did not take out the $20,000, but with the $20,000 removed, it's $448,000. $448,867,000. And your plan is to own your own insurance company and your home remodeling company. And it's hard for me not to think to myself that, one, I'm not sure with your convictions you would be able to own your own insurance company, and 2, you know, you struggled with your remodeling company in the beginning. You know, during pretrial. So it's hard for me to see that as a realistic sort of release plan. I also struggle with the fact that it's only taking the Tier 2 program, or maybe shortly before you were sentenced, that you seem to appreciate you had an addiction to gambling. So I just, those are my concerns. So in terms of high risk, you told the parole officer that you had no high risk situations coming out. If I asked you again about that, What would you see as a high-risk situation for you in the community?
None, zero.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you, I was a little bit troubled by that response, and I'm troubled by it again. That high risk for you would be the casinos, lottery, online gambling, all those, like somebody with a substance abuse problem, are issues are relapse issues. So you have to have a plan in place. And, unfortunately, gambling is everywhere. Have you done anything with the casinos that would ban you from going?
Well, what I did do is I do plan to ban myself from all the casinos once I get out of jail.
Yeah.
I plan on banning myself, just to address one. There's a couple things I wanted to address that you brought up, but I do plan on banning myself from all the casinos in the area, in Connecticut, as well as the ones in Massachusetts and all over. I do plan on doing that. The other thing I wanted to address, you said my plan. My plan actually wasn't to own my own insurance company when I get out. I actually have a lot of skills and ability. I believe, I don't know how that was a plan in Vermont. I do have skills and abilities as far as being a technician. I've been studying a lot on repair. I plan on earning an income when I get out by being a technician and then maybe doing something in sales along those lines. I believe that, I don't know how that got into with me owning my own insurance business. I believe I was asked that question about what I did in the past. I believe that was in the past, like before going to jail. I certainly understand that once I get out of jail, there's going to be some limitations that will prevent me from selling insurance and things of that sort. So that's definitely not one of the plans that I have. But as a repair technician, I can earn a substantial income. Close to six figures, a high six figures, just as a repair person. And I have multiple training manuals on repair and things of that sort that I've been studying since I've been in jail. For that, and I've also have a book that I've been studying on to get a CDL license. And in addition to that, I do have, an extensive background in sales. So I'm not depending on insurance and things of that sort. I have the book for the CDL license. I also have been taking, reading the books to become a repair technician because I know there are going to be limitations. So I apologize if there was some miscommunication with respect to what I plan on doing to earn money when I get out. But those specific professions, particularly, with the CDL license and other, I can earn a substantial amount of income that will really help me to pay restitution and pay significant amounts. And with respect to, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna agree with you in the fact that you have a college degree. You were working in the finance field for a number of years. I have no doubt that you have. You can work in the sales business. I mean, that is part of what you are doing. That's how it's really how you cultivate the two victims in this case. Is you reached out to them, convinced them that, you could help them earn more money. And, being in the finance field, they, like you said, they trusted you. They were nice people and they trusted you. I guess, our job today is to determine your suitability for parole. It's to look at the crimes, your risk to the community, and, your ability to live successfully in the community. My concerns are, one, that you recognize the fact that you do have a gambling problem. It is an addiction. And there are, in my opinion, a lot of risks, a lot of triggers everywhere you turn. March Madness, we're in the middle of it, right? So it could be a struggle. Not that you can't manage yourself, but it would be a struggle. And I guess I was hoping to hear more acknowledgement that you see what will be what could present as some obstacles for you and how you will manage them in the community, because you need to be successful, because your victims, could be more financial. And if you're not successful, the victims don't get paid their restitution as well.
Yes, ma'am. I apologize. See, when you asked the question about safety to the community and risk to the community, I was thinking in terms of violence and things of that sort. I didn't see it as what you're referring to with respect to, you know, my specific risk gambling. I didn't see it that way. So I apologize if I misunderstood. But with respect to my risk, I know full well that I have to be cognizant of everything around me, like lottery. I mean, you know, it could be something as simple as a friend saying, hey, we having a poker game. Like I learned in Tier 2, I absolutely can't go to a poker game. Oh, we're having poker night. Oh, we're having fantasy football. I won't even participate in fantasy football because I know that that can be a trigger. I also learned that in Tier 2. So anything that can be a trigger, I know to stay away from. You know, this incarceration and this whole experience has taught me that I have to stay away from gambling, period. Because it destroys lives. It's bad. It's terrible. So I want you to know full well that I do see that. I just misunderstood where you personally what you were saying. I guess with the risk to the community, I was thinking I was thinking maybe you were talking about violence, and I said violent. I'm not a violent person. I haven't anything, but I apologize if I misunderstood. But I know I understand full well, and I acknowledge that I have to do everything. I mean, even in Tier 2, it even said we have to have a sponsor. Like if I felt the urge to go and gamble, you know, I need to call someone. Hey, let me call my sister. Let me call a friend that's going to help me. They even talked about having sponsors in the Tier 2 program where we can call someone, you know, or an advocate that can talk to us or talk us down if we're feeling a certain way or if we're feeling about abuse, and just like any other addiction. So I'm full aware of that, and I want you to know that I'm aware of that, and I know it's going to be difficult. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but I know for a fact that I'm going to succeed. I have no choice. I have no other options other than to be successful and not to relapse.
Yeah, and I thank you for clarifying what your interpretation of that was. But make no mistake, your convictions create just as much harm as somebody that's selling drugs in the community, and maybe even more harm, because I mean, what happened to your victims, your victim that you took the retirement fund, they had to sell their home. They're unable to buy another home. I mean, you took the savings that they had intended to live on after working their whole lives and gambled it away. So, you know, there are many other ways of looking at crimes, and financial crimes are just as harmful as violent crimes. They affect people in different ways. My last question, Mr. Smith, what do you think are your most redeeming qualities?
What do you mean by redeeming qualities? I just want to make sure I understand the question.
Okay, so we are looking, you know, we want you to be successful in the community. If you're successful, the victims at some point, you know, will gain some restitution. But what do you think are your best qualities?
I believe
what do you have that will make you successful?
What do I have that will make me successful is my determination and my will to succeed. My desire to succeed, my desire to be looked upon in a positive way again. I hurt a lot of people, and I've disappointed a lot of people. And, you know, I embarrassed a lot of people, and I hurt a lot of people. So my biggest redeeming quality is I feel like I have to do whatever's required to regain some respect, whether it be from the victims, whether it be from my family, whether it be from society as a whole. You know, I want people to be able to say, well, you know, that guy, he fell down, but, you know, he found a way to get back up, and he's doing well. And, you know, he's working hard to pay restitution. You know, at the very least, I want people to say, you know what? You know, he didn't let this incarceration define him. He didn't let the circumstance define him, you know, because a lot of times you can let your circumstance deflate you, or you can let them define you. And, you know, my redeeming quality is I refuse to let this situation define me. And I will be successful. I will be able to, I will pay the victims back. And I will be looked upon at some point as, you know, in a positive manner, as someone influential, as someone loved.
One last question. Do you still own a home? Do you still own properties?
No, I don't.
No. Okay. All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
No question.
Mr. Smith, do you have a gambling problem?
Yes, ma'am.
What have you done to address it? And I don't want to hear about tier 2 because they have gambling anonymous programs.
Before coming to jail, I didn't do much other than I went to GA a few times. Other than that, I didn't do much to address it. But I know going forward, you know, when I get out, I plan on attending these classes, going to GA regularly. I plan on banning myself from the casinos. And I don't know if I can.
How are you going to do that?
I'm going to do that immediately. As soon as I get out.
How are you going to ban yourself?
I believe I can either make a call to the casinos and let them know who I am, or maybe write a letter down there. I don't know what the process is, but I'll figure out whatever it is. I'll work with maybe a parole officer or whoever I can to figure out how I can ban myself. I don't know what the process is, but I'll make sure that it's done. I had already planned on doing that.
So here's what's concerning Mr. Smith. When my colleague, Ms. Smith Mary, and the parole officer asked you to identify a high risk for you, and you said there was none. So to me, that means you are just sort of clueless about what risky situations are out there that you're going to go out and encounter almost every day. And as she said, there's casinos, all kinds of online gambling, buying tons of lottery tickets. I look at all of that as gambling. And I was hoping to hear you say, I am going to connect with Gambling Anonymous. I'm going to get myself a sponsor just in case I have one of those urges or cravings to go and do some gambling. And so those are the concerning things for me that I didn't hear you talk about when my colleague asked you all those questions. And before I, go any further, I just want to say I'm sorry to hear about the death of your mom and your uncle and your cousin.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, those are concerning areas for me. And so I think you need to spend time really thinking about what makes you want to go and gamble, because those feelings and thoughts don't just disappear. You have to figure out how you're going to manage that.
Yeah, the only reason why I didn't understand, I had misunderstood what she was saying about risk. I didn't understand, because that's when I went into tier 2, because we went all, I know you said you didn't want to hear about tier 2, but that's when I went into, yes, I planned on banning myself from the casino, having a sponsor, and I learned about triggers, and I do know that there's all this online gambling, and I see it on TV when I'm watching March Madness. I see all this stuff, but gambling right now is so far. I know that it's in the back of my mind and all these things there, but it's the last thing I want to do. Gambling has gotten me into so much trouble, and it's got me in this situation that I'm in right now. So
you heard me talk about those urges and cravings that can come up any minute. Those are the same things that they identify in tier 2. You need to know what your urges and your cravings are and what things trigger you to want to jump in your car or want to go somewhere where you can make a bet.
Yes, ma'am. That's exactly what we covered in tier 2. And that's why I mentioned earlier when I mentioned tier 2, I mentioned how important that tier 2 was for me and how it really helped me to see and understand these things. And I did mention earlier that tier 2 allowed me to see the triggers. It allowed me to see, wow, you know, my buddy would call me and say, hey, let's take a ride to the casino. Or somebody would say, hey, let's go do fantasy football or something along those lines. And the tier 2 program really helped to bring those things out and it helped me to identify the things that I didn't see in the past. I didn't really pay attention to it, but the tier 2 program really allowed me to see it. And the only reason that I didn't bring it up initially, I hadn't misunderstood what she had said earlier.
I got it.
But I just want you guys to know that I absolutely understand that I have a problem, and I'm going to do everything in my power, you know, to address that gambling once out of here. Even while in jail, even while I was in here, there's even gambling going on in here that I absolutely don't participate in. And those same triggers are going on right here in the dorms every single day. Guys are gambling. They got poker games. They got all type of stuff going on. And I don't gamble. What I do is I read. I go and I sit down. I meditate. I get up in the morning and there's a book that I read called Word of the Day. It's about a positive word of the day. And I'll read that. I also read a book called Atomic. I didn't get the chance to get to it. I read a book called Atomic Habits. It's by James Clear, and it talked about your habits. So I've done things myself to help me. And what it does is it teaches you how to take it teaches you how to create positive habits. And like taking little steps to create positive habits. It's a book called Atomic Habits by James Clear. That was one of the books that I read and here to help me with the actual gambling addiction. I also read a book called The Power of Positive Energy by Tanaz Chubb, and it's about, you know, just viewing everything positively. So I've done steps in jail and things here to help me address the gambling. And I don't participate. I don't even play cards. The guys say they want to play spades. I'm addressing my gambling here. I won't even play spades. I won't play spades. I don't play any cards at all. I go to work. Most of my day, I get up.
We get it, Mr. Smith.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I just want to make sure that you understand that I am taking steps to, thank you.
Okay. All right. So we're going to deliberate on the record now, and we'll let you know.
So it's a very difficult case. It's a financial case. It involves Mr. Smith manipulating the two victims out of a total of $468,867. He basically gambled it all the way. And then while he was out on pretrial, he had some more troubles where he was sued. It's the same kind of like behaviors. He does score low for risk to recidivate. He has no criminal history. He's done the Voices program. He did the Tier 2 program. He's had a job. He has no disciplinary reports. He has support in the community. You know, I do think that Mr. Smith has the ability to pay restitution. I know it's not for us to determine, you know, today whether or not that will actually happen or not. It's to determine suitability for parole. It's not a case where we get input necessarily from the victims. There is great harm to both victims. As I said to Mr. Smith, you know, the elderly victims lost their retirement, had to sell their home, living in a rental. The other victims, you know, took money that they had saved. They had 2 children, had adopted one of the sister's children. I mean, really put them in financial constraints. However, do you think that Mr. Smith has the ability to go out, be gainfully employed, make restitution? It's disappointing in some respects. You know, that he didn't do any gambling treatment prior to being sentenced. I think it would have placed him in a much better space in terms of his rehabilitation for his addiction. So I had come in today not really thinking that Mr. Smith was suitable for parole due to the harm to the victims. But when we do look at suitability for release, I think that Mr. Smith does meet the criteria. So I would be in favor of granting parole.
I agree. Everything that in reviewing the file, you know, everything you said, it's there's no criminal history here. It rates out low. State appropriate programming. He was sentenced to a sentence that is eligible for parole at 50%. He hasn't done anything that for me would make him unsuitable for parole, so be supporting parole.
Okay, granted, he is suitable, but I'm going to oppose based on the nature and circumstances of the offense. So it'll be a majority grant. Do you want him to do?
Well, they did not confirm his release, so he needs a halfway house, mental health evaluation and treatment. He's a 2, but a lot of times gambling falls under that.
Yeah.
No contact with the victims. I only wrote one of the victims' names down, MWM. I did not write the couple's name down, unfortunately.
There,
Do you have
right
that in
here.
You repeat, you said, mental health evaluation treatment, no contact with
Halfway house. Wrote those names down, I just don't know. So there was the husband and wife with
Yes.
256,500. And then the other victim, that was 212,367. So there was a husband and wife, and then
a second. Are you in? I just got bumped out of these notes.
I know it just threw me out too. It just threw me out again.
No. It's, hold on.
We have, you have, that's.
Yeah, I have that one.
I have that one. Is something wrong with case notes?
I know the Wi-Fi has not quality today. Yeah, on Wi-Fi.
It's. Are you in? Can you look on the victims tab?
There's nothing there. Because
Hold on one second.
50% case.
That's right.
They're gonna be in police reports.
It's,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at the PSI right now for this.
They usually don't list the names.
It's not.
They don't put them in there either.
See the descriptions in the disc, just say victim has been white victims.
I'll look for them. Maybe we can go back on the record and add them.
At a later time, yes. So I'll just give the victim WM. Okay.
Then we can say maybe.
Here we go. CG and MG.
Yeah, that's the couple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in the case of Travis Smith, inmate number 440513, there's a majority decision to grant discretionary parole on or after July 12th, 2025, with the following conditions. No contact with victims WM, and no contact with victims CG and MG. Mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, and release to a halfway house if needed.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Aye. So it's a majority grant. So you're granted on or after July 12th, 2025, Mr. Smith.
All right, so this concludes the hearing for Travis Smith, number 440513. Mr. Smith, you will get a copy of this disposition in the mail. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there another one you want to see? Which one you want to see next?
Anyone?
Oh, I know.
Thank you.
What is your name, sir?
Paul Mignani, Mignani,
With you one
441.
moment. Thank
Sorry.
you.
No. Now we are.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Supervisor Brooks. Today is Tuesday, March 25th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation for this hearing.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
Good afternoon, Mike Paul.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Paul Mignani, 441480.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Paul Mignani, number 441480. He is serving a sentence of 15 years after 6 years with 5 years probation for criminal possession of a firearm, sale of narcotics, and possession with intent. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of August 11th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows that the offender has completed voices and is currently working. Utilizing the statewide, I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, I meant, I said correct, yes.
Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender's overall score for recidivating falls within the moderate range. This is your opportunity, Mr. Mignani, to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Thank you. I'd like to start by thanking the board today for the opportunity to be here. I believe I deserve parole because I have always been active and a hard worker in the community. And now with this time being incarcerated, I am ready and I have taken responsibility for my poor actions in my life. In preparing for taking the proper and necessary steps for outside success, I have completed the Voices program and am currently working, and I am utilizing the Tier 4 program to maximize my understanding of my past behavior and what brought myself here. I believe I have paid my debt to society, and the only way now is to peer into the rear view and see the parts of my past that will always remain there, but now I can look clearly on through the windshield that is my future and be an upstanding member of my community and be able to share my story and let people know life can be and is manageable, that there are no shortcuts in life, drugs do not solve the problem, and that you can't have freedom without responsibility. I also have written a relapse prevention plan to prepare myself to live a balanced life and the possibility of leaving a legacy carried on to my children and my grandchildren. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mignani, for your opening comments. We have questions of our own, and we'll each take turns and then we'll deliberate and then get back with you. And Mr. Pohl will begin with the question.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mignani, did you just say that you are in Tier 4 right now?
Yes, I am, sir. I'm actually ready to graduate in about 2.5 weeks. April 16th to be exact, to be honest with you. As long as there's no hiccups. I've been in about 7 months now.
So you graduate in a couple of weeks, so like mid-April?
Yes.
And that's after taking Tier 2?
I didn't take Tier 2. I went right to Tier 4. I was told to take Tier 2, and when I talked to the counselors down there, Ms. Rogers and the other counselors,
yep.
They asked me if I was interested in maximizing my, ability to learn what I needed to learn, and I did not object in any way, and I took the Tier 4 program. I started September 3rd.
Okay, so that makes there's just an error in our information in that we thought you were in Tier 2 and going to be done on March 20th.
No,
but you'll be mid-April. So obviously you're dealing with a couple of really heavy drugs.
I was dealing, yes, sir.
So here's the thing. What have you learned in Tier 4 that's going to help you when you're released in the community?
For me, the drugs, like I said, aren't the answers. I need to know that I can ask for help is the main thing for me. I always thought I could handle things on my own, but I became isolated and I didn't ask for help. I didn't seek a mentor or a sponsor. I've been doing AA and A programs at least 4 to 5 times a week. Outside speakers as well as in the community itself in the unit. And I have no use for the drugs or have anything to use or need for them anymore, knowing that they're not helping me. It just made my life a disgrace in the last. My first incarceration was after I was 50 years old. So I'm ashamed of myself and to my family that this is what happened to me, and I let drugs take over over my life.
All right, and so you took voices as well, right?
Correct.
And that's some of what I'm hearing right now from you in your description of what happened out there and some of the things you're thinking about inside. You have a federal sentence that is 18 months consecutive to this, right?
Correct.
So, when you, so do you have a recovery plan for when you're in the community? You said.
Yes, I do. I wrote it.
There's a couple of things, right? So when I asked you about what you learned in Tier 4, you said ask for help. I'd like to know from who. And then, like, what is your plan in the community?
My plan is going to be to get a job, go to work, start being part of my community, join social groups, go to meetings, get a sponsor or mentor, set some goals for myself, stay away from people, places, and things that are put me in bad situations that cause my triggers or any kind of cravings that I may have. Stay away from old friends that were negative and not good for me, because I need to start fresh with positive people in my life. Not be around old friends, old girlfriends that I allow to myself to bring myself down. I want to help other people that are out there. I've worked all my life. I never even took a drug in my life until I was probably 48 years old. And it was, I don't even have an excuse, to be honest with you. It just was stupidity. And I don't know why I did it. Codependency, inappropriate relationships I'll use. They're not excuses. I allowed myself into them, which brought myself down. But out in the community, like I said, I'm definitely going to work hard. Always plan ahead. Always be prepared for the unexpected. Be aware. It's a lot easier to cope with something when I'm aware of the situation and step back and think before I react or act on any situation. Learn not to make seemingly unimportant decisions and things like that.
Okay. I mean, it's one just big mess with drugs. So, how's your relationship with your son?
My son, well, I have 3 boys. I have excellent communication with all 3 of them. My youngest one is 18. My second one is 22. My oldest one is 32.
So you're going to Brookfield with your 32-year-old?
Correct. He lives there with his wife and his and my new granddaughter.
I don't.
I have no follow-up.
I don't have any questions either. So we're going to deliberate and give you our answer.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, it's a hot mess, but because we have a parole eligibility date in August, we have 100% date in March of 2028, and we have 18 months consecutive on a federal violation of probation conviction, which brings us to August of 26, February of 27. So when we go to the feds, is going to come back, and he's still going to be on parole here. So, I mean, everything that he's done, I think what he's gone through Tier 4, which is a really important program to go through. I think there'd be some more opportunity during the 18 months he's in federal custody to do more programming. He's got a recovery plan. He was able to, what he took from tier 4. His recovery plan, number 4 and 5 were sponsored, mentor, and meetings, which should be number 1 and 2, because if they aren't number 1 and 2,
Right.
1, 2, and 3 are going to be out the window the next time
Right.
you use heroin or cocaine.
Exactly.
He's done a good job. He's worked as a clerk in the chapel, which is a good position to be in. So I would support his parole to a scheduled detainer. And the only thing that I have is there was a codefendant listed as Don Gonzalez.
Right.
In halfway house because it's going on federal detainer.
Right. So, so we're supposed to have him until August 11th.
Right.
We can't.
No.
We cannot do that. So he's gonna have to stay with us till August and then go.
Yes.
Yes. Right.
Yep.
I just want to make sure he knows. I felt him. So, co-defendant, halfway house, and to his federal detainer.
Yep.
Paul Mignani, inmate number 441480. There is a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after August 11, 2025, with standard parole conditions and the following conditions. No contact with co-defendant Don Gonzalez, adding a halfway house, and release to his federal detainer.
Second.
Do I have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
I vote aye. The motion is granted. Mr. Mignani, good luck.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you, everybody.
This
I'm all set.
concludes the hearing for Paul Mignani, number 441480. You are free to go. You'll get a copy of the disposition in the mail. If you could have the office send in the next person. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, after that, they got to write something on it.
Okay.
I do.
I think Michael do a little bit. Yeah.
Got 2.
Yeah, the last guy is, Joy, you have
Well,
two. You
both
want me to
have-
get one of them?
No.
All right. How do I know if I'm muted or not?
Afternoon. My name is Denzel Caldwell. Sorry,
Your name is what? I'm sorry.
Caldwell.
Denzel Caldwell.
We will be right with you next. Good afternoon. My name is Parole Supervisor Brooks. Today is Tuesday, March 25th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify that they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparing for this hearing.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
Good afternoon, Mike Paul.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Thank you. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Denzel Caldwell, 443861.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Denzel Caldwell, 443861. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, suspended after 34 months with 3 years probation for criminal possession of a firearm. As of today's records, his parole eligibility date is reflected as September 5th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for this offender that has been reviewed and shows that he has completed the following programs: Embracing Fatherhood in Tier 2. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender's overall score to recidivate falls within the very high rate. This is your opportunity, Mr. Caldwell, to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Mr. Caldwell, before you start, is that I have 9/24, but you said 25. Can you check it for me, please?
This says 9/25.
You can check it, we can go, right? She's looking.
Okay. This here says, okay, so it looks like 9/10/24 according to the disc. So I guess the script is incorrect.
Right, it will make a difference depending on what we do, so that's
Yeah,
why.
so it appears to be parole eligibility date of September 2024.
Okay, all right, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Caldwell.
All right. Good afternoon. I would like to start by saying thank you for taking the time to review my case, and I understand parole is a privilege and not a guarantee. Secondly, I would like to apologize to my community and family for my actions and reckless behavior. While locked up, I was sent to Chester High Bond Block, and that was a real eye-opener that this could have easily been the rest of my life. I met people while working in the kitchen who are serving life, and a lot of them sat down and told me if I don't change my mindset and my surroundings, I would be exactly like them in 5 years, wishing I would have listened. After getting sentenced, I took Tier 2 in Embracing Fatherhood. Tier 2 told me that I had a problem. I thought because I wasn't forcing no one to buy drugs or serving kids that it was okay, but by me making it available to them, I was part of the problem and helping destroy families. And if it wasn't for selling drugs, I would not need to carry a gun. I realized addiction is a mental health problem and I have a problem myself. Worked on coping skills and there are other ways to deal with my problems without relying on drugs, and it's okay to ask for help. Embracing Fatherhood taught me that being there is only half the step. The emotional well-being of your kids is just as important. I have 2 kids, a 7-year-old and a 2-year-old, and right now I'm letting them down because I am not there to create a safe and stable environment. If granted parole, I have a real supportive family who is willing to accept me into their home and help me get into Porter and Chester for my electrician license, and a manager who is willing to accept me back into Bazzuto's with shifts that help me make time for school. I will be staying in Hamden, Connecticut, and I feel parole is best for me re-entering the community because I will have some structure like a curfew, and having a check-in weekly will help me stay on track my first few months home. Thank you for your time.
Can you clarify, what were you gonna do at Porter and Chester?
My electrician license.
Well, Mr. Caldwell, I certainly appreciate the time that you took to write your statement and to share it with us today. And where did you get the gun?
But I brought it off the streets.
Why?
Because due to my environment that I was living in and what I was participating in, I felt like it was for my safety.
So in other words, because you were selling drugs, you felt you needed a gun.
Yes, ma'am.
So now that you know the dangers of selling drugs and the harm it does to people, you know you don't need a gun.
Yes, ma'am. I realized that. Yes, ma'am. I realized that carrying a gun was just putting myself in even more harm's way because I could easily have took somebody's life, and I would ruin 2 lives, their lives and mine.
So you talked a bit about Tier 2. Go over a little bit more about how Tier 2 has changed your thinking about not just using but selling drugs and the impact on your community.
Well, I realized more that like drugs is a mental addiction. So because you think that you're taking the drugs that, oh, I'm just coping with my feelings, you're not really coping with none of your feelings. You're just suppressing them that later it'll rub bad. Then being incarcerated, I met people who OD and stuff like that, and talking to them, I realized that by me being there to sell the drugs, I'm enabling them. I've seen people that I love and grew up with while I was incarcerated die due to doing perks, and then it turns into doing dope. And I just don't want to be a part of that. And then I said that I learned that I had a problem because I thought just because I was using weed and drinking that it wasn't affecting me, but it did affect me. It made me not
express my feelings or talk certain things out that I had suppressed. So when I came to jail and I became sober, I was dealing with a lot of problems and I didn't know how to cope with it because I always used drugs to cope with my problems. So I had to learn how to cope.
So you have a big birthday this year.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm hoping that this incarceration has helped your brains to develop by getting you to understand the danger of selling drugs, using drugs, and being in possession of guns.
Yes, ma'am. I was 22 when I came to jail. I didn't know. I thought I knew everything, but coming to jail, it opened my mind that it's a lot that I still haven't experienced.
Yes, so you have certainly expressed some good insight here. So you had the 2 previous failed community releases. Why do you think that was?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
You failed on 2 previous community releases. Why?
Oh,
I think they were conditional discharges.
Yeah, I had conditional discharge. So I feel like at that time, I was still going, like, I was still growing up and I thought I never been through nothing serious as far as being like taken away from my family or being like locked away. So it was a game to me, I'm not gonna lie. But me going to Cheshire and meeting people that are never coming home or that's their home, it opened my eyes like, this could easily be me. So now me knowing that, I feel like it's in my head. Like every day I wake up, like I gotta do better.
So you've been previously employed at Bazoodas and Jordan Furniture.
Yes,
and you
ma'am.
also have some forklift training.
Yes, ma'am.
So you've indicated that you can go back to Bazoodas.
Yes, I have a manager, Mike Belosa, who I've been in contact with that is willing to give me a second chance.
Okay, and you contacted him? And he
Yeah.
that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so your release plan is to work at Bazoodas. You want to return to school and become an electrician. But in the meantime, are you aware that there are community-based programs that might be able to help you financially with that?
My aunt, the lady who house I'm going to, she's been talking to me like on the phone, explaining like that with being on parole and stuff, that I will be given opportunities where they might have a program for me to go complete to further that.
Okay, that's your aunt in Hamden?
Aunt Dolores, her name is Dolores Robinson. That's in Trevor Street in Hamden, Connecticut.
Right, in Hamden, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you have 2 children.
Yes, ma'am. I have a 7-year-old daughter, Kamora James, and I just had a son. He's 2. His name is Denzel Caldwell. He's a junior.
Okay, very good. So you have to start doing positive things so that your children can look up to you and want to be like you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I know you also said you want to be a better father. So while you're out in the community, you might also, look up maybe a fatherhood program that you can participate in, because it sounds to me like you got a wake-up call from being in this incarceration, and then listening to the elderly, others who are there that are advising you that you're going to be like them if you don't do something positive.
Yes, ma'am.
So it seems to me that you've been given some encouragement and you've completed some programs that you seem to be on the right track.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you know if the gun that you had was ever fired or if it harmed anyone in the community?
No, ma'am. I wasn't really sure about that. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't thinking, like around that time, my mindset was only what was in front of me.
Okay. Well, that should be something that you might want to think of so that you never want to go out and buy a gun.
That's right.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions for you, Mr. Caldwell. Let me see what my colleagues.
I have no follow-up.
Ms. Vaughn?
Madam Chair, we're all set on this.
Okay. So, Mr. Caldwell, received one ticket for interfering with safety and security. Besides that, I know he completed the tier 2 program, and embracing fatherhood. What I liked about what Mr. Caldwell says was the impact that the tier 2 had on him, along with his conversation with other older inmates that were there. Which sometimes is really a good way for a young person to learn about what the real deal is. And he seemed to have picked this up and taking it serious. And he has a good release plan. I know he previously completed a treatment program in 2014. And at age 14 and 15 was when he used marijuana and Xanax. He seems to be on the right track. He has a sponsor, someone who can guide him. Cheryl has already given him some ideas about where he can get help in the community. So I see all of that as positive. He has a job. He, currently has forklift experience in case he has to fall back on something. And most importantly, he wants to go to school to be an electrician, not a CDL driver. So I'm willing to give Mr. Caldwell an opportunity to go back in the community.
As am I. And the only thing I would add to that is Mr. Caldwell identified as a high risk old friends. And I think that is significant for him, that old friends are where he's got into all this other stuff with. So if he stays on track, takes care of his children, he'll be successful.
Okay, and I only have standard parole conditions.
So do I.
Don't have anything else. Okay. So Denzel Caldwell, inmate number 443861. There's a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after March 25th, 2025 with standard parole conditions. Do I have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
I vote aye, motion carries. Mr. Caldwell, good luck, and we do not want to see you back here.
Okay, thank you. Wait, so I got a question. Can I have one question?
Ahead.
So so what's the next step now? Is somebody gonna reach out to me?
You'll get everything in writing.
Okay. Have a great day.
Okay.
This concludes the hearing for Denzel Caldwell, number 443861. I don't know if she's still here. Because I was trying to get Kristen, she's the only one that was figuring this around. Do we have a phone list in here anywhere? Staff. Otherwise, he's listed.
This has got to be the last guy that needs the interpreter, right?
What's your name, sir?
Excuse me?
The number?
Edwin.
That's the one.
Leon-Guerrero?
Sí.
Okay, un momento, por favor. Good afternoon. We are going to begin with the interpreters. Good afternoon. We are going to begin with the interpreter's oath. Please raise your right hand. I do solemnly swear and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that you will faithfully discharge according to law your duty as the interpreter to the best of your ability. God or upon penalty of perjury. I don't. Okay. All right. I'll quickly look to read. And then keep going. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Parole Supervisor Brooks. Today is Tuesday, March 25th, 2025, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and, by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation for this hearing.
Good afternoon, George Yance.
Good afternoon, Mike Paul.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Buenas tardes, soy la supervisora de libertad condicional Brooks. Hoy es martes 25 de marzo del 2025 y esta es una audiencia de la Junta de Cultos y Libertad Condicional de Connecticut. Los siguientes miembros de la Junta están presentes esta tarde y, al decir sus nombres en el registro, certifican haber revisado todos los documentos legalmente requeridos e información pertinente disponible en preparación a esta audiencia. Favor decir su nombre y número de confinado para el registro.
Edwin Leon-Guerrero. Mi número es 395902.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Edwin Leon-Guerrero, number 395902. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, suspended after 30 months, 5 years probation for burglary third, arson third, and 2 counts of failure to appear first.
Esta audiencia se está llevando a cabo en consideración a la aplicación de libertad condicional de Edwin Leon-Guerrero, número 395902. Él está sirviendo una sentencia de 10 años, suspendido luego de 30 meses de prisión, seguido de 5 años de libertad provisional por robo en tercer grado, incendio provocado en tercer grado y 2 cargos de fallo a comparecer en primer grado.
As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of December 26, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows that the offender has completed the following programs: domestic violence, utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores. The offender's overall score for recidivating falls within the high range.
Hasta el día de hoy, los expedientes reflejan una fecha de elegibilidad para libertad condicional del 26 de diciembre del 2024. No hay testimonio de víctima en este caso. Hay un plan de responsabilidad para el ofensor, el cual ha sido revisado y demuestra que el ofensor ha completado violencia doméstica. Utilizando el sistema colaborativo estatal de evaluación de juicios del ofensor, SCORES, el puntaje general del ofensor cae dentro del rango alto de riesgo de reincidencia.
Mr. Leon-Guerrero, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Mr. Leon-Guerrero, esta es su oportunidad para expresarle a la Junta por qué piensa se le debe conceder libertad condicional. Puede comenzar.
Discúlpeme, ¿me puede repetir? No entendí, no escuché bien.
Esta es su oportunidad para expresarle a la Junta por qué piensa se le debe conceder libertad condicional.
¿Por qué? Repíteme, discúlpame, porque es que no oigo, no se oye bien lo último que dijiste, perdón.
Esta es tu oportunidad para expresarle a la Junta por qué piensa se le debe conceder libertad condicional.
Bueno, yo he hecho todas mis cosas bien, desde que caí en la cárcel, he cogido los programas que me han dicho, he establecido comunicación con mi familia, he establecido tener un trabajo cuando salga, he hablado con mis padres, con la esposa mía, con mis hijos, he hecho todas mis cosas bien.
Un momento, señor León. I have done what I was supposed to do since I got here. I took the programs that I was supposed to take. I have a job waiting for me outside. I have been in communication with my family. I have spoken to my parents, to my wife. I am doing what I'm supposed to be doing. Continúe.
So, he hecho todas las cosas que tengo que hacer. Sé que hice muchas cosas que no debí de hacer. Pues incurrí en muchos delitos que no debí de incurrir, pero yo no pienso volver de nuevo a esa vida más nada, ya que tengo 2 hijos que dependen de mí, siempre han dependido de mí.
I know that I did a lot of things that I was not supposed to be doing. I committed a lot of crimes, but I will not be doing any of those things ever again because I have 2 children that they depend on me. ¿Sería todo?
Sí.
That's all.
Okay. Thank you for your opening comments, Mr. Guerrero.
Gracias por su comentario de apertura, señor Guerrero.
Each of us will take turns to ask you questions. And when we're done, we will deliberate and give you our answer.
Cada uno de nosotros nos vamos a tomar el turno de hacerle unas preguntas, luego vamos a darle la decisión en su caso.
Okay, so I'm going to begin with the questions. So, Mr. Guerrero, you have a drug score of 5, which is the highest in DOC, and you have not completed an addiction services program.
Mr. Guerrero, usted tiene un puntaje de drogas nivel 5, el cual es el más alto en el Departamento de Corrección, y usted no ha completado un programa de adicción de drogas.
Yo llené para que me dieran Ortiz o Voice, pero ellos me pusieron a coger el programa de Domestic Violence y nunca me llamaron para ese otro programa.
I applied to take the Tier 2 and the Voices program, but they sent me instead to take the domestic violence, and I think they put me on a wait list. They never called me.
Well, domestic violence is also on your OAP.
El programa de violencia doméstica también está en su OAP, en su lista de programas.
Did you? I'm sorry.
Yes, I took the program.
Okay. Did you recently receive a disciplinary report?
¿Usted recibió recientemente un reporte de disciplina?
Sí.
Yes.
When and for what?
¿Cuándo y por qué fue?
Eso pasó el jueves pasado, hicieron un registro y encontraron, según ellos, unas cosas en mi cama. Yo le dije que no eran mías, que yo no uso más droga, que me podían sacar las pruebas que quisieran. Me sacaron las pruebas, pero como quiera, salí negativo, pero como quiera, ellos me metieron en la caja por el contrabando. Era una batería y un cable y un pen.
It happened last Thursday. They were doing the check and they found some stuff in my bunk. And I told them that it was not mine. I do not use any drugs anymore, that they can test me if they wanted to. They did. It was negative, but I still got the DR for contraband.
So these are some pretty serious crimes, Mr. Guerrero. Can you tell me about the arson third?
Señor Guerrero, estos son unos crímenes muy serios. ¿Me podría hablar acerca del crimen del incendio?
Sí, el crimen del incendio, ellos dicen que ellos tenían mi ADN y yo tenía un guarante de ese crimen y cuando fui a ver el caso de violencia doméstica y el caso de robo, pues el de violencia doméstica, en el de robo, pues ya yo había aceptado culpabilidad y ya yo tenía una sentencia por eso y mi abogado me recomendó que lo cogiera porque podía ser peor para mí y yo quería pelearlo, pero ella me aconsejó que no peleara porque si no podía ser peor. Yo no quería porque yo sé que yo no era culpable, pero ya yo era culpable del primer caso y de la violencia doméstica.
Un momento, señor Guerrero. Yes, they said that they found my DNA and I had a warrant, outstanding warrant for my cases of domestic violence and for my burglary case, which I took responsibility for those cases. And I was sentenced already for those cases, but then my attorney told me that it was better for me to plead guilty to the arson charge, because if not, I was gonna be facing more time in prison, but I didn't want to plead guilty for this case.
Ella dijo que... Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
Ella dijo que no me iba a afectar, que lo cogiera, que todo se iba a quedar igual, que solamente el caso iba a estar ahí encima de los otros. Y yo pues me dejé llevar, porque yo no sé mucho tampoco.
My lawyer told me that it was gonna be okay, that it was not gonna make my case worse. He was just gonna run along with the other cases, and I just follow her advice.
Yeah, so, you know, I don't want to belabor this, Mr. Guerrero, but, you know, I could not, in good conscience, put you out on parole, knowing that you have not completed programs to address your substance abuse, and knowing that you just received a disciplinary report, and that you've only completed domestic violence, which is one of 4 programs on your OAP.
Lo que le puedo decir, señor Guerrero, es que no encuentro cómo yo puedo ponerlo a usted en libertad condicional en el día de hoy de una manera consciente, ya que usted no ha completado programas para abuso de sustancias y recientemente recibió un reporte de disciplina y solamente ha completado un programa en total de su lista de programas, que fue el de violencia doméstica.
Yo tengo en mi OP salía en Methadone Program, pero yo no quiero coger ese programa porque yo veo la metadona como si eso es otra droga y yo no quiero saber de las drogas más nada. Y pues del otro programa, pues yo escribí a ellos para cogerlo. Yo quería tener todo lo suficiente. Escuela, yo tengo 4º año aprobado. Yo tengo mi 4º año aprobado.
When it comes to the methadone program, I didn't want to take it because for me, I see it as if I am just using another drug and I don't want anything to do with drugs anymore. The other programs, I wrote to them, but I didn't hear anything back. And then when it comes to school, I have my high school diploma.
Yes, I'm aware of that. Another concerning thing is that while you were in the community, You were referred to treatment between 2017 and 2022 at least 4 times, and you did not complete any because of lack of attendance.
Otra de mis preocupaciones es que cuando usted estaba fuera en la comunidad, usted fue referido a tratamiento de abuso de sustancias entre el año 2017 al 2022 en al menos 4 ocasiones y usted no lo completó satisfactoriamente por falta de asistencia.
Sí, estuve en el programa de metadona en la calle y no me sentía bien con la metadona, no me sentía bien y decidí no seguir con el programa porque me estaba haciendo daño.
I was in a program for methadone outside in the community, but I decided that I didn't want to keep taking it because I was not feeling good. It was doing more harm to me instead.
Yeah, these programs were at Catholic Charities.
Estos son los programas de Catholic charities.
So anyway, I have no further questions. Mrs. Smith, Mary.
No, I have no follow-up. I'm sharing your same concerns, Madam Chair, that there's no programming completed to address the substance use, and the recent more also is the current DRs.
Okay. Mr. Paul?
I agree.
Okay. So, and you just kind of summed it up for me. The fact that he has such a high drug score and has not been able to complete an addiction services. And more concerning with that is because the 4 times that he was referred to Catholic Charities, it was not for the methadone program. And he did not go to any of the groups that they had there. The fact that he just recently received a disciplinary report is also another factor. And he has had 3 previous failed community releases. So my denial reasons are on probation, inadequate institutional program participation, and poor institutional adjustment. So we're discussing now. So
I agree with you, Madam Chair. I mean, I stated that I shared your concerns and the reasons for denial as well. He has 10 months to end the sentence. I'm hopeful that he can do a tier program prior to that.
Right. So in the case of Edwin Leon-Guerrero, I move to deny discretionary parole for these reasons. Current offense committed on probation, inadequate institutional program participation, poor institutional adjustment, and inadequate release plan. Do I have a second? Second. Excuse me. All in favor?
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion carries.
El hecho de que no haya completado un programa de drogas de servicio de adicción y que haya sido referido en 4 ocasiones a tratamiento de la comunidad, no de metadona, sino a otro tipo de programa y no atendió los grupos, además de que recientemente recibió un reporte de disciplina, son otros factores por los que no encuentro darle la oportunidad en el día de hoy, además de que tuvo 3 periodos de salida a la comunidad. En el caso de Edwin Leon-Guerrero, número 395902, hace una moción para negar su salida bajo libertad condicional por las siguientes condiciones: ofensa la cual cometida mientras estaba en libertad provisional, inadecuada participación en programas institucionales, plan de liberación inadecuado y pobre ajuste institucional.
This now concludes the hearing for Edwin Leon-Guerrero, number 395902.
Esto concluye la audiencia de Leon-Guerrero número 395902.
You're all set to go. You'll receive a copy of the paperwork in the mail.
Sería todo. Usted va a recibir una copia de todo este papeleo por el correo.
Ok. Todo.
Oh,
Ok.
Thank you, Liza. Appreciate you staying late. Tara, can we just quickly do the special parole conditions for Mr. Beck?
I just want to tell them we're all set.
Okay.
Assuming he's gonna walk back in, but. Kristen, can you disconnect? Or no, don't, or disconnect from Robinson?
I can put the boardroom live instead.
Okay, that'd be great, thank you.
There's some stuff. Okay.
Well, you have to just sign. Good afternoon. My name is Parole Supervisor Brooks. Today is Tuesday, March 25th, 2025. This is a case review for Thomas Beck, number 299078, to add special parole conditions. Present this afternoon are Chairperson Ms. Chance, board members Mr. Toll and Mr. Mulberry. Madam Chair.
Okay, so the motion is to add the following special parole conditions. No driving without the parole officer's permission. No contact with victims XM, CM Junior, CM Senior, FR, CR. no contact with co-defendants Lamont Skipwith, Jared Smith, and Elijah Morning. And adding halfway house placement.
Second.
Do I have a second? All those in favor? Say aye. I vote aye, motion carries.
This now concludes the case review for Thomas Beck, number 299078.
Let me open this up.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Supervisor Brooks, and today is Tuesday, March 25th, 2025. This is a jurisprudence hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Present this afternoon are Chairperson Ms. Chance and board members Mr. Pohl and Ms. Smith-Palmieri. This hearing is being conducted because the board has received information pertaining to the convictions of unlawful restraint and assault second, which may require participation in a behavioral management program for problem sexual behavior. Mr. Wall, inmate number 122456, signed a waiver signifying his decision not to participate in today's hearing. The hearing proceeds in Mr. Wall's absence, however, because the board is required to act on this question.
Because the information we're going to discuss involves confidential information, I move that we go into executive session. Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The board will now go into executive session and we will be back on the record shortly.